but yung ano po, yung mga other offices doon, these are under the Office of the Secretary, yung iba doon, Mr. President. Office of the Cybercrime, for example, that's under the Office of the Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
Yes.
that's one lump sum confidential fund. Hindi po naman siguro yung pag-segregate ng amount
Lump sum
is to justify the bottom line of the confidential fund. When it is granted, it is a lump sum, Mr. President.
Yeah, you know, the other departments. Pero yung sinasabi niya, yung sa OSEC. It's a lump sum. You're correct, Your Honor.
Yes. That in the use, well, in the actual use, it could be, the amounts could be blurred, Mr. President. Pwedeng na-prioritize yung ano ba iba? Pakilista.
Yeah, they're just furnishing the details of the actual use, Your Honor.
The proposed use, Mr. President.
Proposed
use, yes.
Yeah.
So, in our committee report, sige, ito na lang po kasi yung issue na worth discussing in public, Mr. President. Office of the Solicitor General, 10 million confidential fund, which during the committee hearing, I think the office is willing to waive. That's what I got, Mr. President. So, are we retaining this, Mr. President, or should we follow the wish of the head of the agency that he does not need confidential funds? He can live without it, Mr. President. The agency can live without it.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll welcome a motion, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that, Mr. President. NBI, 175.4 million. Siyempre, you're part of law enforcement. Okay, we understand. And your civilian agencies, you're only up to confidential fund, Mr. President. Bureau of Immigration, 20 million. Tama po, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Confidential fund. Apo.
That's correct.
Opo. So they're also uniformed agency. Is Bureau of Immigration considered an armed agency? Your uniformed agency.
Law enforcement agency.
Law enforcement. Okay, yes, okay. Law enforcement then. No, so at most entitled to confidential fund. Tinitignan na lang naman natin dito yung reasonableness. If the agency can be justified to receive confidential fund, yung amount na lang tinitignan natin on the reasonableness. And then our committee report reflects the amount of 168 million as for confidential funds of the Office of the Secretary. Is this accurate, Mr. President?
That's correct, Your Honor. Ito yung lump sum na pinag-usapan nyo earlier,
Yes.
binanggit nyo earlier, broken down into the OSEC, the Witness
Yes,
Protection Program, the IACAT or Anti-Trafficking Program, and the Cybercrime Program, Your Honor.
Okay, susulat ba? So, I thought it was a billion pesos, Mr. President. That's why I'm raising this. Hindi. So, that's not correct. So, 168 million lang po for the Secretary. How do we justify this, Mr. Secretary? Because the joint circular, yung 2015, says that the agency can be given confidential fund if it needs to do surveillance activities in order to support its operations and mandate, Mr. President. So, can we justify this, Mr. President? Using that joint circular's concept or principle, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Purchase of information is the main use of the confidential intelligence funds, Your Honor.
Because the DOJ is enforcing what kind of criminal law? What criminal law, Mr. President?
It's part of their prosecutorial function, Your Honor. They have law and order functions, identification, monitoring, recommendation of public or private enterprises controlled by foreign nationals that may pose a national security threat, the identification, monitoring, and recommendation of establishments or industries engaged in anti-competitive behavior relevant to national security or peace, uncovering, preventing, neutralizing illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the Secretary and other key officials, And then with respect to the Witness Protection Program, expenses related to the benefits, provisions, protection, livelihood, and counseling of witnesses per the Witness Protection Law. And with respect to IACAT, the confidential activities including the surveillance operations in monitoring the implementation of Republic Act 9208. This is, I suppose, this is the anti-trafficking law. And with respect to the Office of Cybercrime, confidential activities relating to international mutual assistance and extradition for cybercrime and cyber-related matters in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act 10175, Your Honor.
So thank you for mentioning the Witness Protection Program. That is a program of under the DOJ. So that means it has its own budget. Am I correct in saying that the WPP budget is 319 million, Mr. President?
It's part of the OSEC budget, Your Honor.
It's not segregated in a program form, Mr. President, unlike the other agencies where
There is an item for the Witness Protection Sub-Program, Your Honor.
And is there an amount, Mr. President?
It's 241 million, Your Honor.
241.
Opo.
241 lang pala. In our committee report. Doon po sa 241, wala pong flexibility doon to pay for those expenses which need some confidentiality, Mr. President. Para saan po ba yung 241 million pesos po?
Made personal services 23 million, MOE is 190, CO is 27, Your Honor.
Doon po sa 190, wala pa po doon yung other expenses na in order to make the program a success, Mr. President?
Well, I think because of the nature of the program, it's meant to be quite secret, Your Honor. Under our laws, once you, it's just in a regular budgetary item, then you have to publicize, etc. You are even required to put it on field JEPs. So
I think-
I think those are maybe it's not the wisest decision to put those things or to publicize those things, Your Honor.
So what would be the MOE for the WPP? On what items do we spend the MOE? 190 yun, ano?
Yun ang nakalagay sa binasa ko. Yun ang nakalagay. Yeah, but his question is about MOE. You're not listening eh. What is the MOE for? Tinatanong niya. Yeah. Well, the broad mandate of the Witness Protection Program is to provide financial assistance to witnesses, allowances to their dependents, relocation, livelihood assistance of witnesses whose coverages have been terminated, medical and hospitalization expenses, bereavement assistance, and for other incidental and witness protection-related expenses relative to the needs of our covered witnesses and the hundreds of their dependents, Your Honor. This is the range of expenses for the Witness Protection Program, Your Honor.
Yes, and over the years, we have been funding this through the MOE of the WPP sub-program, Mr. President. So it can be done. It can be done that it can be, we can fund it through a line item, Mr. President.
To the extent that it's predictable. But what if you have... Yeah. There is a provision in Republic Act 6981. This is the Witness Protection, Security, and Benefit Act. Section 7 pertains to confidentiality of proceedings, Your Honor. So all proceedings involving application for admission to the program in the nation and the action taken thereon shall be confidential in nature. No information or documents given or submitted in support thereof shall be released except upon written order of the department or proper court. And then there is a provision to penalize any violation of confidentiality of proceedings, Your Honor.
So the confidential fund to be given to the OSEC, which he will use for the WPP, in effect supplements the 190 million amount already appropriated for the WPP under MOOE of that sub-program.
Yes, Your Honor.
But then the 190 million in the MOE of the sub-program is audited in the regular manner by COA. Ganun
Yes,
po
Your
ba?
Honor.
So does that mean to say they cannot use that 190 million because of it divulges information, Mr. President?
Hindi ba pwedeng yung regular gamitin dun sa ano? Yeah. They might be exposing the details of the contracts, etc., Your Honor. So maybe even yeah, addresses, vehicles, etc. They prefer to conduct this to preserve the confidentiality, Your Honor.
Pero yung, for example, let's just use the 2023 WPP sub-program MOE. Magkano kaya yan? It may be in the vicinity of the 190 siguro. May I ask, what is the MOE in the 2023 GAA of the WPP sub-program?
It's 323 million, Your Honor.
323 million.
Opo.
What is the status of that fund, of that item as of the moment?
Utilization. Minimum. We're inquiring regarding the utilization, Your Honor.
Board of Claims is a program. Yung Board of Claims yung 10,000.
Yes, okay. Your Honor, while we're awaiting, is it all right to move to your next question?
I'll just tell you, I'll just reveal why I'm asking that, Mr. President. Ang point ko, nagagamit din naman pala eh. Yung MOE ng WPP for the expenses earlier mentioned by our sponsor, yung mga financial assistance, livelihood, burial benefits, nagagamit din naman pala.
Walang more reason. So here, Your Honor, I've been given a document which says that for the utilization, it's 53.6% as of June 30, Your Honor. So, well, it's already November, so maybe we can ask for a more updated
Nasa 200 million na siguro by this time yan
figure.
nagamit.
Yes,
po.
yes.
So nagagamit po. Kahit yung nature of the expenditure are supposed to be, sinasabi nyo, confidential. I mean, it can be used na. So
Meron din ho
therefore,
silang meron din ho silang confidential for that year. So they are confidential and non-confidential, Your Honor. Inahati nila
Yes,
as appropriate. They are using some for confidential and some for non-confidential, Your Honor.
so the DOJ has confidential funds for this year.
Yes, Your
May we know the level, the amount for 2023?
It's 266 million, Your Honor. 266 million, Your Honor.
So the request, so the amount that the committee gave the OSEC for confidential fund for next year is 100 million lower than this year's. Tama po?
This is from the NEP, Your Honor.
2023 GAA po. How much was the CF for the secretary?
526, Your Honor.
So the GAA of 2023 gave the Justice Secretary, the OSEC, 500 million in confidential funds, and then let's compare it to the committee report for next year, 168 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so nakita natin yung big drop po, pagbaba. Okay, so we have established that, bumaba. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So maybe for my last few topics na lang, maikli na lang po ito. We have, last few lang, if we can ask the Board of Claims to give us some assistance because we want to improve the victims' compensation system. Di ba? Tama po ba yun na the amount now is for unjust, imprisonment, wrongful ano ba to? Wrongful
incarceration, unjust imprisonment
No.
or detention.
There is a maximum amount under the law. Wala tayong choice. Tama po ba yan? There's a maximum amount and that's 10,000.
It's 1,000 per month for victims of imprisonment or detention, 10,000 for victims of violent crimes, Your Honor.
Yung 1,000 per month yata, not exceeding pa a certain amount. Tama po ba? Ganun po yata yan. Can the experts help us? Sino?
Yun po yun. That's
That's
those
it?
are the provisions of the law, Your Honor. Section 4 of RA 7309 sets the maximum amount of compensation as follows. 1,000 per month for imprisonment or detention, 10,000 for victims of violent crimes. But there is a pending bill, Your Honor, to increase the amounts of this compensation.
Sige po. Yes, I think we need to prioritize that, Mr. President. But siguro the implementors of the law can give us with can provide us with insights, Mr. President, and guidance on the realities on the ground, what's happening on the ground. Do we have a criminal code committee, Mr. President?
Yes, they will submit their recommendations to you.
Yes, please, help us. Kasi priority natin yan but we don't want to make a mistake o gusto natin maging realistic po yung figures. Okay. Do we have a criminal code committee, Mr. President, already existing?
Doon siya kumukuha ng material
Criminal code committee? Do we have a criminal code committee?
Yes, I think there's one under... Di ba kay Indian yun? Di ba kay Indian yung criminal code? Yes, it's under USEC-C, Your Honor.
What's the mandate of the committee and what is the status of their work, Mr. President?
They want to work with the Supreme Court in crafting a new criminal code, Your Honor. Codification, simplification.
Is it more focused on procedure or on the substance?
I think it's substantial, Your Honor.
They should work with us, Mr. President. Mayroon na ba pong draft or what is the draft? Kumusta ang draft?
Meron na. Anong stage? May draft yata sa UP Law Center, Your Honor.
Sige po, kasi di ba ang ultimate objective nito dahil masyado ng kalat-kalat yung criminal
So many
laws,
special
criminal
laws.
natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
We want to codify so that we only refer to one document, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, I cannot let go of the justice sector, Mr. President, without mentioning the case of Dr. Iggy Agbayani. Is the ano yun, parole and probation administration present, Mr. President? If they could sige nga, I find this topic kasi complex, hindi ko kabisado.
I already told you.
What's the when the accused is convicted, generally speaking, because kung RPC offense yun, the convict is sentenced to an indeterminate sentence na merong minimum and the maximum period, Mr. President.
Opo.
As I understand it, when the prisoner has already served the minimum, is that prisoner entitled to apply for parole, Mr. President?
It's not a matter of right, Your Honor. It's a privilege. So
Yes.
if you have previous records, if you're a recidivist, you're not allowed to avail of those.
But that's the principle, no? That's the purpose of that minimum period, no? Okay. Does that extend to a convict sentenced to 1 month and 1 day to 1 year and 1 day? Upon reaching the minimum of 1 month and 1 day, the privilege is available to the convict?
But yes, they have to apply for parole to the BTP.
Yes, pwede na. Because that was the situation of Dr. Agbayani. This is what I want to point out.
But I think in the case of Dr. Agbayani, he chose not to avail of parole, Your Honor. He appealed his decision, and the appeal was, as mentioned yesterday, during the judiciary budget. The first appeal was affirmed. The conviction was affirmed of 2 years. The penalty of 2 years was affirmed. And on appeal to this, further appeal to the Supreme Court, the penalty was reduced to 1 year, Your Honor. But unfortunately, Dr. Agbayani died while in prison, Your Honor.
While into the fourth month, I think fourth month of his incarceration, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, but my point, Mr. President, is PPA also computerized? Are you a beneficiary of our 5.8 billion computerization?
Yes, we are.
Yes, meron po kayong 59 million doon. Apa. Okay. Which should enhance.
Yes, they're within the DOJ family, so therefore they should be a beneficiary of that.
I think in the breakdown, they are a recipient of around 59 million for their ICT project to enhance their information system. It's a policy question, Mr. President. Do you want to be just a passive agency or a proactive agency where you are computerized to the point that you can identify prisoners who could be entitled under the law to apply? Hindi naman natin sinasabing right ito but privilege. But sometimes the lack of information, even the knowledge that you can apply is already a violation of, sabihin na natin, quotation marks, rights, Mr. President.
Oh, you're correct, Your Honor. They want to eventually become what you just mentioned and described very vividly, Your Honor.
And this can only happen if you're, siyempre, technologically savvy or you're assisted by technology. Does your budget reflect the desire? That desire, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a long-term plan to enhance your services through the use of technology, databasing, record keeping?
Yes, Your Honor, and that is headed by Yusek Malvar. There's a plan, Your Honor.
Okay, so
ASEC.
as of the moment, is that plan in writing already? You have a written plan which you can provide my office, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po, kasi we're not touching on the merits of the case of Dr. Agbayani, siyempre, but we are sad for this turn of events, Mr. President. Doktor, kailangan masama na nga nung doctor to population ratio natin, and then ito pa po nangyari, and he's a renowned orthopedic surgeon, Mr. President. Hindi na po natin i-discuss yung merits ng case. Kasi yung complainant naman dito, Mr. President, abogado naman. Kompanyero naman natin, Mr. President. So, at any rate, Mr. President, so we try our best to improve our justice system, and the DOJ family plays a very critical role. And ulitin ko po once again, Mr. President, very approachable naman tong ating the personalities leading the justice sector, the DOJ sector, Mr. President. So, I hope, Mr. President, yung mga pendency na lang, just like yung sa judiciary, tinatanong natin yung aging, pendency ng mga, kasi may mga quasi-judicial din po sila, may mga preliminary investigation pala, may mga appeals to the secretary, so find a way to also not be the subject of the same complaints thrown against the judicial system na mabagal, natutulog ang mga kaso. So, aksyonan po natin whether yes or no, approved, denied, etc. Wag yung tulog yung kaso, puro dribble. You're not a basketball team, you're the justice team, Mr. President. So, you decide one way or the other, Mr. President. So, thank you, and we wish you all the best. Good luck to the DOJ family. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. And
Thank you very much, distinguished Minority Leader, for the many good ideas. But I think we really need to have reforms in our justice system. But definitely the Secretary knows what he wants to do and is aware of his limitations and resources to pursue it, Your Honor. Thank you to distinguished Minority Leader.
Before we recognize Senator Gatchalian, I have to go upstairs and we have some visitors. I'll be right back down. But after the budget is approved, Mr. Sponsor, may we request the Secretary and the NBI and maybe his key aides of the Secretary to meet us in executive session in the back. Well, the other budgets are being heard. We can just discuss certain issues of confidentiality, particularly one that will be taken up later by Senator Bato del Rosa. He's raising his hand. With the permission of Senator Gatchalian, really quick. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Bato del Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we include in the executive session the Bureau of Immigration?
Oh, yes. If they're with us, right? The budget is
Kasama
being
mo sila.
discussed.
Isama natin doon.
Oh, please, it's about the falsified or false documents. Original, authentic documents using fake personalities. I think that's the best way of
Thank you, Mr.
discussing it. So we'll have that after the budget. If it's okay with the Minority Floor Leader? Yes, please. Minority Leader is recognized.
What's the plan, what's your proposal, Mr. President, that while we are deliberating on the budget of the other agencies,
Or we can pause.
we will have
We can pause
Yes.
if you want, because this is very important.
because the
You may want
minority
to
can only
there.
be in one place,
I know. I know.
one time, at one time, Mr. President. So,
Yes, because this is very, very important lang. Anyway, we won't be discussing it much because we'll be discussing localities, places where they're supposedly issuing these documents, and I don't want to put it out in public until we have a full-blown investigation. So,
Yes, Mr.
thank you,
President.
Majority Leader. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr.
Sponsor.
President. At this juncture, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela City, the Vice Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, who will just make a manifestation, Mr. President,
Yes,
no
sir.
other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Our dear colleague from Valenzuela, we were just there this morning administering the oath to your 500 or so SK and barangay officials. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for gracing our occasion and being our solemnizing officer. Mr. President, I won't ask any questions. I just want to, first of all, commend the Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group for doing an outstanding job in rescuing trafficked persons, enforcing our laws in against human trafficking, particularly USEC-T, who is the head of the IACAT, the Interagency Task Force Against Human Trafficking. And I bear witness to this as last Friday, Senator Risa Hontiveros conducted an inspection and a hearing in the latest raid, Pogo raid in Pasay City, wherein they rescued several women who were allegedly trafficked, drawn into prostitution, and also held against their will inside this self-contained sex den, motel, torture chamber, everything in one building, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. And I thank IACAT for being aggressive in the fight against human trafficking. On top of that, Mr. Chairman, to add insult to injury, I remember during the hearing of the DICT and the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center, also, to our surprise, disclosed that the Philippines is ranked second in terms of online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. And there's also a survey that we saw in one of our readings, and this is the Scale of Harm survey by the International Justice Mission and the University of Nottingham Rights Lab, estimates that 471,000 Filipino children were trafficked to produce nude child sexual exploitation material in 2022. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we are ranked second in the whole world when it comes to online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. This is nothing to be proud of. Typically, when you rank high, you become very proud, but in this particular case, it's a damage to our reputation, definitely. And the human traffic victim, just this year alone from Pogo, is already counting at about 4,038 rescued victims just in 2023, Mr. Chairman. So these criminal activities, human trafficking, sexual exploitation of children is real, and it's happening in our country. And hardened criminal syndicates are operating in our country. And these criminal syndicates freely roam within our jurisdiction, Mr. President. And my fear, Mr. President, is these syndicates will transition from trafficking foreign individuals to trafficking our local kababayans, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I actually suggested to our good chairman, Mr. President, to increase the budget of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group. In the NEP, they were allocated 76 million. However, it was reduced in the GAB and also in the committee report by 10 million. And this representation actually suggested to increase the budget of the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Enforcement Group from 76 million to 147 million. And this is to enable them to continue their work in apprehending, in rescuing, first of all, human traffic victims, as well as investigating and as well as curbing online sexual abuse of our minors, Mr. President. So, my appeal to
At the proper time, Your Honor. At the proper time.
Yeah.
Because for this year, we increased their budget by 40 million, from 59 to 99. So at the proper time, we can do the same.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Just to
President.
shorten the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, that's my appeal to increase it to increase their budget from 76 million to 147 million. So again, to enable them to operate and be more aggressive in their responsibilities. And I thank the good chairman for accepting some of our amendments to the budget of the DOJ and the other enforcement group, Mr. Chairman. So that's it, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, gentleman from Valenzuela, Vice Chair of the committee. Definitely, we will look at these amendments because they're very well studied. They're very meritorious, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, may I just also make a short manifestation in relation to what the gentleman from Valenzuela stated a while ago, and I cannot agree more with his statements. I missed that opportunity, or I would say maybe fortunately, I missed that opportunity to visit personally these areas that Pogo syndicates are conducting, itong mga sex dens, torture chambers, etc. Mr. President, in 2019, the number of Pogo or Philippine offshore gaming operators reached a total of 63. But this has since gone down to 34. However, the incidences of Pogo-related crimes continue to rise. Also, Mr. President, in 2019, as a result of our work here in the Senate through your Committee on Labor, an interagency task force was formed to monitor the number of foreign nationals employed in Pogos, which includes the Department of Justice. Yung PAGCOR kasama din po, yung DOLE kasama po, yung SEC, Bureau of Immigration, and other agencies and various special economic zones. Mr. President, given the rise of Pogo-related crimes, we hope that this interagency task force is continuing to do its work, and we give full support. In fact, if there's a need to increase their budget, as stated a while ago by the chairman of the Finance Committee, we are in support of that. In fact, Mr. President, less than 2 weeks ago, October 27, 731 foreigners and Filipinos who are victims of human trafficking were rescued from 2 unlicensed entities, Shashen Technology Corp and Frigo Computer Gaming OPC. Both obtained, Mr. President, both obtained temporary internet gaming licenses under the business name Smart Web Technology. Mr. President, just last week, November 7, 2 Chinese nationals were arrested while 16 women were rescued from prostitution then discovered inside the POGO or the Philippine Offshore Gaming Operator Establishment in Parañaque City. Alos iba't ibang syudad na ho dito sa Metro Manila ay may mga ganito ng insidente. So, Mr. President, we are hoping that the DOJ and its attached agencies continue to be active in its work in holding violators accountable. And last but not the least, bottom line, we have been saying this, parang siramplakan na po tayo, talagang ang POGO walang matinong idudulot sa ating bayan at kailangang itigil na po ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa pagkakataong ito, Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Las Piñas would also make a short manifestation. May I move that she be
Our
recognized?
distinguished
as well?
colleague, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
I just want to ask who's in charge of the closure of the POGOs if they're doing illegal operation.
It's
No.
PAGCOR, Your Honor.
Ours was closed by, not by POPCOR, but by, I think DOJ and
Pag illegal
there
ho,
was a
pwede hulihin ng
POGO,
DOJ.
7 building POGO in Las Piñas which was closed recently, but it's not POPCOR. It's DOJ and the police which closed it.
That was PNP yon, the Anti-Cybercrime
So
Group.
it's not DOJ. So where can I access the report on that?
PNP? Sa PNP po. Sa PNP.
PNP. So, you don't know what happened there, the DOJ?
We'll ask the PNP for a report, Your Honor. Para babalik sila sa Biyernes ho.
Oh,
Para
but-
pagbalik
but
niya sa Biyernes,
parang
meron ng
alam
report
ng
on that.
DOJ ang story noon kasi it was closed and there was prosecution.
After the raid, the PNP sought assistance from the DOJ.
Yeah,
Your
can
Honor.
the DOJ make a report of that, what happened there? Because it's still closed now. Can I know the resource person so I can call him so I will be clarified?
Yusek Nikiti, Your Honor, is here if in
Yeah,
case you want to
okay.
speak to him.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you,
Mr.
distinguished lady from Las Piñas.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, just to put on record, unfortunately, even if we say it is legal or illegal, the fact that it remains a fact, Mr. President, like in this particular case, the smart web technology, meron po silang lisensya from PAGCOR. Tapos, ginagampanan nila itong kung ano-anong illegal activities, ipinasara po sila. Pagkatapos silang ipasara, nagtayo ng bagong kumpanya, hindi na the same company na nakakuha ng lisensya sa PAGCOR, parehong mga tao pa rin, personalidad ang nasa likod. Tapos, mauulit na naman po, Ginoong Pangulo. So, nakakasalukasok, I'm sorry to say that word, a deep Tagalog, na alam na nating bawal, alam na nating puro kalokohan, alam na nating ang dami ng nangyayaring hindi natin gusto, pero still, it exists, Mr. President. Parang wala ho tayong magawa. Unfortunately, even our colleague here, Senator Grace po, delivered a privileged speech. Personal na kakilala na niya yung dinukot at kinidnap. Hindi ko alam, Mr. President, parang what are we waiting for? This is an alarming issue that I think we need to look into. Maybe the DOJ can also make a recommendation. Paulit-ulit na lang po ito. Cycle na lang. And again, no such thing as legal or illegal. Kasi yung mga nahuhuli, legal pa eh. Mayroon pang lisensya ng PAGCOR. And PAGCOR can't even do its job. They have been saying that it's part of their jurisdiction. But unfortunately, it's still a questionable jurisdiction on whether or not PAGCOR can actually issue licenses with these companies. Tapos, hindi din nila ma-regulate, hindi nila magampanan yung pagiging state regulator. So again, I go back to that question, what is really the policy of the state with regard to gambling? Are we the operator or the regulator? Because right now, we are both. So I hope, Mr. President, that this being look into and seriously being considered by the DOJ as an important issue na nakakaapekto sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, Senator Bato de la Rosa, may I be allowed to move that we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa for his interpellations?
Yes, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, good sponsor. Many days ago, may nakasabay ako dyan sa Skyway na siguro mga 30 or more buses filled with mga PDLs ng Bucor. May I know, good sponsor, kung saan papunta yung mga PDLs na yun?
Sa Davao po, to be relocated, yung part of their decongestion project, Your Honor.
Okay, so sa nakita ko, napakarami nun na good sponsor. May we know if anong particular compound nang gagaling yung mga preso na yun? Maximum, medium, or minimum?
Sa maximum po ng Bilibid.
So, does it mean na good sponsor na wala ng tao ang maximum ngayon? Parang naubos yun. Nakita ko, ang dami.
There are 18,000 prisoners there, Your Honor. So, meron pa po.
Meron pa.
Meron pa po.
So, kinlaro ko yan, Mr.
I think the head of the Bucor you can talk with him and get more details after.
Yes. Hinto na ako. Kasi yung aking magiging next question, Mr. President, good sponsor, is that...
You're a vice chair of this committee, Your Honor.
One of my suggestions during the Committee on Justice hearing on the case of Michael Cataruha is the construction of a separate mess hall outside the facilities in order to control knives and sharp objects being brought inside, considering that those who are preparing the food are the people inside the maximum security facility. May we know if there is any funding for this under the proposed budget for 2024? Gagawa tayo ng separate na mess hall sa labas para deliver na lang sana yung pagkain sa loob.
Wala pa ho, but they have a request actually to us to augment their budget, Your Honor.
So, anyway, good
Maybe we
sponsor.
can discuss that
Yes.
in the period of amendments, Your Honor.
Yes, in the proper time, I will move for supporting this program. And next, good sponsor about NBI at saka BI.
Yes, Your Honor.
During the committee hearing of the budget of DOJ, we learned that merong around 10 foreigners na nabigyan ng authentic passport. Ang sabi ng Bureau of Immigration, na-intercept nila ito. And this caused alarm dahil nga national security is involved pagdating sa issue na ito. And the other night's plenary hearing of the budget of DFA, we asked them also about that issue. And they told us that the investigation was already being conducted by NBI. So, without discussing any further details, Your Honor, good sponsor, may we know if meron ng progress yung investigation na ginagawa ng NBI?
It's ongoing, Your Honor. They'll submit it once it's finished, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know,
Anyway,
natanong din ni Senator Bina yon earlier.
magkakaroon man tayo ng executive session later.
Yes, I think
maghingi tayo ng update.
I don't want to reveal what the topic is, but I think maring kasakop na ho ito.
Yes, just a reminder from the Senate President that he would like to request the Secretary, Immigration, and the others, no, to remain after the session, Your Honor.
Thank you, good sponsor. Yun lang.
Thank you.
O,
Thank
okay
you.
lang sa'yo kung yun lang
Thank you, Vice
questions
Chair
mo.
Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe would also like to make a short manifestation. May I move that she be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to say that, of course, I appreciate and I support the DOJ in their efforts, particularly all of the operations that they've done. I know it's very difficult to coordinate also with other agencies, but I would also like to manifest as well that, as our majority leader has pointed out, the POGO situation has really worsened in the past how many years? And even if some of them are licensed and legal, there are still others that are operating under very shady, at the very least, conditions. So I think the committee of Senator Gatchalian, and I would like to thank him, has already come up with a committee report phasing out POGOs with a sunset clause, giving them, I don't know now as it stands, I think 2 years. So I would just like to ask the position of the DOJ, because you are actually in the center of the storm, having to process their cases and then maybe deport others under immigration. What is your position on having POGOs, weighing the social impact and the so-called economic benefits? Are you for the total banning of POGOs at this point?
The DOJ just enforces whatever policy the national government has, Your Honor. I think it's PAGCOR who sets down the policy as to the legalization of POGO. So the DOJ has already been raiding, investigating the illegal POGOs, those without licenses from PAGCOR, Your Honor.
So the POGOs prohibited from giving a personal, and well, not a personal, but department statement on the matter.
Yes, Your Honor. They follow whatever the national government's policy is.
Okay, then I guess we have to fast track here in our chamber. But one last question. I remember somebody from the DOJ, I think the Secretary himself mentioned that when we apprehend or when we rescue certain foreign nationals involved in legal or illegal POGO operations, and the deportation process is a little tedious, because is it true that some of these countries where they're from are not open to getting them back?
That's true, Your Honor.
So what do we do with them?
Well, we have to wait until the foreign country is ready to receive them, Your Honor. Then we discussed this extensively during the committee hearings, Your Honor.
But in the meantime, they're housed.
They're housed, yeah, at our expense, Your Honor.
Well, that's all. I know that our chairman of the Committee on Finance has been working really hard, but I just had to make a stand also on the issue, because we've
thank you.
been studying this for the longest time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr.
Vice Chair
President.
Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, to make a short manifestations, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Sponsor, bago sa aking manifestation of support, kanina gusto ko lang dagdagan yung nabanggit ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, because I myself noticed it many times na foreigner, matanda na, hindi marunong magtagalog, kung meron man, bulol at kukunti lang, and yet Filipino citizen. How did it happen? Maraming beses na po akong nainkwentong ganon ng mga foreign nationals na totally hindi mo magtagalog. Kung meron man parang hindi lang. And then pag tinanong mo, bakit ka naging Filipino citizen? Dito ako pinanganak. Ang susi po dyan, Mr. Sponsor, ay yung late registration. Dapat pag-aralan na mabuti yan. Kung yan ba'y papayagan pa o hindi na. Nag-usap lang kami kanina ni Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel. Sabi niya, we have to plan, we have to come up with some kind of legislation siguro para masilip itong late registration dahil dito nagkakaroon ng problema po Mr. President, kailangan lang ng dalawang witness. Pag halimbawa yung isang bata, pinanganak, all it needs is 2 witnesses. And then, ipapalate register. Matandaan na yung tao. So, paano natin mapatigil itong tinatawag na late registration? Dahil dito po nagkakaroon ng problema. I-register sa PSA. Hindi naman talaga total masisisi rito yung DFA kung tutusin, saka yung immigration because ministerial lamang sila. Doon po talaga ang problema sa PSA. Yan po ay aking konting karagdagan lamang na opinion base po doon sa nabanggit na ni Senator Bato de la Rosa. Anyway, good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon to the honorable sponsor of the budget of the Department of Justice, Senator Sani Angara, colleagues, and the officials of the DOJ and its attached agencies. Yesterday, I manifested my support for the budget of the judiciary because of its critical role in delivering justice and establishing the rule of law. Ang batas po na ginagawa natin dito sa Senado ay walang saysay kung hindi ito patutupad ng ibang sangay ng gobyerno. And the work of the judiciary goes hand in hand with the work of the Department of Justice and its attached agencies. The full justice system entails a strong and independent judiciary and a capable Department of Justice. This year, we have seen a spike in crimes that are to be addressed by the DOJ and its attached agencies. We have drug cases, assassinations of public officials, human trafficking of Filipino going abroad, human trafficking of foreigners brought here in POGO facilities, online scams, missing persons, and detention facility incidents. The list goes on and on. And each of these must be addressed and must not be swept under the rug. The sense of safety and security of the people depend on their confidence on our justice system. Ito bang mga masasamang loob ay kayang hanapin at mahuli? At kapag nahuli sila, may sapat bang ebidensya upang maisampang kaso at maparusahan sila ng korte? At kapag itong mga salarin ay nakulong, sila ba ay nakatakas? It takes all the agencies of the DOJ to fully operate an effective justice system. Now, let me go to some particular concerns that I hope we could address by means of reviewing the proposed budget for the DOJ. First, I support the budget of the NBI because I've seen how helpful they are in pinning down criminals and providing sufficient evidence for our prosecutors to actually bring the cases to court. The NBI is able to trace scamming hubs, human trafficking houses, and child pornography operations. These big-time criminals are really skilled in covering up their tracks, and we have to arm our NBI agents with tools to pin these people down. Although the budget of the NBI already increased in the General Appropriations Bill, or GAB, I noticed that we have failed to properly fund the request of the NBI for the training of new agents, Mr. President. It appears that only 8 million pesos was granted out of the 290 million pesos requested by the NBI for the expenses for the training of new NBI agents. Mr. President, data shows that there are only less than 500 NBI agents working approximately 47,000 cases nationwide. And despite this limited manpower, the NBI has delivered countless of times for the people, whether it is through leads in apprehension of criminals or to the resolution of crimes. We expected so much from the NBI, and they have to deliver. And yet, when it comes to their budget, it seems that they cannot expect much from us. As the premier investigative agency of our country, we must ensure that the NBI is given the appropriate budget so that they can properly and efficiently exercise their mandate. I hope that we will not fail them on this aspect. At the proper time, Mr. President, I will make the appropriate manifestation to ensure that the full 290 million pesos for the training of new agents will be granted to the NBI. I'm also concerned about the rise in financial scammers that take the hard-earned money for people. Working hand in hand with the cybercrime investigation and Coordinating Center, or CICC. I implore upon the NBI to put stop to these operations. Masakit po sa akin tuwing lumalapit po sa ang mga kababayan natin na hindi naman ganong kalaki ang kinikita at hirap na hirap mag-ipon para sa kanilang pamilya, tapos sa isang iglap, mawawala lahat. These people who prey on the weak must be put behind bars. Second, I would like to support the increase in the budget of the Bureau of Corrections. While the bill that I filed providing for CCTVs in detention facilities have yet to be passed, I believe it could already be implemented because we have seen how the security in our detention facilities is problematic. One, the smuggling of goods and dangerous drugs in and out of jails and prisons is prevalent. This is a source of corruption, and more crimes end up happening inside the detention facilities. Two, there are stories of inmates leaving and escaping the jails who are used to commit crimes outside. Three, there are cases of abuse and rape in detention facilities committed by officials and co-inmates. And four, there are the constant riots that happens in our jails. Our detention facilities are intended to rehabilitate our criminals. Instead, it becomes a breeding ground for more crimes, where mild law offenders end up being hardened criminals. There must be a reliable CCTV system in all common areas and all entry and exit points of our detention facilities. Isama na din po natin ang mga detention facility sa NBI. Also, I would like to raise a concern regarding the budget of the personnel in our detention facilities. The lack of people we have handling such a big population of convicted criminals weaken the supervision and control they have over the facility. The Commission on Audit, or COA, has warned the Bureau of Corrections is severely undermanned to properly perform its mandate with a ratio of 1 custodial personnel against 12 to 20 prisoners, a far cry from the ideal ratio of 1:7, as provided under RA number 10575 or the Bureau of Corrections Act of 2013. The Bucor is forced to operate on a 1:95 to 1:279. Again, the Bucor is forced to operate on a 1:95 to 1:279 information personnel to inmate ratio when the recommended balance is 1:24. And finally, as I mentioned already before, I hope that we could look into the meal budget of our detention facilities. The 70 pesos per day budget for their food is inhumane. Hindi naman po makatao yun that we expect them to be nourished by 70 pesos. This small budget for food has forced them to find ways to feed themselves. It leads to corruption. May mga black market po sila doon ng pagkain. May lagay dito, may lagay doon, para makapagpasok ng mga grocery items na binibenta din sa mga kapwa preso. We have to remove this practice, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, I am behind the Department of Justice as an institution of the people, and I will continue to support all their programs in delivering justice to all. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, gentlemen from Sabela and Ilocos. And at the proper time, we can work with him on his proposed augmentations. We'll be happy to do that, Mr. President, Your Honor. But just for the record, in 2020, this committee increased the budget of the NBI by 72.7 million. In 2021, we increased it by 354.39 million. In 2022, we increased it by 356.6 million. And in 2023, we increased it by 650 million. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor. Mr. President, there being no other reservation and for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Justice, Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Corrections, Bureau of Immigration, Land Registration Authority, National Bureau of Investigation, Office of the Government Corporate Counsel, Parole and Probation Administration, Presidential Commission on Good Government, and Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of Department of Justice and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended. budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We now recognize the sponsor, distinguished gentleman from San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, to sponsor the same. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Kuya Jinggoy Estrada, the loving Kuya, and I don't think there is anyone who wants to interpolate. So I saw Bong Revilla earlier, and I don't think he will no longer. Just the manifestation. We'd like to recognize our minority floor leader. And we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy.
Mr. President, before we recognize the minority leader, can I just make an opening statement, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Magandang araw po sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. For the record, ang kabuuang panukalang budget ng Film Development Council of the Philippines para sa susunod na taon ay 215,483,000 pesos. Ang halagang ito po ay mas mababa sa kanilang budget ngayong 2023. Kasama po natin ngayong araw ang FDCP family sa pangunguna ng kanilang chairperson, ang batikang aktor, ang walang kakupas-kupas, at talagang ang collab team po ni Nora Honor na si Tirso Cruz III. And as a member of the movie and entertainment industry, it is my honor to sponsor and defend the budget of this agency. And we are ready to answer queries from our colleagues, Mr. President.
Just some clarificatory, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Is the Film Development Center asking for funding to construct a building?
Yes,
Their office?
yes, Your Honor.
Kargado na po rito sa...
Wala pa po. They are asking for an additional 92 million pesos, Your Honor.
Pending pa po yan, 92, okay, 92
Yes.
million? Okay.
Yes, and for the
Sige po.
information of Your Honor, Senator Robin Padilla has already earmarked 140 million, 150 million last year, Mr. President.
What does that mean? So, for this year's
For
budget...
this year, medyo kulang po.
Nakulangan lang po.
Kulang po ng
So alam ko
92
po,
million.
one of the purposes is to have safe storage space for our film archives.
Yes,
Sige.
you are
So,
correct, Mr.
Ang
President.
naisipan namin ni Mr. Sponsor, Idol Pip, is in the meantime, habang kinukonstruct siguro yung ating building, if we can digitize our film archives, para nasa cloud na rin po sila at whatever happens to the physical tapes or films or rolls, and meron na po tayong
Yes, Your Honor.
digitized version.
Before I entered, when you were not yet here, I had discussed it with the chairperson of the FDCP, and he informed me that they already started digitizing the films. I think they have already completed 21% of the films that are stored at the FDCP building.
So you have it's already a program, and then you have the budget for that program na digitization program.
They're asking for a total of 15 million.
1.5.
Yes, 15 million.
Ayan, at least, so pending pa yan, another pending
Yes.
matter. Huh? But,
Yes, Your Honor.
But nahanapan nyo ng funding kasi naumpisahan ninyo eh. So that means meron kayong nakitaang parang
Siguro.
amount na nagamit ninyo to start the project.
Yes, Mr. President. As a member of the movie industry, maybe we can ask
our colleagues who are also members of the movie industry, namely Senators Padilla, Revilla, and Lapid, and also those who are connected with the movie industry, like Senator Grace Poe, Senator Chis Escudero, and maybe Senator Win Gatchalian. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tama yan. I fully support that.
And of course, my kid brother, Senator JV, maybe he can also help in trying to augment the funds of the FDCP.
As the co-author and sponsor of the Creative Industries Development Bill, I will also be supportive. The film is a part of one of the 9 domains of the creative industry, Mr. President. So we are here to help. So yan lang po. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir. Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we approve the motion, I would just like to also welcome to the Senate distinguished gentleman si Tirso Cruz III. Pinapanood po kita. Nung bata pa po ako, Noranyan po ako kasi yung kasambahay ko noon, Noranyan eh. So naalala ko si Manang Tina. Yan, nanonood kami palagi ng mga pelikula ninyo. At napakagaling kumanta niyan, si Pip. Si Pip.
Mr. Senate President, may I ask how old were you then?
I'm 54 now. I used to be about 8 or 9 years old. This was in 70s. 69 ako eh. So, 1969.
I used to
that
watch his
is-
films when I was only 5 years old, Mr. President.
Grabe, no? Yeah, when 1977, yan, 78, yan talaga sikat na sikat sila noon. Yeah.
Guy and Pip, huh?
Guy and
Together
Pip,
again.
Together again. Yeah. Gagaling kumanta yung mga yan. So it's nice to see him always. It's always, I
Kailan
don't want to
naging-
say nostalgic kasi baka masyadong matanda pag
Naging
nostalgic.
karibal din ho niya yung tatay ko.
Oo nga, oo nga. Tama. So, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Film Development Council of the Philippines is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of a
Mr.
movie.
President, may we have a 1-minute suspension for them to
sure.
vacate the
Sir.
place?
Pwede naman siguro pag wala na magtatanong, Your Honor, baka pwede natin ma-dispense na yung MTRCB.
All right.
Yeah, so, yeah, para walang lal. Sige po, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, again, I move that we consider the budget of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board and acknowledge the presence of its officials led by Ms. Lala Soto, who is with us, the chair, who is with us this afternoon, and the officials. We now recognize again the distinguished Senator Jigo Estrada to sponsor the same
Thank you.
And there's no interpellation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good day to our Senate President, our honorable members of the Senate. I am honored to sponsor the budget of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board. The MTRCB family is present in this august chamber, led by their chairperson, Jurella Maria Lala Soto Antonio. For the record, their proposed expenditure program for fiscal year 2024 is 130,612,000 pesos. 82,793,000 pesos of which, or the entire MOOE, will be sourced from fees and charges levied, assessed, and collected by the agency. Next year's total agency budget is lower compared to their 2023 budget. We are ready to entertain inquiries from our dear colleagues, Mr. President, if there are any.
I believe there are none, no, Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, but the former head of the MTRCB, who's our colleague, would like to have a manifestation. I move
Before I
that
recognize Senator Grace po, I would just like to welcome to the Senate her former home because her father was our Senate President for two Congresses. And after succeeding, of course, the Minority Floor Leader, Senate President Coco Pimentel, no other than Senate President Tito Soto, Tito Sen is fondly called, his daughter, Ma'am Lala Soto. Welcome back to the Senate, and you're always welcome here, ma'am. Our best to your wonderful father. We'd now like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to manifest my support to an agency that I believe is still relevant at this point to remind our countrymen, especially the parents, to provide guidance for the children in terms of their viewing habits. I would also like to say that the MTRCB, from the time I was there, has grown by leaps and bounds. I was surprised to know that they have about 600 million already in their sinking fund,
That is correct, Mr. President.
which I'm afraid they're not able to utilize.
To be exact, Mr. President, they have, as of July 2023, they have 616,164,818 pesos.
That's amazing. So the MTRCB is not really a burden to the government. In fact, when I started, our budget, I believe, was less than 30 million. That's how we started. And so maybe
So you think,
just a...
Senate, Ms. Soto is better than you and you were chairman.
Well, I'm sure she's better in a lot of ways. So I would like to thank her also for her leadership. But I would also like to remind the MTRCB to be firm with the closed caption law. I noticed that a lot of networks haven't fully complied yet. And we're one of the few countries, well, maybe not one of the few, but we're one of the countries that have not, that does not give the option for a closed caption, not just for the hearing impaired, even for the elderly to understand. And I know that you've exempted the news, but I think the news is more, it's actually more important for news outlets or the broadcast news to have closed caption. So anyway, so that's it. I would just like to congratulate in advance and to manifest again my support.
Thank you, my colleague, Senator Grace.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, which is seeking the floor, you know.
Yes, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano of the City of Taguig is recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Senate President, Chairman, and the brother of the Chairman, sa MTRCB family. Isang ano lang, with your permission, Mr. President, may I ask Senator Jinggoy if I can just
Gladly,
speak
Mr.
about
President.
one concept lang. No? So, during the time na TV, radio lang, ang means natin ng mass media, of course, newspapers, parang very clear ang opinion, di ba? Kaya nga may opinion page, the majority opinion, the minority opinion. And then yung influence, of course, ng pelikula at saka ng TV. And of course, that was also a golden age for Philippine movies, di ba? Pagpunta ka ng Malaysia, Thailand, makikita mo talaga yung mga pelikula, whether it's VHS or Betamax or CDs noon, no? So, the MTRCB, despite any criticisms, did a good job during those time na pag-aralan yung contemporary cultural values natin. Di ba? So, hindi naman todo conservative na pipilitin mo na eto lang ang pwede, na, di ba? Hindi naman umaabot ng censorship, pero hindi naman parang bahala ka na. Bahala ka na, di ba? Na parang anything you show, any kind of language, any kind of action is okay. So the problem is, after digital media and then ngayon sa internet, parang nawalan ng, if I can use the word, control.
Yes.
And of course, others don't want any control kapag ka mass media. And I remember si Senator Joel Villanueva and I, first rally in SM Mega Mall ata tayo, Brad, nun, di ba? Majority Leader. Nag-rally tayo sa Mega Mall because SM announced that they will not be showing our movies anymore. And nag-rally kami, ikaw correct ko ha, finifilm tayo ni Brother Senator Robin, nag-rally kami hindi dahil galit kami at gusto namin manood ng R. Lahat po gustong manood ng R, pati X-rated. But naglalaban ang spirit mo at saka ang laman mo. So nag-rally kami to support SM na hindi pala totoo na kailangan parating violence at parating sex para kumita, di ba? The irony during that time is that I remember bago yung mga video ng sex videos ng mga Biba Hot Babe. Ang mahirap nun, pag nag-speech kami sa Congress ni Brother Joel, lalong binibili. Kasi lalong na-intriga di ba? Pag sinabi, grabe na to, kung ano-ano na pinapakita, kung ano-ano ng sexual post. Yung mga nakikinig, lalong bibili. Eh yung purpose nga namin na pagsasabi is that pabayaan mo muna mag-develop ang young teenager till they're 18 or 21 before they make their own decisions. Because if they get pregnant before 18 or before 21, limited na ang choices nila, no? So, sorry for the long context, but I was just going to ask na since nakikita ko nandun sa MTRCB ngayon, yung heart na yon, yung heart na maging guardian ng values ng ating youth, di ba? Baka they'd like to make a study regarding the MTRCB law. No, I know it's too controversial kung sasabihin ko magkaka-censorship na sa internet, but there are countries that block certain sites in the internet, di ba? Brother Robin will be more familiar with the Arab states, for example, na pagka pagka sobrang graphic, di ba? Can I just tutuldukan ko lang yung point ko, no? Kasi even during our time, Senator, di ba, during those times na ano man tawag ng mga pene movies, di ba, they're colloquial,
Telenovela.
di ba, colloquial
Term.
nung high school tayo, X-rated, triple X, di ba, o whatever. O, yung disciplinary officer namin,
Bill yun, Teo? Tingnan mo yung bill ni Senator Robin.
yung disciplinary officer namin sa Lasal Alabang, siya ang pinaka may malaking collection ng X-rated kasi lahat ng kanyang i-confiscate, mukhang hindi rin tina-turn over. Nandun. But I'm making light of it, but given yung paglaganap ng AIDS, paglaganap ng teenage pregnancy, paglaganap ng drugs, paglaganap ng or let me put it a different perspective. Remember in the 60s, 70s, yung mga sigarilyo, they were free to advertise. And first, in-advertise nila yung sigarilyo na talagang pag macho ka, sisigarilyo ka. Later on, they found out ang laking market ng women, so they started marketing na pag babae ka at naninigarilyo ka, cool ka. So we would grow up thinking na cool manigarilyo. Then of course, people like Juan Flavier came and launched the Yossi Kadiri and all the studies came na mali pala. No? So sa akin, it's not more of censorship, but more while people are young, we give them the right idea and the right information, then they can make their choices later on. The problem is, so let's say when we were young, yung usual na wag kang kumain na yung elbow mo na sa mayasa, don't talk with your mouth full. Some parents allow you to watch TV, some hindi. Pagkakain tayo, you face it. But for example, sa cellphone, wala talagang ethics ngayon eh. Even the teachers don't know what to teach eh. Di ba na when I'm talking to Senator Jinggoy like this, is it permissible for me to browse my cellphone? Eh baka naman, I'm not browsing text message, nandun naman yung notes ko. So pag kinorek niya ako, di ba, when I'm in church, so nung una, ayaw ng mga pastor, ayaw ng mga pare, nung digital Bible, pero ngayon, digital Bible na eh. So I do not hear the priest and pastors or imams already say na, I don't know the imams, brother, kasi hindi naman ako nakapasok pa during pagsamba, no? But nung araw, they keep saying, di ba, pag nasa church ka, tago mo naman ang cellphone mo, focus ka on the Lord. But ngayon, ang daming nagba-Bible at nagdo-notes na sa cellphone. So I'm just saying, it's a more confusing time. And I tell this with very much solemnity because Saturday morning, we woke up to a tragedy in Taguig. There were 2 high school students. Ini-investigate pa, pero possible suicide. And apparently, they even documented yung journey led to that. And we were so concerned kasi pag pinanood mo yung sa news sa US, usually may copycat. So pag wala kang sinabi, it will not express the devastation of the community, the school, and the parents. Pag may sinabi ka naman, baka mabasa ng copycat. So we were just speaking about that. Tapos meron naman 26 years old na nag-suicide naman yesterday, also being investigated. So obviously, all these funny things on TV, on social media, is our way ng outlet. Pero tapos na yung COVID, pero hindi pa tapos yung pandemic sa mental health. No, so let me stop there and just encourage MTRCB that as you look at basically film and television, I would encourage you to make a study, and kung kailangan ng pondo for that study and international or local experts, di ba? To look at contemporary Filipino values that we can agree on, and then look nga in the new digital media, or even kahit hindi sa TikTok, Facebook, let's say Amazon, Netflix, HBO, di ba? So are they allowed na kahit anong ipakita? And di ba, for example, nung generation namin, yung Godfather, a lot of parents hanggang ngayon, or lolo na ngayon, or wala na ngayon, parang, kontrabida yan criminal yan. Pero people argue, hindi, may lesson. Kita mo nung huli, they all died devastated and they lost and everything, di ba? But there are some, kasi ngayon na, halimbawa, babastusin ng parents, wala naman point sa movie or anything. It just shows na binabastos. So some young people think it's okay not to honor your parents. So I'm not even talking about the Ten Commandments. I'm not talking about the Quran. I'm not talking about any religious book. I'm just talking about contemporary and traditional Filipino values that we always honor our parents. We cannot, even if we disagree, hindi mo mumurahin yung iyong magulang. But pag may napanood kasi sila na okay lang yon, di ba? And then may tampo ka sa magulang mo, nangyayari. So, thank you for this few minutes, Mr. President, and I hope, this next year you would consider studying or doing something in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And as chairman, I sincerely appreciate the valuable insights given to us by the gentleman from Taguig. And I think the MTRCB family is listening, and I'm certain that they will seriously consider and study the valid suggestions and recommendations of our colleague here, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. And indeed, I agree with Senator Cayetano that the MTRCB is operating on a relatively old law and will not be able to address the challenges of the modern times and the digital age. And we will ensure that the MTRCB will furnish the good senator, the concerned Senate committee, with the results of the study that they will conduct. And I just received an information that several of our colleagues had already filed a resolution to expand the powers of the MTRCB. I think it was filed by Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and the title of the measure is an act strengthening and expanding the mandate, capabilities, and organizational structure of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, or the MTRCB, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1986. And I do not have any idea if Senator Robin Hood Padilla has already conducted a hearing.
So that's why he was smiling, and
The status of the bill is that he already conducted a hearing, and the technical working group is working on it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senate President, I saw him smiling when I was mentioning it. So I guess because that he already thought of it, and so tonight you will feel wonderful tonight that you're doing your job. One last insight lang, Mr. President.
Yes,
and
Mr. President.
when we finish the budget, diba, they might want to consider putting a little bit of money, or we might want to consider for that study. I don't know if it's a secret, or I think among the people naman sa entertainment alam nito, that one of the secrets of ABS-CBN in their teledramas, novelas, is that they had an ongoing deep research of communities na alam talaga nila yung, so for example, kung sabihin mo yung bote ng beer, iba ang yabang ng nasa DNE na ilang case yan, at iba yung nasa ANB na ganito, di ba, travel and everything. So ako, I wouldn't mind really MTRCB having a research arm, because it's really difficult. I mean, hindi naman pwede kung sino chairman, values niya. Di ba? So hindi man pwedeng pagka very liberal yung chairman, bahala na kayo lahat ng gusto nyo. Pag very conservative, eto. So, but we do have to have a standard, and siguro the first standard is the Philippine Constitution, who makes mention of the Lord Almighty sa preamble pa lang, di ba? But another would be probably research, di ba? Na as you get the data from the communities, it might even help the filmmakers. Baka yung ibang filmmakers, ang tingin nila, ang gusto lang tao, violence at saka sex. Pero pag nakita nila, they're lonely for those, like ako pagka-Christmas, gustong-gusto ko yung mga movies ng mga small town na White Christmas sa US na may romantic twist and everything, and then it's all about family and about pagkakagalit na nagkakabati-bati, di ba? But you don't really know kasi trial and error din yung sa film. So I really wouldn't mind, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, if they had a good amount, no, a few millions for a research project or a continuing research project to keep themselves updated, para hindi rin tayo nanghuhula, para alam din nila na sa Mindanao, more ganito yung kanilang sentiment, at importante sa Mindanao, let's say peace. Kasi tayo dito, we take peace for granted, di ba? In Metro Manila, it's more of peace and order, yung mga criminal, but like in Mindanao, with their history, Visayas naman, isla-isla, no? So, I mean, a 10, 15 million or 1 million budget a month for continuing research, I think will go a long way in guiding the MTRCB. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I totally agree with the statements made by Senator Cayetano, and hopefully the MTRCB will consider putting up their own research arm in the succeeding years and include the same in their annual budget. And maybe the chairperson of the MTRCB is listening right now. Maybe we can ask Senator Cayetano to be one of your consultants, having been giving us a valuable insights. And I think mas may alam pa siya kaysa sa mga taong miyembro ng industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Kaya siguro kailangan natin na yung kanyang mga insights sa MTRCB. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, Majority
Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to just make a short manifestation and perhaps just pose one or two questions, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd like to, first of all, manifest our support to the budget of MTRCB under the leadership of Chairperson Lala Soto Antonio, who is a very good friend of mine. We agree with Senator Alan Cayetano when he made mention that indeed we need a censorship body with clear and reasonable censorship guidelines rooted in Filipino values. We need a strong regulator that is committed to ensuring that values, Filipino values, are preserved and promoted, and all movies and TV shows have content that are suitable for public consumption, Mr. President. Hindi yun naman kasi pwede lahat na lang pwede. Ba, i-allow na lang lahat. And that's why, despite the fact na may mga hindi natutuwa sa ginagawa ni Chairperson Lala in ensuring that the shows that are allowed to be exhibited are proper, especially during hours when our young people, our young kids are watching, wala ho tayong pakialam sa kanila. We wanted to place on record that we are in full support of you, ma'am. And you have to keep on doing that because otherwise, wala nang gagawa po nito. Unfortunately, with the emergence of social media and parang wala na hong bawal lahat eh. Lahat pwedeng gawin. Lahat ng gusto mong gawin sa buhay ngayon pwede. Masakit man isipin, even some of the laws that we passed here, for example, yung vaping, when we passed that law, lahat kami dito nagkasundo na bawal i-promote sa bata, 100, 200 meters away from school, bawal na yung mga promo girls, etc., bawal ang mga flavors. Pero after passing the law, wala na ho. Wala na rin pong walang pakundangan na binabaliwala yung mga batas na ipinasa natin. Sa usapin ng anti-porno, Mr. President, and I'm glad that Senator Cayetano made mention about it, he was talking about an incident probably about 20 years ago in SM Mega Mall. And even then, Mr. President, until now, I cannot say that we were able actually to accomplish a lot of things because it has worsened. It's probably because also of our, parang normal na pupwede kang, diba? Meron nga ngayon na app sa telepono. Right now, I can register, I can watch whatever I wanted to watch. Walang magre-regulate, walang pipigil sa akin. Dati, yung isabong, in 5 minutes, nakaregister ka, pwede ka nang tumaya. Ang dami yung nagpakamatay sa amin dun sa Bulacan dahil nalulun sa isabong. May pulis na ng hold up nung in-interview, may utang na siya na 500,000. May 16, 14 years old dun sa Davao, nalulun din sa isabong. Walang walang nag-take the cudgels of really looking after our moral fibers, kung saan pinagmamalaki natin yung katangian natin bilang mga Pilipino na hindi bastos, marespeto, hindi feeling entitled sa lahat ng bagay. And I think MTRCB is playing a significant role, and that's why I'm supporting the committee report being pursued by our dear colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, na magkaroon ng mas malawak na saklaw. I also support the idea of having a research arm. Kasi Mr. President, sa nangyayari po sa ating kapaligiran, nakakalimutan na minsan kung ano yung pinanggalingan natin. And babanggitin ko yung sinasabi ng matatanda sa amin sa Bulacan, ang hindi daw lumingon sa pinanggalingan, hindi makakarating sa paroroonan. Parang nagiging cliche na lang, parang hindi ka na cool pag marespeto ka. Dapat bastos ka para pakinggan ka, parang nagiging cool ka, ganun. So if there's a show or anything that promotes such kind of ridiculous and wicked form of characteristics na hindi naman sa atin, hindi Pilipino, sino pa yung sisita? And so, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, yung question ko lang siguro na ipopose is, ano ba talagang difference ng censorship at saka classification? Kailan ba pumapasok na censorship na? Or talagang classification lang? And walang exempted ho dito. Perhaps a lot of people would think I come from a religious family and kung ano yung pinaniniwalaan ko, dapat paniwalaan po ng lahat. Hindi po. I will never espouse on that kind of attitude because we have all the right to our faith. We have all the right to free speech. We have all the right to have our own religion. Ano yung paniwalaan natin. Pero hindi naman ho dapat at the same time ay magkaroon din ako ng karapatan, for instance, na bastusin ko yung ibang reliyon. Nabastusin ko yung paniniwala ng ilang sektor of our society. Hindi rin ako dapat bigyan ng VIP treatment, Mr. President, na dapat ako, dahil majority ng Pilipino shares the same aspirations and beliefs and faith, dapat ako lang yung masunod. Hindi po. Ang point ko lang, Mr. President, dapat may nangangalaga sa ating kaugalian, sa ating binanggit ni Senator Alan Cayetano, yung kahalagahan ng ating preamble, and I will state it again. We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of the Almighty God. Who is this God that we are referring to? Why are we saying that we need or we are imploring the aid, the help of the Almighty God? Because we know for a fact that at the end of the day, we believe that all of us, there's bigger things and issues bigger than us, bigger than our communities, bigger than our families. And that is our heritage, that is our culture as Filipinos. And that's why we need to value and protect Filipino values in this country. So again, let me again state for the record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague sponsoring the measure and our Chairperson Lala Soto Antonio, and my good friend, my basketball buddy, Tirso Cruz III. Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I commiserate with the good majority leader in his concerns, and we would like to place on record some of the programs of the MTRCB related to this. Ang programang Matalinong Panonood sa Pamilyang Pilipino is one of the MTRCB's flagship project or activity, which started during the leadership of our dear colleague and former MTRCB chair, Senator Grace Poe. That is an information dissemination advocacy campaign that aims to empower the Filipino family and each and every one of its members on how to properly utilize the rating classification system. And I was informed by the chairperson, Ms. Lala, that before the enactment of MTRCB, before it came into light, there was a board of censors that usually cuts the film. Ngayon, itong MTRCB, hindi po nagpuputol ng pelikula. Kung hindi, they only classify and rate these movies that are submitted to the MTRCB. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I recognize our distinguished colleague to make a short manifestation, Mr. President, we are glad and blessed to be visited by Mr. Charlie Suarez, who is now with us in the gallery, our world boxing champion. We'd like to recognize him, Mr. President. Thank you. And congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Mr. President, may I move that we recognize our distinguished colleague from the province of Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang aming lakan at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong magpasalamat kay Senator Alan Cayetano at kay Senator Joel Villanueva sapagkat nabigyan po kaagad ng, kumbaga, jet fuel itong aking committee report sapagkat sa inyo pong mga iminungkahi, ang lahat po ng pagod na ginawa ng chairwoman ng MTRCB, magmula po nang siya ay naupo, siya po ay palagi ang unang bisita sa opisina at hindi po siya nagsasawa na i-follow up itong panukala na ito na inilatag po ng tatlong, ilang beto? 5 na mga masugid na mga senador, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Tolentino, Senator ang inyo pong lingkod, Senator Lapid, at Senator Estrada. At ito pong mga senador na ito ay tunay po na naglalakad at talaga pong nakikipaglaban upang ito pong panukala na ito, strengthening and expanding the mandate, capabilities, and organizational structure of the movie and television review and classification. Classification, malinaw po yun, board, hindi po censorship. Amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1986. Muli po, ako po ay bumabati lang sa atin pong napakasipag na chairwoman at sa ibinigay pong tulong ni Senator Alan at ni Senator Joel Villanueva. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat.
Mr. President, Senator Francis Tolentino is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, who is also in the movie industry. Because he used to produce the Metro Manila Film Festival.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President.
when he
that's
was
why-
president, when he was the chairman of the MMDA, he was the chairman of the Metro Manila Film Festival. Mr.
Sumasakay
President.
sa float yan.
Yes, Mr.
Your
President.
Honors.
That's why I'm trying to, I sought the floor because I'm trying, I just recalled my association with that measure filed by Senator Padilla, and I now recall my brief participation as well as my relevance then in having been part of the movie industry in a short period of time, not just for the Metro Manila Film Festival, but for the Cell Phone Film Festival, for the Indie Films Festival, and for the International Indie Films Festival, which I initiated half a decade ago, Mr. President. So I support this initiative as well as the upgrade and the immediate passage of the budget proposal for the MTRCB, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino, for your support sa budget ng MTRCB.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to add something more, Mr. President. I
Yes,
move
our
that he be
distinguished
recognized.
colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Opo, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, na gusto ko lamang din pong banggitin na ang lahat po ng aming mga inisyatibo, yaan po ay inumpisahan lahat ni Senator Grace po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm sure everyone's waiting for this motion, and because there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of Movie and Television Review and Classification Board to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I would just like to congratulate the men and women of the MTRCB because napapanood ko yung ano ninyo. Ma'am Lala, napapanood ko yung commercial ninyo eh. Yung mga Kiko the Explorer, di ba? Ano ba papanoorin ng mga pamilya? It's very catchy. My kids like that, to watch that. Before they watch the film, yan ang pinapalabas nila. And it explains the ratings, di ba? Yung R rating, general patronage. Maganda siya, very clear and concise. So congratulations. Because I'm old school. I'm still an old school movie buff. Once a week, dinadala ko yung mga anak ko to the cinema to watch movies. So, it's iba eh. Iba yung napapanood mo na sa TV, iba talaga yung experience na napapanood mo sa pelikula, sa malaking movie house. So, let's continue supporting that. Let's continue promoting that. So, there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the movie... meron pa ba? Ay, sige. Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, just to pursue the point of Senator Padilla. The power of the MTRCB is to classify, just so that we could all understand it. Not to censor, not to cut anything. In fact, if you identify something as R18, syempre yung producer, ayaw yun, gusto niya, wider audience, para mas malaki ang kita, hindi kayo yung puputol, sila ang puputol. Would that be correct?
Sila po mag-adjust.
Sila nga yung puputol kung may puputulin man.
Yes.
Not the MTRCB.
Not the MTRCB.
But the MTRCB will say, ano to eh, R18 to because of these scenes. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Now, legally, can someone publicly exhibit an X-rated film in the Philippines?
No, Your Honor.
Because of what law?
Anti-pornography.
Under Presidential Decree number 1986, Mr. President.
Entitled?
Creating the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board and the implementing rules and regulations. No, the title is Creating the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
So the power, the legal basis not to allow the public showing of X-rated films is in the charter of the MTRCB, not in a separate law?
Yes, it is within the charter, Mr. President, of the MTRCB.
And there is no separate law, Mr. President, Your Honor?
I don't think so.
I believe there is. I believe there is, Mr. President, and that would be the stronger basis.
Can you please
According to the
enlighten this?
Secretariat, is Republic Act
7610?
9775.
9775?
Yeah.
Again,
but this is child pornography, anti-child pornography.
Yes, Mr. President, I stand corrected. It is Republic Act 9775. What is the title? Anti-Child Pornography Act.
So pag hindi child,
Pag lolo, wala na manunod. Kakadiri.
no, the point I'm driving at, Mr. President, is if the charter of the MTRCB gives it the power to classify, it's simply implementing a provision of existing law to ban, for example, X-rated films from being publicly shown. Because when they classify it as X, then it falls under the special law, then it cannot be publicly exhibited. Would
Yes.
that be a correct statement, Mr. President?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Your Honor. And given that the title of the charter itself says Movie, Television, Radio Classification Board, the MTRCB does not have power over the Internet.
No. No.
Who has power over the Internet, Mr. President, Your Honor, if any?
Maybe it is the DICT, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I don't think it is in the mandate of the ICT to classify or say that certain sites, and I don't even think they have the competence, if at all, to say that certain sites should not be allowed in the Philippines.
Well, according to the chairperson of the MTRCB, the DICT can take it down if there are complaints, Mr. President.
Yes, the DICT has the power and authority to take it down, but who gets to decide?
Maybe they will assess, Mr. President. Maybe the secretary or his subordinates.
The point I'm
We'll have
driving
to
at,
assess.
Mr. President, is that is not within the core competence of the DICT, and I think at some point in time, the MTRCB should be brought into the picture,
That is-
either via the bill of Senator Padilla or by an amendment to their charter.
That is why there is a bill filed by some of our colleagues headed by Senator Padilla to expand the powers of the MTRCB.
To
Mr.
include
President. To include that, Mr. President.
And one last point, Mr. President, Your Honor. The issue pertaining to suspension of certain shows because of certain
Showtime,
conduct
Mr.
or words
President.
stated. I'm sorry, Mr.
Showtime?
Yes, specifically. Just to clarify, since that particular show is considered GP, right? So
PG,
if
PG.
PG?
Parental guidance.
PG siya?
Yes.
Since it's PG, that they violated the PG status was the reason for the suspension. Would that be correct?
I see the chairperson nodding, Mr. President.
It's not because of the power really to sanction certain conduct, but the fact that the classification given by MTRCB was violated by that particular scene, word, or act. That would be a correct interpretation?
That particular scene, act, and others. And among 11 other cases.
So a
Mr.
solution,
President.
if at all, would be, if that would be persistent, then a new classification can be, correct me if I'm wrong, given, and viewership limited. Is that an option on the part of MTRCB?
Well, according to the charter of the MTRCB, you're automatically PG if you are shown live on TV, Mr. President.
Because you cannot control what's going to go on.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President.
Understood, Mr. President. We learned something new today. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, and I'd like to thank the MTRCB family. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, Mr.
Yes,
Majority
Mr.
Floor Leader.
President, and may I just move for the previous question, Mr. President, to close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the movie and Television Review and Classification Board.
There
Be
being no
submitted
objection
for
to
the body's consideration.
the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the MTRCB's budget is deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by the chairperson himself, Chairperson Marius Corpus. And we'd like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized to sponsor the budget of the GCG and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are presenting for the approval of the body the proposed 2024 budget of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations, or the GCG. The total new appropriations of the GCG for fiscal year 2024, as proposed by your Committee on Finance, is 202,765,000. This is the same amount that was proposed by the Department of Budget and Management under the National Expenditure Program and by the House of Representatives under the General Appropriations Bill. The proposed budget for 2024 is 51% lower than the appropriations in 2023, which is equivalent to a reduction of 209,936,000. The whole GCG family, led by its chairperson, Marius Corpus, is present here today. Mr. President, we are ready to reply to the questions from our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our sponsor mentioned the level of the budget of GCG at 202 million for next year. Is it higher or lower than this year's budget for
It's
GCG?
lower, Mr. President.
Lower? By how much?
Lower by 209,936,000.
Okay, can we get an explanation as to nangalahati po bale, nangalahati. So what programs, activities and projects of the GCG might be affected with this tremendous reduction, Mr. President?
Well, first of all, the personal services, it was reduced by 114,291,000. The MOE was reduced by 66,245,000, and the capital outlay with zero budget, it was reduced from the 2023 GAAT of 29,400,000.
Sige po, siguro we will assume yung capital outlay baka built na or
Yes.
procured na.
The
whatever.
reason, if I may
yes,
add,
Papa.
Mr. President, the reason for the reduction of the personal services
Yes.
is that there was a low utilization rate, Mr. President. The following items significantly contribute to the observed decrease of budget of the GCG. First is the budget for the compensation position classification system amounting to 48 million is only proposed once every 3 years. The budget for the CPCS is not included in the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. And the basis of the budget for the personal services is the actual filled position of the Governance Commission as of April 28 of 2023, as compared to the 100% filled plantilla position of GCG for 2023. And the entire budget for the capital outlay of this commission was cut in the proposed 2024 budget, Mr. President.
Hindi, ilan po yung authorized positions ng GCG at ilan po yung field nila, Mr. President?
The authorized positions, ilan yung authorized positions? The authorized position, according to the chairperson, is 236.
And then field?
Unfilled. The filled positions are 106, Mr. President.
So, taken against them yun, bale? Because the reduction.
Yes, that is why the DBM only approved
Kaya nga.
the 106 filled positions. And they are currently hiring, they are currently hiring personnel for the unfilled position. And that is why there might be a problem for next year's budget kasi nga hanggang dito na lang kasi tataas yung
Tataas.
kanilang PS.
Meron po
dahil-
MPBF. Meron naman po MPBF. Meron tayong MPBF items sa
Oh, yes,
budget.
yes, yes.
Apo. So, the GCG is under new leadership. Tama? So,
Yes,
okay. So, hindi natin sila
he was appointed August 4 of this year,
Sige
Mr.
po.
President, replacing. And the commissioners, how many commissioners do they have? They have 3 commissioners.
Can we get the names of all the new leaders of GCG? Ano po?
The chairperson is former undersecretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government, Mr. Marius Corpus. And the the commissioners are Attorney Brian Keith Hosaka and Attorney Geraldine Marie Berberabe Martinez. Nasaan? Geraldine? Is she here? Sino isa? That's it, Mr. President.
3 of them. Oo nga, tatlo. Okay.
One chairperson and 2 commissioners.
Yes, okay. Ms. Berberabi was here earlier.
Yes, I think she had to go to
I saw her.
Malacanang,
Yes, I saw.
Your Honor.
Okay, so what was this? So, sabi nga ni Senator Chis kanina, we learn at least one new thing every day. Ano po yung sinabi ng sponsor na it is a part of PS but funded every 3 years? Ngayon lang po ako naka-encounter na. What is that, Mr. President?
The CPCS, this is the
What is that?
budget for the compensation and position classification system. Your Honor.
Do all the agencies get that, Mr. President? Compensation for
All GOCCs. All GOCCs, Your Honor.
And then it's budgeted every 3 years. Parang cycle siya for the GOCCs. Because why every 3 years? What is it for? What is that item for?
It is only the GCG because the law requires them to review every 3 years the compensation and position classification system, Mr. President.
This is the amount. This is the amount you need to perform that particular mandate. Malaki din po I mean, 60 million po ba yan?
48?
Ha?
48 million,
48
Mr. President.
million. Malaki din po. So to review, kasi itong GCG, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, parang nagsuscoring yan parang
Yes.
may report card ang mga GOCCs,
They
ginigrade na
evaluate,
nila.
Your Honor.
Kaya nga, dapat model, din kayo you're a model agency. Kaya wag kayong 200 plus ang authorized ninyo, tapos ang field ninyo 100 plus lamang. Kasi baka pag i-grade naman kayo ng ibang ahensya, kayo naman po ang lumagapak sa inyong report card, Mr. President. So just be conscious of that. Alam ko you grade it. What is that purpose? You grade them so that they can implement their financial parang bonuses or what?
For their performance-based bonus according to
Ayun,
the chairperson, Mr.
So you
Mr.
grade
President.
them pagka pumasa, then if they have a plan for a performance-based bonus, they can implement it, execute it. Pag hindi pumasa, they cannot do it.
Well, they have to submit it to the commission for their approval, Mr. President.
Do you approve the terms of the performance-based bonus, but I think you also assess the performance of the GOCC per some criteria that you set. Is that correct? Ganon.
Well, I see the chairperson nodding. I think he agrees.
Yes,
with your
yes,
statement,
that's how
Mr.
I
President.
understand what they do. Okay, how many GOCCs are under the jurisdiction of the GCG?
82,
Subject to that grading or report submission process, Mr. President? 100.
We have 118 GOCCs.
Okay. How
Mr.
many are
President.
complying with your system of reportorial requirements?
77. Where?
yung tunto entry, natanong ko na. Yan yung decrease, di ba? Okay. Balikan na lang.
Well, according to the chairperson, Your Honor, 98.71% or 78 GOCCs with complete and compliant submissions have been issued authorization to implement the CPCS as of October 25 this year, Mr. President.
So yung mga, those who are, no, are the other GOCCs not complying or not passing? They are submitting reports but they are not passing to your criteria. 118 ba GOCCs? 118. Matadagdagan na isa.
Ito. Okay, what about those non-compliant?
Yan ang akin.
What's PBB? PBB? Dito yung channel 2. Performance based. No sanction, okay. Well, Your Honor, there are 82 GOCCs that have complied, and the rest have not complied. And there is no law or specific sanction, Mr. President, to those non-compliant agencies.
Pero may effect sa kanila.
Yes, of
right?
course.
Okay.
They will not be eligible. They will not be eligible for the PBB or the performance-based bonus, Mr.
Kahit may plano silang gawin yun, magiging illegal if they implement it without complying with
Yes,
the,
you are
with
correct,
the law.
Mr. President.
Okay, so at least alam nila na meron pong effect. Okay. Hindi ba kayo nadagdagan ng isa pa to be subject to your jurisdiction? Is the Maharlika Investment Corporation
Yes,
supposed to be a GOCC under? Is that counted sa 118 or will make it 118 plus 1?
Not yet, Mr. President.
So even that Maharlika Investment Corporation will have to submit the reports if should they have a performance-based bonus. Actually, nasa law, meron eh.
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct.
Can the GCG, is the GCG more than just receiving and evaluating the report submitted to you? Do you also concern yourselves with making sure that the functions, the transactions of a special creature like the Maharlika Investment Corporation would be more transparent and understandable by the public, Mr. President?
Mr. President, once the Maharlika Investment Corporation is operationalized, the corporation will be subject to the performance, the transparency, and disclosure requirements of the Governance Commission. Sections 3M and 4, number 4 of Republic Act 10149, subject GFIs under GCG's oversight to ensure financial viability, fiscal discipline, good governance, and extraordinary diligence over the care of state rights and GOCC assets. GCG, in the performance of its duties under Section 5C of RA 10149, actively exercises state ownership rights in GOCCs through the institutionalization of a performance evaluation scorecard. The GCG has partnered with the Asian Development Bank to capacitate its key personnel on understanding and monitoring the management of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. President.
Yes, ito kasing Maharlika Investment Corporation is one of its kind GOCC. First time we were attempting to form a Sovereign Wealth Fund, and we did not form a Sovereign Wealth Fund. Okay, we retained the phrases or the phrase Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yet, this is a fund where we allow private sector to invest, and we allow foreigner private individuals also to invest. So this is a very special kind of creature. Will the GCG subject the Maharlika Investment Corporation to special rules or just the regular run-of-the-mill rules of the GCG applicable to the rest of the 118 GOCCs, Mr. President? Ano yung kaya performance evaluation yung kanila, no?
Mr. President, that is why this GCG had partnered with the ADB to formulate possible rules and regulations that will be applicable to the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, medyo give this some special attention and study. Kasi this is supposed to be ano ba to, yung to generate funds, meant to generate funds, but then it also to implement developmental projects na walang return. And then you will perform a performance evaluation of such a corporation, which is run already supposed to be by the best minds in the financial industry, Mr. President. So, are we sure the GCG can evaluate the performance of such a group of people, Mr. President?
Well, under the law that we passed, it's called now the Republic Act 11954, the establishment of the Maharlika Investment Fund, there is a joint congressional oversight committee, and there shall be created a Maharlika Investment Fund Joint Congressional Oversight Committee to oversee, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of this act. The MIF-JCOC, or the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee, shall be composed of 7 members, each from the House of Representatives and the Senate. And the role of the GCG in the operations of the Maharlika Investment Corporation is that Sections 3 and 4 of RA 1049 or 10149 or the GCG law subject GFIs under GCG's oversight to ensure financial viability, which I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, fiscal discipline, good governance, and extraordinary diligence over the care of state rights and GOCC assets.
Siguro you have metrics that you use, mga ganon? Ratio and proportion, mga ganon? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President, the performance evaluation scorecard.
Scorecard, kaya yun yung composed of formula, ganun, formulas. Okay. Sige po, so we are here to support the GCG kasi very critical yung nature, yung inyong tasks, especially now that we all admit that the Maharlika Investment Corporation is under your jurisdiction. So is there a wish list from the GCG, Mr. President?
Yes, there is, Mr.
Magkano pong
President.
total ang gusto nila?
May wish list yan. Sana? Ito?
I-note natin magkano, tsaka para saan. Sa banggatin naman ng chairman. Para saan. Sige, note niyo.
Okay, wish list, Mr. President. Additional personal service amounting to 84 million. And the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD, Asia 2024 meeting funds.
Okay.
They have, I think they have this event, which will be held here in Manila. Next year, Mr. President. And it will entail around 4.5 million pesos. And increase in operational capacity amounting to 15.1 billion pesos, and the enhancement of major ICT projects and capabilities for a total of 168.4 million.
Yung 4.5 million, that's the amount for hosting an OECD event?
Yes, Mr. President.
So
Very good.
we are not a member of OECD, but what's our business hosting them, Mr. President?
Well, the GCG has been chosen by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development as the host for the 17th meeting of the OECD Asia Network on Corporate Governance of State-Owned Enterprises in 2024. The OECD Asia Network meeting provides a forum to share experiences, identify good practices, and develop recommendations for reform to improve state ownership practices and strengthen the OECD guidelines. The Governance Commission plans to invite around 200 international and local high-level officials to participate. 22 countries are targeted to be represented in the meeting. 4.5 million is requested for this activity, Mr. President.
So, ang request na lang siguro natin, if the results could be published so that we will all benefit from the meeting of the top-level
discussion.
Yes, the top-level
Or
discussion.
dialogue.
Yes. Thank you. Last point, Mr. President. Basta we're here to support the GCG. Very critical na po ngayon tayo. Noon pa, pero all the more now. Ito po, just in a news report in the Inquirer, the DBP is challenging the GCG's pronouncement that the GCG has the power to determine whether DBP and the Land Bank of the Philippines should be merged without going through legislation. So, may we get your the position? Was this a pronouncement of the old leadership or of the current leadership, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, in a letter dated November 29 of 2022, the Department of Finance endorsed for GCG's consideration and approval its proposal to merge with the Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines, with Land Bank as the surviving entity. And the Congress has delegated to the President, by virtue of Section 5 of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011, the power to reorganize and merge GOCCs. Section 5A of the GOCC Governance Act of 2011 provides that, upon determination by the GCG that it is to the best interest of the state that a GOCC should be recognized, merged, streamlined, abolished, or privatized, it shall implement the reorganization, merger, or streamlining of the GOCC, unless otherwise directed by the President. Thus, Section 5A authorizes the merger of Land Bank and DBP without the need to enact a new law.
So that's a November 2022 letter. So does the present leadership agree with what is there?
Well, the proposed merger, Your Honor, is still under further evaluation and study, Mr. President.
Kasi ang aking position, Mr. President, these two BOCCs or governmental entities have their own charters, which are republic acts or laws. So, in effect, if we merge them and then may surviving entity, we practically repealed the charter of the disappearing entity and amended the charter of the surviving entity. So, and without any law. So, the question is, can that be done by virtue of section of that section 5 of a certain law, Mr. President?
That is why, Mr. President, it is still under evaluation and it still needs further study, Mr. President. And according to the officials of the GCG, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the Governance Commission in the case of Representative Edsel Lagman versus Executive Secretary Paquito Choa Jr. et al. That was dated November 3 of 2020, and Prospero Pichay Jr. versus GCG et al. On November 3 of 2020, Mr. President.
But maybe the issue in that case is the law, constitutionality of the law creating the GCG. Hindi naman po yung ang aking yung aking point is the DBP and the LBP merger, Mr. President. Should it be done through law, or can it be done through Section 5 of that particular law, Mr. President? I'm not questioning the constitutionality of the GCG. So ano ba ibang pwedeng tanong dito? OGCC, DOJ, or OSGC? Ano bang magbibigay ng...
This is according to Supreme Court.
Do we need a law to...
Well, according to the chairperson of the GCG, Section 5 of the GOCC says it is a valid delegation of legislative power.
In that particular case,
That is according to the Supreme Court.
why was it at issue? Why was Section 5 at issue in that particular case? What were the GOCCs involved in the case?
Undue delegation.
Tignan nyo na lang, kuha nyo na case title, basahin nyo na lang.
Undue legislation of delegation. Delegation of merge abolition of Well, the issue here is the undue delegation of the power to merge or abolish the GOCCs, Mr. President.
Yes, naging issue siya because there was a merger of two GOCCs.
Nang-merge ba? Meron ba merger na nangyari? Ha? Ano na?
Baka theoretical question lang po. So, must have been decided on a technicality kung ganun na. So anyway, Mr. President, we got that case title. Basahin na lang din po namin. Siguro last question na lang. On the DBP-LBP merger, siyempre kumukuha tayo ng opinion. In the setup of government, what government entity should give us the guiding opinion whether it can be done administratively by the President or by legislation? Opinion lang ha, yung opinion. So is it the GCG, the OSG, OGCC, or the DOJ? Yan lang pong naiisip ko na may mga parang law firm, law office function eh.
Better be sure naman. OSG?
It should be?
Well, there are differing opinions, Mr. President.
But
On
let
my
me get
left and on my right.
No, the leadership's opinion. Is
Well,
it you? Do you
According
claim
to
that
them, it is the GCG,
Okay,
Mr. President.
that's the claim of the GCG. Okay, that you should be the ones issuing the opinion to guide us. To guide lang to, hindi naman to
Yes.
binding. Okay, if you are that entity, when are you coming up with the said opinion?
You have timeline? You have a timeline? Well, they do not have any timeline, but they are still in the process of collating the comments from the various GOCCs.
Hindi, DBP, LBP lang po to merger. I mean, you should not take your time. Dapat siguro may self-imposed deadline din po tayo.
Well,
If ito, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, if the GCG claims that it is the proper agency to render an opinion whether it can be done under Section 5 of their law, so therefore administratively, or do we need Congress to act to amend the two charters? Yun lang yun, opinion. If you are that correct entity to issue that opinion, yun lang tanong ko. Give us a self-imposed deadline for you to come up with the opinion. We will not necessarily agree, pero at least meron tayong pinag-uusapan.
Well, Mr. President, I think they have a difficulty answering that question. I think they do not have yet a timeline to give because they are still in the process of studying it and evaluating the merger, Mr. President. It is still under review, Mr. President.
Well, at sa iba po yung hindi viability yung question ko, Mr. President, on the legality. So So maybe the GCG is not the correct agency. So anyway, we will just answer the question ourselves, Mr. President. Mag-research din po kami on what should be that agency to give us the initial lang naman eh, the initial guiding opinion. We don't have to agree with the opinion. It also can be the wrong position. It can turn out to be the wrong position, Mr. President. So, okay. Okay na? Sino ba nagbibigay? Ang Office of the Executive Secretary, nagbibigay di ba ng opinion? O, Presidential Legal Counsel. Gusto ko naman opinion kasi parang hindi sila kasi research pa nila sa videos. Hindi naman kayo sa viability. Baka din sila sa viability.
You have to solve it. Mr. President, right now I was informed that the GCG is consulting the following agencies like the COA, the BSP, the PCC, DOF, and the DBM, Mr. President. They're still consulting with each other.
Parang
Mr.
as part
President.
of preliminary background research. Pero
Yes.
I suggest we put a deadline po, Mr. Chairman and GCG kasi. Otherwise, parang wala tayong starting position at na subject to of our debates on what to do. So at any rate, Mr. President, I reiterate my full support to the GCG, and we will go over the wish list, the requested augmentation of the budget of the GCG. So we wish them all the best, Mr. I know they're new to the agency, pero we wish you all the best in your enormous but important tasks. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Wala na Majority Leader.
Are there anyone of these gentlemen going to ask? I can recognize them directly. If not, we ask for a minute suspension. Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Governance Commission for Government-Owned or Controlled Corporations to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Governance Commission on Government-Owned and Controlled Corporations is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Commission on Human Rights, Commission on Human Rights Violations Victims Memorial Commission, and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by the chairperson himself, Richard Palpalatok. Mr. President, we would like to move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate the distinguished gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you,
There being
Mr.
no
President.
objection to the motion, we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you acknowledge Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Mr. President, for the record, the budget of the Commission on Human Rights is 934 million pesos, and for its attached agency, the Memorial Commission, the budget is 38.8 million. With us today are the heads of the agencies, namely Chairperson Richard Palpalatok for the CHR, and Executive Director Carmelo Victor Chuck Crisanto for the Memorial Commission. We are ready to receive questions, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President. Again, dear Senator, Chairman, Vice Chairman for APRO Finance, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, who's no stranger in fighting for human rights, especially the rights of our laborers. And throughout his career, he has brought out many issues and injustices against our OFWs, and has been proactive, not only pointing out yung abuses, but actually napakarami na rin yung bills amending the labor code sa migrant workers and everything. So I'm quite happy that you are defending the budget of the CHR. Sa CHR family, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I will not violate Chairman Estrada's human right because I think he has an appointment mamaya. So I will try to speed up. Mr. Chairman, may I first ask, ano yung pinaka-basis ng CHR o Commission on Human Rights? What's their operating system or their basis in terms of promoting, fighting for human rights, exposing human rights violation? So, kumbaga, Mr. President, kung ang Senate, it's the Philippine Constitution and the rules of the Senate, ano yung framework na in-adapt ng CHR in everything they do?
Well, the mission of the Commission on Human Rights, as the conscience of the government and the people, we seek truth in human rights issues and prevent incidents of human rights violations. As beacon of truth, we make people aware of their rights and guide government and society towards actions that respect the rights of all, particularly those who cannot defend themselves, particularly those who are disadvantaged, marginalized, and vulnerable, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the reason I ask that is that it is so difficult to have a country of 110 million Filipinos, different languages, different subcultures, mayaman, mahirap, napakahirap, napakayaman, nag-aral sa abroad, nag-aral sa sarili nilang bayan, nakiisla sa ibang lugar kasi maganda yung university doon. So it's so difficult to come together and share contemporary or to be able to describe contemporary Filipino values. That's why I do not want to ask questions that will divide, but rather questions that will strengthen the CHR and strengthen their mission to protect the human rights. So may I ask if the legal framework or the operating system of the CHR should be, number one, not necessarily in this order, but number one, the Philippine Constitution, and number two, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Does the chairperson agree with that? And of course, other existing laws and regulations, no?
Well, first, it's the Philippine Constitution, the 1987 Philippine Constitution, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and international treaties, to which the Philippine government is a signatory.
The reason I asked that question, or the big why, is madali po tayong mag-away dito kung ano ang kinoconsider na human rights nowadays, because every ideology has its idea of human rights. So for example, the communists will think as capitalists as violative of their human rights, and it should be the state, di ba, ang nagpapatakbo ng, let's say, mode of production. So with so many ideologies and so many religions, which also injects isms and schools of thought, even the word disciple, means student, di ba? We can easily get lost. So it is very dangerous not to have a CHR, and in fact, many countries lauded the Philippines because we're one of the few, if not the only or the first, na nasa constitution mismo yung pagkakaroon ng CHR. So even when we have presidents who are very verbose about certain human rights, like President Duterte, no one in this chamber or in Congress ever thought of abolishing the CHR. There were disagreements, but no one ever thought, di ba, of abolishing. In fact, even the most dangerous dictatorships might want to have a CHR just so that they will appear, di ba, to have legitimacy, no? So I asked that question because I read this article, statement of CHR Executive Director Attorney Jacqueline Ann de Guia, welcoming the House Speaker's support for legislative agenda for women. But before that, there was another article where, as it said, walang problema po yung ibang pinupush ng CHR for empowering women, reproductive health, etc. No? There are some controversial issues. Hindi controversial yung non-discrimination. SOGI bill, will all have our opinion there. But kasama sa pinupush allegedly is abortion, to decriminalize abortion. May I know if this is true and what is the context of this? Is it an official CHR recommendation? Is it the recommendation of the executive director, or is this a misquote?
Well, the person that you mentioned is present here. Maybe I have to consult her first.
Sino six commissioner? Sino yung field? Did you make this statement? You're in favor of abortion? Alam mo ang red blanket. Here comes a member of the Human Rights.
Well, Mr. President, if I may continue. The statement was given by Ms. Jacqueline de Guia, and she's at my back. and she confirmed to me that she gave that statement during the 5th Commission, which was headed by then Commissioner Chito Gascon during the Aquino administration. Mr. President, personally, I am against abortion. I am a devout Catholic, and it is against the teachings of the Church. And it is penalized under existing laws. And if ever the CHR is in favor of the abortion, I will be the first one to oppose or go against them.
Mr. President.
Yes.
May I also put on record that this representation, Senate President of the Philippines, is vehemently against abortion at any stage. No? I just want to put that on record so that I can put in the records of this August chamber that there are people who are willing to fight for life, not for death. Particularly defenseless children who have no opportunity to have a voice of their own. In the United States, dear gentlemen, they're already allowing late-stage abortion on the 3rd trimester. Bata na yun eh. Di ba? My God. May God forgive them. May God forgive them. I think that is a big mistake. I believe in karma, Your Honor. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, first of all, I cannot agree more with the statements made by our Senate President together with the sponsor of the measure. I am just surprised to learn about this today, Mr. President, and just like the distinguished gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, we wanted to find out, is this now the position of the Commission or just a position of any Tom, Dick, or Harry trying to influence the whole world, this country, that it is indeed the position of the Commission on Human Rights?
Well, Mr. President, according to Ms. Jacqueline here, who gave that, who confirmed to me that she gave that statement, that she does not support abortion. She only supports the decriminalization of abortion insofar as it affects the life of the mother. According to them, many women die because of unsafe abortions, and it affects the life of the mother.
And this is the position of the Commission or just the position of the person in charge?
The present Commission, according to the chairman, has not taken a stand with regard to the statement made by Ms. Jacqueline.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but is it a normal practice that any Tom, Dick, or Harry from the Commission can actually make statements like that? And that's why right now we are talking about it?
That is why, Mr. President, they are still studying the matter anew, Mr. President. And I don't think if it is a careless statement or a statement made out of jest or whatever.
Anyway, Mr. President, I will wait for my turn as this representation is not listed as one of interpellators. I will now put my name there as one of the interpellators, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, can I, just for clarity,
Yes.
Because hindi yun yung na-report sa international forums na pro-abortion, pro-choice. Ang sinabi, finally, the Philippines is loosening up because the CHR is asking na ma-decriminalize ang abortion period. So, it's very clear to me, na-clarify nyo na hindi ito ang posisyon ng
CHR.
Commission, ng CHR. But is the Executive Director now...
Because, Mr. President, if this is the position of the CHR, and if it favors abortion, I will not defend this budget, Mr. President.
Saving a life.
Because there is no way that I will support abortion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, and I'll go to that now. But let me just, for the record, be very clear. Is the Executive Director, and in her statements, limiting it to when the life of the mother is at stake, or did she say period and did not make any... I just want to know the truth. Now, I do not mind if she is now making a clarification now. But what I want to know, in those 2 instances in the past, that she did make a public declaration. did she make a distinction na only in these cases, or did she categorically just state na she is for the...
Well, according to Ms. Jacqueline Digia, they just recommended the review of the decriminalization of abortion, Your Honor.
So in other words, ngayon niya lang clarify when the life of the mother is at stake. But when she first stated it, walang qualification. Correct? She's nodding, so it's correct?
Yes, I can see her nodding, Mr. President.
Sige. So I will explain why it is so dangerous. The good chairperson is also and has long been the head of the CA contingent that confirms ambassadors. And as we both know, Senator, can ambassadors give a different position from the position of their state? Of their state. So if I am an ambassador, I am called by the U.S. President. Am I duty bound to give my position or the position of my government and my state?
He or she has to give the position of the state, Mr. President.
And if I give up my personal position and it's against the state, I get recalled by my secretary, right?
I think so, Mr. President.
Okay. So I do not mind opinions. It is their right, especially on contemporary human rights issues. But as far as abortion is concerned, it is settled in our Philippine Constitution. Article 2, Section 12, the state recognizes the sanctity of family life and shall protect and strengthen the family as a basic autonomous social institution. It shall equally protect the life of the mother and the life of the unborn from conception. So our Constitution is quite unique kasi sinabi na life starts at conception. The natural and primary right and duty of parents in rearing the youth for civic efficiency and development of moral character shall receive the support of the government. So meaning, the executive director of a very sensitive commission is giving her own opinion which is contrary to the Philippine Constitution. If she was an ambassador, she would have been recalled and reprimanded. How come there is no outrage from the commission that there is such a statement? How can you have an executive director? So if the Senate President says, diba, that the Senate will meet every 3 o'clock and the Secretary says we will meet at 5 o'clock, okay lang yun? Is the Executive Director allowed to have her own opinion and speak for the CHR?
Your Honor, Mr. President, upon a consultation with the chairman, it was the position of the 5th Commission under then-Chair Chito Gascon, and Ms. Jacqueline Digia was the spokesperson of during the 5th Commission.
Well, in that case, Mr. President, I apologize to the Filipino people for not being able to see that, to monitor that, and to speak earlier. Because the Commission has no right whatsoever to take a position that is contrary to the Philippine Constitution. It is not part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which will be celebrating its 75th year, yung abortion. In fact, baliktad, right to life. The only difference is that in the Universal Declaration, hindi sinabi doon kung saan yung right to life. Diba? So, that is my point, Mr. President. We cannot fund a commission that will be espousing something that is, if I may use the word, ultra vires, or outside what they can do. So kung hindi clear ang batas, hindi clear yung right, wala pa tayong batas dyan, they can of course advocate it. Diba? No one's muscling them. But in terms of abortion, and let me move to, discuss with you, Mr. Chairman, but move to pag sinabi mo i-decriminalize, yun din yun eh. Kasi pag hindi na criminal, di pwede. So, I am in shock, but I don't want to speak kasi wala na dito si Chito and he's a good friend. But Chito was member of the Constitutional Convention, if I'm not mistaken. And in the Constitutional Convention, na-discuss doon. Pag ang doktor ay meron pong choice between the mother and the child, pwede niyang piliin yung mother. Hindi mo na kailangan i-decriminalize yun kasi hindi criminal. Even sa justifying circumstances ng revised penal code. Diba, if you're in the operating table and may danger dun sa life ng mother, the senator is not only a human rights activist, not only a senator, is also an actor. Ilan sine ba napanood natin, di ba? Nakukonsultihin yung tatay kung unconscious yung nanay. Sir, sinong isa-save natin? Yung nanay o yung bata? Hindi murder yon sa doktor. Pagka pinili niya. At hindi abortion yon in the sense that we know. Di ba? So, for me, medyo may pagkapalusot doon na sasabihin natin to decriminalize it lang. Pag decriminalize mo, pwede na yon. So, how can you protect the unborn if you're not going to put any penalty if people abort the fetus or the baby? Jaywalking nga lang, Mr. President, meron tayong penalty. Di ba? Perjury, magsinungaling ka dito, meron tayong penalty. Di ba? Libel has a criminal penalty, although some are asking na i-decriminalize for journalists, di ba? Pero i-decriminalize mo abortion, ganun din yon. In effect, sinabi mo, pwede na. Di ba? Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I totally agree with my colleague here, Senator Alan Peter. Well, according to the executive director then, or the spokesperson then during the 5th Commission, it was not her personal stand. It was the stand, it was the position of the 5th Commission. In fact, according to them, 2 reports were signed at the time, namely the 2016 Reproductive Health Inquiry. Inquiry report and the 2019 another reproductive health inquiry report. Am I correct? There were 2 situational reports according to her, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, nothing.
And I do not know, if I may, I do not know what is the stand of the present commission with regard to the decriminalization.
I was going to say that, Mr. Chairman, you read my mind. So, I do not take it against the executive director. I don't know her. I always assume as government officials you're doing your job. But I had to bring it up because it was brought up sa akin.
Yes.
So, maybe give me 3 minutes to wrap up, but do natin simulan. Do we have a categorical...
And I am happy and I am elated that you brought that issue out,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
So do we have a categorical answer from the whole commission that they stand by the Philippine Constitution, that they have to protect the life of both the mother and the unborn child? Ergo, the Philippines, you know, the Senate President can speak for millions of Filipinos. He can speak for the Senate. But sometimes you cannot speak for the Filipino people. I mean, it's just too presumptuous, diba? Even the President, theoretically, he speaks for Filipinos, but to say that you speak for all Filipinos. But when you quote the Philippine Constitution, you are in fact speaking for all Filipinos. So when the Philippine Constitution says, diba, that you will protect the life of the unborn, that is speaking in behalf of the Filipino people from the time it was ratified to all future generations, unless the Constitution is amended. If you want to advocate the amendment and pro-abortion, then get out of the commission or get out of government and do it. But you took an oath eh. Yung oath mo is to uphold the Constitution. It is not upholding the Constitution by clearly advocating something against it. So do we have a categorical answer from the CHR now that they will uphold the right to life, no, and be against abortion?
Well, we thank the good senator for this, for his valuable inputs, especially with regard to this abortion. The Commission on Human Rights assures the Senate that there is no position on abortion. CHR values the right to life of all as enshrined in the 1987 Constitution. The present commission is still studying the matter on abortion, and I suggest that you do not study anymore the matter of abortion. Just,
Mr. President.
I don't even think that you should decriminalize abortion, Mr. President.
Sir President, let me read this statement during the Constitutional Convention, then make my comment regarding the Commission stand. This is a quote from Commissioner Bernardo Villegas. The clear and unequivocal intent of the framers of the 1987 Constitution in protecting the life of the unborn from conception was to prevent the legislature from enacting a measure legalizing abortion. It was so clear that even the court cannot interpret it otherwise. Very, very few to sa Constitution na sinasabi na hindi pwede i-interpret ng court. The principal proponent of the protection of the unborn from conception explained, the intention is to make sure that there would be no pro-abortion laws ever passed by Congress or any pro-abortion decision passed by the Supreme Court. Mr. President, I'm not satisfied. How can the Commission not have a stand sa abortion when the Constitution that created their Commission is saying we are anti-abortion as a country? Para kang sundalo, tapos tinanong whether pwede ka ba punta sa gera, sabi mo, hindi ko pa alam ang stand ko sa gera. The Commission cannot say that they are bound by Section 12 of Article 2, which is, by the way, Mr. President, Article 2 is not a separate article on family, etc. It is the declaration and principles of state policies. This is a state policy. I will have a big problem if a commission under the Constitution has a different policy or different principle from that is declared the state policy. They're free to advocate it again if they leave the commission. But while they're in commission, they are like ambassadors. They are bound by the Philippine Constitution.
Yes, Mr. President. According to the commissioner, they are sworn to uphold the Constitution and all laws of the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. But if that's the case, then why the concern about stating the position that you're pro-life? You know, when I was DFA secretary, the European Commission members of Parliament went to see me. They told me, sir, we are against death penalty. I did not tell them that personally, at that point in time, I was not for it. I became speaker, sa awa ng Diyos. I did not push it. No, I do not have a problem with death penalty in principle, but applying it in our judicial system, in our contemporary, may problema ako. But I was bound by the policy of our president then, who was pushing for death penalty. So what did I tell the European legislators? I told them, sir, ma'am, thank you for your concern, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights protects life and is against arbitrary taking of life. But a judicial taking of life, a judicial process where there's a death penalty, hindi sakop ng, hindi yan against the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Even the US, which is supposedly the bastion of human rights and the country of the free and the brave and the bastion of democracy, has states that have death penalty. And then ni-reverse ko. Sabi ko, how about the life of the unborn? In the Philippines, we are anti-abortion. In Europe, you are pro. So sinagot niya ako, don't women have a choice? Sabi ko, she has a choice not to have sex. She has a choice to have safe sex. She has a choice to have a baby. She has all the choices in the world. Di ba? But once there is a child in her, she has to consider the choice of the child. You know, there are countries na ang latest statistics nila is 1 out of 5 is aborted. Can you imagine a country where 20%, so row of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, No? Row of 9 yan, inuupuan nyo. When you look to your left and right, can you imagine that 2 of you in that row would not have been alive because you were aborted? Let me wrap up with this. No? This is in Psalms 139, 13 to 16. For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that you are full well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in a secret place. When I was woven together in the depths of the earth, your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. If you look at Ephesians 1, ang pinaka-cited kasi sa Bible is yung kilala ka sa mother's womb. Pero when I came upon listening to this pastor who read this verse, nagulat din ako na meron pala nito. Praise be to God and the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us heavenly realms with every spiritual blessing in Christ. For He chose us in Him before the creation of the world to the holy and blameless in His sight. He chose us in Him before the creation of the world. So, if you ask me, my personal belief is the Bible. I don't believe life began at conception. I believe before the start of the world, alam na ng Diyos kung sino tayo. I believe alam ng Diyos yung sa womb. But I'm not imposing that on you. I'm not imposing that on the CHR. Brother Robin is here. I think the basis of his belief is the Quran. He's not imposing that on us. Kung meron atheist dito sa kwarto na to, you're my friend. I hope one day we'll be able to discuss. I want to know bakit ka atheist. I hope you want to know why I'm a Christian, di ba? But the Constitution already told us, life begins at conception. So wala nang debate doon. So when I was DFA Secretary, gustong-gusto kong mag-preach sana at sabihin, alam nyo, ganito. And I don't think God will take it against me na ginawa ko yung trabaho ko. Now, if they ask me my personal belief and it's a private setting and everything, why not? If I'm going to go to church on Sunday, I'm going to preach. If I'm invited. But officially, I am bound. So if the Senate passes a law here that says that this chair is God, I only have 2 choices. I resign. Well, 3 choices. I question it before the Supreme Court kasi unconstitutional yan. But assuming it's not unconstitutional, di ba? So, I do not believe that this Constitution is against the Bible. I don't think that interpreting scientifically that life begins in conception is against the Bible na kilala ka ng Diyos from the start. Why? Because it's 2 different things. When God actually created you and when scientifically nabuo ka na. So, Mr. President, just to put on record, meron kasing some kind of argument ngayon sa mga sobrang liberal na mga bansa na pag wala daw consciousness pa, pwede mo nang patayin pa. But the problem with that argument is that pagkatulog ka, wala ka rin consciousness. Pag you're in a coma, wala ka rin consciousness. Diba? So if I hit someone in the head and he's unconscious at wala siyang consciousness at that time, if I kill him, hindi murder yon, no? So, I do want to be sensitive with those with unwanted pregnancies. There are so many cases now of teenage pregnancies. Our heart goes out, and we've tried in the Senate to do more to take out the stigma, for them to have prenatal care, for them to have counseling, all kinds of support, diba? Single parenthood, grabe na yung mga batas natin. But as a nation, we come together to say we are against abortion. So sa akin, Mr. Chair, I'll leave it there. I had a chance, and I thank the chair, to have a 3 minutes tapos bumaba na. And actually, I was telling him nga na, and maybe I'd like to end with this. I was going to ask, but I'm conscious about the time of the good senator. I was going to ask, what's the one way that you can really push the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and yung contemporary Filipino values? And I was going to say, sa curriculum sa DepEd. Kasi it really starts at home, at church, at saka sa DepEd. No? Pero that's why I had to bring up abortion muna. Kasi baka ipupush ko sa inyo na dapat yung curriculum dumadaan din sa inyo, and then ilalagay nyo sa curriculum, right of choice, right of abortion, then para akong kumuha ng bato at iuntog ko sa ulo ko dito sa Senadong to. But Mr. Chairman, with those assurances that we will stick to the Constitution, we will protect life, from there, it is our duty as senators to make sure that the quality of life of every Filipino is the quality that the Almighty intended for them, which is always the best kind of quality. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, CHR family. Ma'am, thank you for the clarification. No?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank His Honor Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for his enlightening words, and you have enriched not only the budget debates but also the discourse about abortion with what you have shared. Again, let me reiterate my stand against abortion, Mr. President. Mr. President, can I have a 1-minute
Yes, session
suspension?
suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm supposed to be the next interpellator of the budget of the Commission on Human Rights, and it's just after conferring with the gentleman from Taguig, the sponsor of the budget, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and the Senate President himself, we kind of got lost, Mr. President, with the statements made a while ago by the Commission, as if there is no full position in as far as the Commission is concerned with regard to these matters. And in fact, Mr. President, parang nanganganak palalo ng maraming katanungan yung ating mga pag-iisip doon sa mga naging sagot at previous statements ng ating komisyon. And so, Mr. President, may I ask the good gentleman from San Juan sponsoring the measure, meron ba tayong nakukuhang foreign funding sa mga ganitong advokasya? For example, ito, pagsulong ng pro-abortion stance, Mr. President?
According to the chairperson, Richard Parpalatok, they are receiving foreign funding, Mr. President.
Foreign funding?
But not for abortion.
Yes, Mr. President, but in other advocacies, am I correct, Mr. President?
What advocacies?
Is it contingent, Mr. President? For example, if they revoke their position, they change positions, depending on what they are advocating? Because this is important.
Mr. President, they are receiving funding in all advocacies concerning human rights, Mr. President.
May we ask the Commission on Human Rights, if possible, to submit to us the list of the agencies, foreign agencies, funding these programs?
Yes, Mr. President, they are willing to submit the list of all agencies that are recipients of this foreign fund.
Dear
foreign
colleague, I'm just curious. For example, the right to choice. Is there a funding for that advocacy, Mr. President? Which is also a human right.
There is no funding according to them, Mr. President.
Thank you. Well, Mr. President, I think this is just my point of view, Mr. President, after listening to the questions raised by our dear colleague. If the body will agree, I think the Commission should be given time to meet and come up with a position on this. Because it's very clear already. Imagine, Mr. President, if the Constitution is silent on this, we will be debating on it right now. But the Constitution is very clear. And if the Commission cannot come up with a position as a Commission and will no longer finger point, Mr. President, whatever commission that is, espousing this position to uphold or at least decriminalize abortion, then perhaps we should abort the deliberation of their budget, Mr. President, so that they would have time to meet up and come up with a solid position. Because we have been giving budget, Mr. President, for many years, and it's a good thing that our colleague, Senator Cayetano, raised this very important issue, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Cayetano.
Just one input. Article 11 on accountability of public officers. The President, the Vice President, members of the Supreme Court, members of constitutional commissions, and the Ombudsman may be removed from office on impeachment for the conviction of culpable violation of the Constitution. Culpable violation of the Constitution. Then sa ibaba, all other public officers and employees may be removed from office as provided by law, but not by impeachment. It is very clear that even the highest public official, if you violate the Constitution, you may be removed. The Constitution does not even say we are okay with life. It says it will protect. So if the Commission cannot be proactive in saying we will protect the life of the unborn, ang hiningi ko nga lang sabihin anti-abortion eh. That is the very, very minimal in protecting the unborn. They should be having seminars, they should be having a curriculum, they should be espoused, they should be fighting members of parliament around the world who are espousing abortion, and that is the way to protect Because if all the countries around you allow already, meron culture ano yan Di ba? May clash of the cultures So the CHR attends all of these conferences all around the world. They're not just there to listen. They're also there to espouse the Philippines' point of view. So in the same manner that I congratulate them na pinaglalaban nila yung rights of migrant workers, they should champion the rights of the unborn because it's in our Constitution. We're not forcing them to do so. It is just the last statement, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. It's their choice to be in the commission or not. So if they want to be in the commission, they have to protect the life of the unborn because that is the basis of their appointment under the Philippine Constitution. No? So let me leave it at that, Mr. President. But just to emphasize, diba, that if we can remove a president, a Supreme Court justice, diba, because of culpable violation of Constitution, how can we support the CHR if they're going to say pag-aaralan pa nila kung i-decriminalize o hindi yung abortion? I mean, nagpapalakpakan na yung right to choice nung lahat nung around the world nung sinabi yung statement na to precisely because they think it's an opening to allowing abortion. So let me just keep on emphasizing protect, protect, protect. Nakalagay po doon sa Constitution, protect the life of the unborn. So hindi po nakalagay sa Constitution na meron ka lang right yung unborn. It is a directive. It is a proactive statement by the Philippine Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, if I may.
Yes.
I support the statement or the manifestation of our majority floor leader to defer the deliberation of the budget until otherwise this commission gives a stand with regard to abortion. If they continue to espouse the decriminalization of abortion or if they support abortion per se, I am sorry, I will be unable to defend this budget.
You're not the only one, Your Honor. I would not be able to approve the budget either. On this
Mr. President, we are 24 members here, and we belong to different religions. We have a Muslim here, we have Catholics here, we have Christians here, we have Protestants here. And I think all of us agree that all of us are against abortion. Mr. President, so I move that we defer first the deliberation of the budget of CHR until they come with a stand against abortion, a strong stand against abortion. And please, I suggest to the members of the commission not to pinpoint to the wag sisihin yung nakarang administrasyon with regard to their stand with regard to their stand on abortion, Mr. President. That is all, Mr. President.
Just for the record, we'd just like to remind the Commission on Human Rights that in the last administration, there was one budget cycle that you were stripped of your budget, zero budget. I remember that because my brother was a congressman who voted in favor of retaining your budget against the administration at the time, called me and said, kayo na bahala sa Senado na ibalik yung budget. You guys came to the Senate. The Senate was the one that restored your budget. I was majority floor leader then. We restored your budget and the rest is history. So nabalik yung budget po nyo. Na natanggal, na zero budget po kayo sa House of Representatives. Ang punto ko lang dyan is, this is not a Senate that's averse to the Commission on Human Rights. We support the Commission on Human Rights. But on this particular issue, we take it very strongly because I believe in the right of life. And I believe in life. And the life of an innocent child. Kaya ako ay sumasang-ayon sa ating chairperson ng subcommittee defending the budget na till we can come up with a clear statement from the Commission on Human Rights, we would like to be clarified, be illuminated with your position so that we can move further on the decision either to support or not to support your budget. Because this is a deliberative body, but it's also a political body. So with that, Majority Leader.
Before you act on the motion, Mr. President, may I just put into the records, we were looking at the August 17, 2022 Senate hearing. CHR, the same person, Executive Director Digia, said that the decriminalization of abortion is included in their priority agenda. Just wanted to put that on record. Mr. President, we took an oath to serve and protect our Constitution. And so, Mr. President, we are joining the sponsor himself who filed this motion to meantime suspend the deliberation of the budget of the Commission on Human Rights. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion, the budget of the Commission on Human Rights is deferred. Session suspended.
President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration. We consider rather the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Human Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation, and including Marawi Compensation Board, and acknowledge the presence of
To defend the said agency is our sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, and to interpolate is our gentleman from Taguig, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Salamat po, Mr. President. And before the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros commences his interpellation, a brief opening remark. So magandang gabi po to my colleagues in the Senate, to the DSUD family led by Secretary Jerry Acuzar, and also to our key shelter agencies led by President Federico Lacsa of SHAFC, General Manager Joe Bentay of NHA, HSAC Executive Commissioner Melzar Galicia, NHMFC President CEO Renato Tobias, and HDMF Pag-ibig CEO Marilyn Acosta. I'm pleased to sponsor the 2024 total new appropriations of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, which stand at 6,235,411,000, higher by 84,800,000 than the GAB version of 6,150,611,000. The additional 84,800,000 was requested by the agency to support the 4PH program of the department. The budget of the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, 646,445,000, National Housing Authority, 2,450,000,000 pesos, and Social Housing Finance Corporation, 502,891,000, remain unchanged from the GAB. Having said that, I'm now ready to receive interpellations for the said agencies. Further, the sponsor notes that although we have been hearing of the 4PH program or the Pabahay para sa Pamilyang Pilipino since last year, it is only in 2024 that there will be a GAA allocation for interest subsidies and credit enhancements that will render even in-city housing affordable. For 2024, the Pag-ibig Fund is ready with its loanable funds that can be accessed even by poor families because of the credit subsidies and other credit enhancements that the 2024 budget would make available. The DSUD has partnered with the private sector and local governments, and even as we speak, plans have already been drawn up, lands have been donated, and residential buildings are already on the rise. The first buildings to be completed will be in Bacolod City. The Pag-ibig Fund will lend to their members so the housing units can be acquired by our program beneficiaries and the developers can recover their capital that they advanced for the next round of housing production with the DSUD. Finally, Mr. President, whereas the previous government relied on our key shelter agencies to drive the production of housing units and provided both the SHAFC and the NHA with the budget needed for every house, the new approach of the DSUD under the 4PH program promises to require only a fraction of the previous amounts government used to allot every beneficiary family. And again, Mr. President, we are now ready to entertain questions on the committee's proposed budget for the DSUD and its attached agencies.
Mr. President, Madam Chair, would you yield to some questions, please?
Yes, willingly, Mr. President, good gentleman from Taguig and Pateros.
I'd like to put on the record and sa publiko that it's a pleasure to finally be able to discuss an issue with my batchmate from the 11th Congress on issues that we agree on. on human settlements, on rural development, on housing. We've been close allies in the House, but somehow in the Senate we have different issues. But I think this is one issue that we feel strongly about. So I'm glad that you're defending the budget and that there will be an innovation in 2024. So may I just start with some philosophical questions? The good secretary is a person that has one foot, not now, no, but in his life experience in business, but he's no stranger to public service. So medyo maganda yung balanse. And throughout history, there are good examples of housing like Singapore. Hong Kong went through some trouble recently, di ba? And I think that's what their chief executive is trying to fix, na medyo nagmahal masyado yung housing. But Singapore, Hong Kong, to a certain extent, Taiwan, which under our policies under China, has limited land, kaya medyo iba ang sitwasyon. So I'd like to know, in a nutshell, no, if you look at the law, and let us acknowledge the Senate President, the presiding officer now, Senator JV, is one of the authors and prime movers of this law, no, yung sa housing. Doon po sa statement of, sa Section 5, Powers and Functions, the Department shall exercise the following powers and functions: policy development, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. Letter A, formulate a national housing and urban development policy, strategies, and standard consistent with the Philippine Development Plan. So, the first question is, meron na ba tayong on paper na housing plan? And number two, whether it's this administration or the housing in general or the secretary, ano yung philosophy natin about housing? More specifically, are we there to provide sa lahat ng walang bahay? Are we there to encourage the private sector na gumawa ng mura tapos sila bumili? Is it a mix? So I just want to get a gist of ano yung vision nung housing. I guess anyone who hears naman Department of Housing and Urban Development, ang alam na pabahay. But yung strategies getting to magkabahay nga ang bawat Pilipino is quite different. So I just like to acquaint myself with those two things. No? Kung meron medium-term development plan, kung meron strategy sa West Philippine Sea, kung meron strategy na sinasabi yung DOF against inflation. I know you do have a strategy. I'm just wondering, is it on paper? Is there any publication or yung board nyo ba may pinasa na? And with or without that, ano yung philosophy ng behind the vision of the good secretary and this administration?
Thank you, good gentleman and Mr. President. Indeed, meron na pong nakasulat na plano ang DSUD, alinsunod din sa Philippine Development Plan, and this is their 2040 sector plan. Pero kung saan yung 4PH ay isang bagong elemento. The plan indeed also fleshes out strategies. May operation manual na po ang para sa 4PH. At ang balak po nitong 4PH ay in fact i-accelerate yung production ng mga pabahay para sa Pilipino. Kasama na po sa pilosopiya ng DSUD sa ngayon, lalo na sa kanilang tampok na programang 4PH, ay i-uphold yung mga, kumbaga, long-established na mga prinsipyo tulad ng on-site at in-city relocation. Kasama na po doon, gaya ng sinabi ng good gentleman, yung pagpo-provide sa lahat ng Pilipino ng pabahay. At tampok sa 4PH program, yung pag-encourage nga sa private sector at pati sa local government units na pumasok bilang active stakeholders at in fact, bagong sources din ng finances at iba pang resources para makamit housing plan at para makamit lalo na yung 4PH. So the housing sector, aside from acting in faithfulness with the Ambition 2040, is following the vision of the Ambition, in which all Filipinos will have decent shelter. So in that sense, kahit po sa pabahay, no one left behind. Na-inspire din po ang DSUD sa mga buzzwords at actual concepts tulad ng sustainable communities, na gayon din ay disaster resilient, lalo na sa panahon ngayon na yung disaster resilience, climate change adaptation at mitigation ay pumapasok na sa lahat ng aspeto ng paggogobyerno, kasama na po itong pabahay.
Yes.
Mr. President, good.
Well,
Jan.
Madam Chair, I'm glad to hear that, and I'll acquaint myself more if I can have a copy or if it's in the website, the download ko na lang.
We will,
And
the department
siguro we
will
can
submit,
continue
good
the
gentleman.
details sa committee level. But just to pursue konti yung philosophy, I do understand providing houses to all Filipinos, but let's break it down, no? So sa ngayon ba, ilan ang estimate na walang sariling bahay out of are we using as a base 110 million Filipinos, more or less?
More or less, good
More or less.
gentleman, Mr. President, yes, 10 million.
Yun. And nung pandemic, we used, I think, I'm not sure if it's 16 or 18 million families. Kasi I think when we talk about naman yung pabahay, we talk about pamilya naman, no? I mean, it'll be unfair if, well, we can use people or families, but usually naman, unless you're single and live alone, diba? So what's the, how many are homeowners in the Philippines and how many are not? Whether we do it by families or individuals.
I'll get back to the good gentleman, Mr. President, right away about ilan na sa ating mga Pilipino at Pilipinong pamilya ay homeowners. Pero yun pong total housing needs, estimated in relation sa, well, itong proposed budget ng DSUD. At ito po ay batay sa datos na ginawa ng Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute ng PSA. At yung housing need po, mula sa perspektiba ng DSUD, ay estimated at 6.5 million houses pa. Sa current budget po, ang DSUD at ang kanyang key shelter agencies ay nag-a-address lamang sa 13% ng total requirement year on year. The country's ability to address the housing problem and attain its goals is limited by the budget allocated for housing agencies. And over the last decade, in fact, yung share ng public housing budget ay 0.1% lamang ng national budget. If we do business as usual, ito pong current na 6.5 million housing need, magbaballoon po siya sa halos 10.9 million by 2028. Kaya po sa bagong administrasyon, nag-introduce ang DSUD ng enhanced business model na pwedeng mag-address sa dalawang hamon ng funding at production. At ito nga po yung 4PH o Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino o 4PH program. At Mr. President, good gentleman, dito sa housing need na estimated at 6.5 million, siguro pinakamahalaga o urgent para sa atin ay yung 3 milyong informal settler families.
Okay.
Good gentleman, Mr. President.
Madam Chair, can you repeat? Ano yung 13%?
Yung 13% lamang ng total requirement year on year ang natutugunan ng DSUD at ang key shelter agencies sa current budget po niya.
Yeah. Okay. Dun ko po sanang, kung papayagan nyo, hugutin yung philosophy nga. No. So, kasi diba, for every peso we spend, may choice naman ng gobyerno. Do we spend it on health? Do we spend it on anti-flood? Do we spend it on education? Do we spend it on housing? So there are some countries, like for example, Singapore, no, they did provide public housing, but they focused then, because wala silang natural resources, they focus on developing the person, yung kanyang education, and then certain industries, para pag yumaman ka, makaka-afford ka ng housing. So much so that after 40 years of public housing sa Singapore, they have something that's very simple, but they have also 4 or 5 bedrooms that will rival the best condos produced in Singapore, no? So, assuming tama yung number, no, na 6.5 million, ano ang approach ng administrasyon na to at ng department? Do you plan to build that whole 6.5 or do you plan to help citizens be able to have lower interest loans, for example, or better jobs or whatever? So ano yung mga mix nun? Or etong 6.5, eto yung tingin yung dapat gobyerno mag-provide, labas pa dito yung hindi gobyerno mag-provide? So siguro a corollary question is yung 6.5 na yan, low cost ba yan? Or are you also going into more than low cost?
Actually, Mr. President, siguro nung unang ipakilala ng DSUD and good gentlemen, yung 4PH program, yung isa sa mga tanong ay paano nito matutugunan yung pati yung pinakamahirap o halos pinakamahirap ng mga Pilipino. Kaya nga po't kanina, binigyan ko na po ng diin yung dun sa 6.5 million housing units na kulang pa o pangangailangan pa, yung 3 milyon sa kanila na informal settler families. Sa ngayon po, nakikita ng DSUD yung delivery ng 4,000 housing units para sa Pag-ibig Takeout before the end of this year, 2023. At para sa 2024, nagta-target naman ng delivery ng 93,000 housing units completed and taken out. At overall, hanggang sa katapusan ng administrasyon, nananatiling committed ang department i-deliver yung 6 million housing units broken down as follows. At dito muli gusto kong bigyan ng diin yung by year 2028, may target for PH units constructed cumulatively na 3,322,000. And gaya ng itinanong po, Mr. President, ng good gentleman, opo, through a combination of approaches. Definitely yung para sa low interest families, gustong maabot ito ng 4PH program ng DSUD, lalo na sa pamamagitan nung china-champion nilang pamamaraan na interest subsidy, plus sa GAA para sa susunod na taong 2024, sa pamamagitan ng isang special provision, kung mamarapatin ito ng Kongreso, mga dagdag na credit enhancements, lalo na para yung mga lower deciles ng ating lipunan, ng ating ekonomiya, ay yun na nga, makakasama doon sa no one left behind. Tama naman po, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good gentleman, better jobs, bagamat ito ay medyo nasa labas ng mandato ng DSUD, pero sa sinasabi nating whole of government approach, inaasahan na matutugunan yon nung mga ahensyang may mandato para doon. Para tulad ng sinabi ng good gentleman na naging track sa Singapore, dahil kung better educated ang ating mga mamamayan, therefore makakakuha ng mas magagandang mga trabaho, hanap buhay, enterprises, kapag sila na yung qualified, lumahok at makinabang sa iba't ibang programa ng DSUD at key shelter agencies, lalo na itong 4PH, ay may kakayahan din sila maka-afford at makapakinabang dun sa mga suportang ibibigay.
So may I clarify, Madam Chair, the numbers? And thank you for that explanation. It's clear, no? Ito, clarification lang on the numbers. So kung 4,000 this year, next year, 2024, 93, so more or less 100,000. So they want to make a minimum of 3.3 by the time June 30, 2028. No?
Opo.
So kasi kung ganon, then you still have to make 3.2 million. So that's more or less, you have to ramp up from 2024 to by 2025, you have to make an average of 700,000 every year, no? So more or less, is it the same cost for each unit or magkakaiba to? Or ano lang yung range?
Opo, in terms of kung ano yung kailangang ibayad ng bawat beneficiary or pamilya ng beneficiary, tinitignan po talaga ng department magkakaiba. At may pakete din ng interest subsidy at credit enhancement, lalo na para dun sa lower income
But Madam Chair,
deciles.
all low cost pa rin.
Mayroong low cost, mayroong hindi kasing low cost, so may iba't ibang packages.
For the
available.
discussion, Madam Chair,
Yes.
how do we define low cost ngayon? Di ba below a certain amount yung construction cost? Tama ba? I remember before when we were dealing with taxes, di ba? May ano eh. Just so that apples to apples yung comparison natin. Right now, when you say a low-cost housing, ano yun, 500,000 below, 600,000 below, or, yeah.
Opo, Mr. President.
I know it's a technical term, so what's,
Yes.
ano?
Good gentleman. May range po talaga ng unit sizes at price ceilings. Whether nasa isang building na 4 floors o 5 to 9 floors, so hagip na po yung medium rise, 10 floors and above. At yung range po nun in terms of price ceiling ay mula 933,000 hanggang 1.6 million. Dagdagan ko po, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung mga programa na sasaklaw sa ganitong mga unit sizes at price ceilings. Dito sa 4PH, merong pong regular program pa rin ng NHA SHAFC at may usual financing ng HDMF or ng Pag-ibig. On top of this, may focus po sa urban development. So kaugnay na dito, kanina pinag-usapan po natin yung whole of government approach. Kaugnay na po dito yung transit-oriented development na china-champion ng NEDA at ng Department of Transportation. At gusto rin pong i-maximize ng DSUD yung pag-maximize ng paggamit ng idle land sa ilalim ng Executive Order 34. Dagdagan ko na rin po, Mr. President, yung sinabi ng good gentleman kanina. Tama po kung sa 2028, meron pong tayong cumulative na units constructed na 3.3 million, kailangan nga mag-ramp up simula 2025 at yan po ang balak ng DSUD. May target po sila sa year 2025 na may cumulative na 582,000 units constructed. By 2026, 1.4 million units constructed. And by 2027, may 2.4 million units constructed para makaabot sa 3.3 million units constructed cumulatively by 2028. Lampas po nun, at ito po sinimulang sabihin ng DSUD sa atin sa Kongreso at sa pamamagitan natin sa publiko na moving onward even beyond 2028, dahil ang lahat ng 6.5 million target nila ay masisimulan na by 2028, pero target makumpleto by 2029 to the tune of 4.2 million units constructed cumulatively. By 2030, 4.9 million units. By 2031, 5.6 million units. At by 2032, 6 million units. So,
Madam Chair, sounds very good. And of course, we're all hoping kakayanin. But just doing some simple math here, 993,000 to 1.6 million, which looks like a good price. Kaya ako tinatanong lang ano yung low cost. Kasi I remember before, meron talagang benchmark yon kasi nga yung taxes mo iba pagka low cost versus kung ano. So I don't know the amount that now. But assuming at the lower price, 1 million, 1 million times 3.3 is 3.3 trillion pesos. So that's what you're going to need in the next 5 years to meet the in a nutshell, I know that the secretary is good in finance, but in a nutshell, how do you get that? Uutangin, then babayaran staggered nung or how much will the government come out with, or is it Pag-ibig money, or will it be a mix, or more or less lang? Can you give us a picture of if this was 2028 and you met your targets and you have 3.3, saan nanggaling yung pera for the 3.3 trillion?
yes, good gentleman, Mr. President, mula sa iba't ibang sources of financing. Mula po sa mga bangko, mula po sa pag-ibig sa pamamagitan ng kanilang loanable funds sa kanilang mga miyembro, mula din po sa mga LGUs in terms of yung mga lupa at yung mga identified beneficiaries, at mula mismo sa DSUD sa sinusulong po nilang interest subsidy. Na ito pong interest subsidy, ipepeg nila sa 1% interest rate, Mr.
So,
President.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, I'll take your word for now. And then, as I said, let's pursue it baka sa committee level or ang NHA naman is also under not only housing but the Committee on Government Corporations with I chair. So, we can do something. I just want to see the numbers kasi nga, it seems so simple but so good to be true. And I hope it's true. So, but let me just pursue one question regarding pag-ibig. More or less, magkano ang pera ng pag-ibig ngayon? Nandito yung mga taga-pag-ibig? Mga taga-pag-ibig, mag-sign kayo ng pag-ibig. Ayan po. Hi, ma'am. More or less po, magkano ang inyong funds?
Salamat. Mr. President, good gentlemen, ang total assets po ng Pag-ibig as of June 30, 2023 ay 873.15 billion pesos. At mula rito, ang net income ay 20.61 billion pesos. Ang member savings ay 44.55 billion pesos. And more particularly, Mr. President, sa tanong ng good gentleman, sa total assets na yan na 873 billion pesos, ang investable amount ay mga 100 billion pesos. Mr. President, good sponsor, na pwedeng immobilize para dito
Chair,
sa 4.
can I clarify, yung 100 billion na investable, iba pa yun sa loanable or yun din yan? So it's the same as...
investable or loanable,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So outside the 100 billion na investable, may loanable din na amount?
Okay. The 100 billion is loanable, good gentleman. Mix na po siya.
So just to pursue this, at least this part which isn't clear to me to be too good to be true. Kasi kung ang pinakamadali na i-access ng housing department is Pag-ibig, even if you convert all its assets into loanable, it will be less than 1/3 of the 3.3 trillion na kailangan. No, so even if i-exhaust mo ngayon yung loanable lang, which is 100 billion. Now, what I meant is dapat mas madali because one, pera naman ng miyembro yan, and two, it's really dedicated sa housing. But let's say commercial banks, they will really choose kung sino mas may kayang magbayad. And they will also be interest-driven, meaning if 1 million people want housing, in one sense, may demand ka, so baka bumaba yung interest rates ng konti. But in the other hands, pag ang dami, pwede mamili yung bangko. They can offer higher rates kung talagang, I don't really exactly know how that will work if 3 million people suddenly rush to borrow money, no? So, assuming 2025, 700,000 units. So
582,000.
582. Okay, sorry ma'am. What I meant is in average ko the next 4 years. So 580,000. So is it correct? Pag ginawa nyo pa lang yung 500 na yon, uutangin nyo na yung cost. Kasi kailangan nyo bayaran yung contractor, di ba?
Yung iba po, good
Okay.
gentleman, turnkey.
So that will be one of the for the record, Mr. President, I heard the secretary saying turnkey. So meaning yung iba may investor na gagawa, then either kausap niya na, so parang private sector din. It's a mix, parang PPP na meaning if you weren't involved and someone made a housing unit, they bear the cost, then uutangin nung bibili, then magkausap na yung bangko or yung finance dun sa bibili.
That's
Okay.
right, good gentleman.
Sige. So, just a side comment on better jobs. as I said, the good chairperson is my batchmate, and we cannot do everything, but we always seek to live what we pass through a little bit better. Nilabi ko to sa DPWH, baka sa dami ng construction nyo, I can also put this forward. In the US, pagka government yung contract, meron dati, tapos si President Biden ginawa na rin niya, meron ibang standard, in fact, dinadagdagan nila. So, hindi lang minimum wage. But I know, kung ang kaharap ko ngayon ay Chamber of Commerce, aangal din sila na pagsabay-sabay yung gobyerno at private na mag-construct, tataas talaga yung construction cost. And palaki yan ang bayad sa skill, di ba? So of course, yun ang challenge sa TESDA at saka sa K-12 to produce higher skilled workers. But what I was lobbying sa DPWH is because meron silang iyaw? How do you pronounce it? Iyaw. No, hindi to barbecue. Yung iyaw nila, they get, I think, 3% of the project cost apparently to monitor. So ang sabi ko sa kanila, baka naman ang simpleng pwede nyong i-monitor, siguraduhin nyo lahat ng construction worker nyo, ng contractor nyo, get Pag-ibig, get SSS, get PhilHealth, etc. Kasi alam naman natin pagka yung gawa, yung day-to-day ang sweldo or 6 months, 3 months, di ba? Hindi ka man stranger dyan, Sec, di ba? Just because you're a developer, hindi ibig sabihin ikaw nag-handle ng tao. Marami dyan sinasubcontract mo rin, di ba? So whether yan yung mga magpipintor, di ba? But, you know, if you can find in your heart an administrative way of ensuring na kung ikaw ay sa DPWH at ikaw ay sa housing at gumagawa ka ng projects, at the very least yung bare minimum ng minimum wage, yung inyong PhilHealth, yung inyong Pag-ibig, SSS ay bayad, you know, we made their life a little bit better. Of course, if you can supply and demand, no, if you can give them 10% premium than other construction workers, then meaning in the same way that I've heard from not only Senator Risa but many of our allies in Congress before na kawawa naman ang farmers sila, wala silang makain. Ganon din sa construction workers, di ba? They build our houses pero sila mismo walang sariling bahay. So if we're really going to construct 3.3 million houses, and ang DPWH budget this year is 1 trillion already, I assume it will not be lower than 1 trillion, meron talaga tayong construction boom eh. So aside from the call centers, aside from the IT, aside from the yung animation, you know, yung mga top jobs ngayon, di ba? Can you imagine if we have a joint effort sa gobyernong ito to take care of construction workers, di ba? Kahit yung health man lang nila. I don't know kung hanggang ngayon ganun pa rin. You know, when I was young at nagpipintura sa bahay, basta't pagdating ng 5 at 6 o'clock tigil na, talagang gin ang iniinom. At ang paniniwala talaga, pangpalinis ng bagay yon, di ba? But alam natin naman talaga, yung pintura, ang tama, baga. Pero yung hard drinks, ang tama, atay, hindi baga. So my point is just making the conditions better for them would actually be a 2-in-1, di ba? Kasi happy workers, maganda din yung ginagawang pabahay. On the other hand, if they make enough, then sooner or later they can also build their own. Kasi this is where I want to talk about, do we have the assurances from the housing na yung gagawing bahay ay maganda at may resale value?
And Mr. President, before the good gentleman continues on that line, sabihin lamang po na the points he made previously about providing for the benefits and social protection ng mga construction workers are very well taken by the department, and may commitment po ngayon pa lang mula sa Secretary that they will require these in their contracts.
Madam Chair, if I can just add on that. So ang proposal namin sa DP to make sure na ma-monitor, kasama sa isa-submit ng contractor yon, na I had 100 workers, 20 are pintor na 1 month lang, but eto binayad namin sa kanila. Parang checklist lang. PhilHealth, check. Ganito, check. Ganyan, di ba? So at least conscious din yung contractor na binabantayan nyo on that issue. And I think Pag-ibig, SSS will thank you for that kasi nga marami sa kanila either natigil ang pagbabayad kasi hindi naman all the year meron, or they never got a official, lalo kung they're a 2-week job or something, no?
And then, Mr. President, again, before the gentleman continues on the quality of the work, dagdag lang po dun sa points nila kanina about the financing. So, I have it from DSU that Pag-ibig actually set aside 250 billion for the 4PH.
Okay.
And simula lang po yung Pag-ibig dahil meron din pong access sa mga pondo sa mga bangko. At the moment, DSUD already has standing memoranda of understanding of 4PH with GSIS, with SSS, with Land Bank, with the Development Bank of the Philippines. And these banks will also be able to receive interest subsidies from DSUD sa ilalim ng 4PH. And in fact po, Mr. President, good gentlemen, may MOU na rin po ang DSUD sa TESDA. So, if ever na may mangyari o may banta na ma-use up yung na-set aside na ng Pag-ibig, there are all these other sources as well, Mr. President.
Madam Chair, can we clarify that point, no? So, when you say interest, subsidy at interest, so sa MOU nila, may interest na rin ba? So, will DBP, Land Bank, Pag-ibig in particular, give you the same interest rates ng any other housing, or they'll give you lower rates?
Same. The lower, it becomes lower from our GAA.
Okay. The same interest, good gentleman, Mr. President, but yung actual na amortization ng mga beneficiaries, ipabababain pa ng DSUD sa pamamagitan ng, halimbawa, yung special provision sa ating GAA, yung tinatawag nilang credit enhancements, dagdag pong credit
See,
enhancements.
I'll not go into that now dahil technical and for people with numbers, but just on Pag-ibig, why can't Pag-ibig give you better interest than the banks? When ang Pag-ibig naman ay yun talaga ang mandate nila.
Actually, Mr. President, good gentleman, it already does and it will lower po than the interest rates of the commercial banks.
Anyway, nandito naman yung sa Pag-ibig. What's the regular rates ngayon ng banks for housing versus yung rates ngayon ng Pag-ibig?
6 against 3, no?
Mr. President, good gentleman, the commercial rates are from 7 to 8%, but Pag-ibig offers 6.25, but for the minimum wage earners, even lower at 3%. Good gentleman, Mr. President.
Just to mention, no, sa US, di ba may programa sila, pag first time homeowner ka, talagang binababaan nila. Di ba? Especially sa atin, pangarap talaga ng Pilipino, lalo kung bagong kasal, mahal mo man ang biyanan mo, napaka-importante pa rin na meron kan chance na masolo din yung Mr. o Mrs. mo, di ba? Or some want a duplex para hindi sila malayo, pero may sarili sila. My point is, in the same manner that we've been asking Land Bank, dapat pag farmers, don't think commercial, don't think yung income. Diba? Kasi, I don't know the numbers, but sa akin, kahit nga walang interest eh. Or, babaan mo interest, but like right now, what's the longest period na pwede kang umutang sa Pag-ibig? 5 years, 10 years?
Actually, 30 years,
30
Mr.
years.
President.
So pwede ng 30
gentleman.
years. Okay.
Opo.
So the last point I want to make on Pag-ibig, and yun nga, for the department to study it, no? Especially kung 30 years. Kung yung young couples, lalo kung pareho naman may trabaho, ay madaling makautang sa Pag-ibig for 30 years na mababa interest, mababawasan din yung 3.3 na target niya. Kasi doon na sila bibili sa market at hindi lang low cost, and it will actually, unlike in other countries that if you look at a 20-30 year graph, talagang parang mountain range yung price ng pabahay eh. Sa atin, after everyone shaped up nung Asian crisis in our first term, 97, 98, 99. After makarecover tayo nun, correct me, Secretary, if I'm wrong, di ba? Ang housing natin very stable at ang prices, lupa, kondo, di ba? Unless maging basurahan yung katabi mo or bigla kang binaha ng unexpected. But as a general rule, very stable ang housing natin at pataas yung presyo. Meaning the more that you can get young people to borrow money and buy their own house, you're actually encouraging them na magkaroon ng savings. If I'm not mistaken, in your professional experience, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, no, ang ordinaryong lupa, matagal na dumoble ngayon, 10 years. Minsan 5 years, doble na. Di ba? More or less, di ba?
Opo, good gentleman. Minsan daw 5 years, dumodoble na yung halaga.
So meaning, if I borrow, let's say I was a young employee sa Department of Housing, bagong kasal kami ni Lani, pareho kaming may income, if I can somehow borrow X million to buy a condo near yung opisina nyo, but 20 years to pay, 25, 30 years to pay, saving na namin yun . So in 10 years, if may anak na kami at we want a bigger condo, malamang doble na yung presyo nung ibebenta namin, no? If I'm not mistaken, I was asking Senator Tolentino, I don't know if the minority leader or Senator Joel knows. Ang tawag dun sa Mr. President, yung sa US, 'di ba, pagka nagbabayad ka ng SSS or retirement mo, pwedeng yung portion sa stocks mo ilagay. 401k, 'di ba? So, wala dito ang GSIS at SSS, but pwede bang sa contribution natin sa SSS o GSIS, sabihin ko, etong contribution na to, hindi na sa fund nyo, sa housing ko ilalagay. Total, makukuha ko rin naman pag-retire ko, gagawa ako. So, the point I meant, Madam Chair, is I believe in some approaches, yung socialized works, di ba? So, in the same manner that hindi naman natin inaalok ang Department of Housing na gumawa naman kayo ng mga condo worth 20 million, gumawa naman kayo ng 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom. But, since they are still in charge of policy, they can actually make it easy for a young couple to be able to buy housing. So, my point, Madam Chair, is credit pa rin naman sa housing kahit hindi sila yung gumawa ng pabahay. And let me just inject there, I remember when we were young, ang OFWs, lalo yung Japayuki, dahil napakalaki ng kita sa Japan noon as an entertainer, as mga karaoke, napakalaki ng tip, napakalaki. So pag nasa bukid ka, whether you go to Pampanga, you go to Ilocos, you go to bukid pa noon ng Cavite, you go to Visayas, Mindanao, sa gitna ng bukid, may napakalaking bahay. Tapos pag kumatok ka doon, sasabihin sa iyo yung kapatid ko o yung asawa ko o yung anak ko nagtatrabaho sa abroad or Japayuki, di ba? When subdivisions of the biggest housing people, Ayala, SM, the Villar Group, etc., started building, naging advantage sa OFWs. Kasi dati, pag nawalan ng trabaho yung OFW, o yun, nawala yung Japayuki sa Japan, walang bibili ng napakaganda nilang bahay sa gitna ng bukid. Kasi sila din naman ang nagbubukid. But now, dahil meron ganitong subdivision sa Iloilo, may ganitong subdivision sa Cebu, may ganyan subdivision sa Pampanga, ang nangyayari, double yung savings ng OFW Kasi hindi na sila nagre-rent ng pamilya, pangarap niya na yung magulang niya magkabahay. But, since it's a subdivision, pataas ng pataas yung value ng house. So if they wanna move, maganda yung resale value. That goes back to the 2 points. One, yung gagawin nyo ba na 3.3 million, gagandahan nyo ng husto para may resale value. Kasi yung mga gawa nung araw, lalo sa mga pulis, iiwanan mo talaga . And I don't know if you're familiar, sa magkakatabi sa Tagiga, si Senator Risa is familiar with yung Centennial na nabanggit niya kanina. If you look at yung Diego Silang, that's 38 ata square meters . Yung pinag-aagawan yon kahit general, kahit na colonel. Pero yung katabi na 8 building na, sino bang gumawa? Hindi Pag-ibig I think yung insurance, HSGC, no? It's not their fault. When they planned it, unahan lahat. Isa Taguig lang, the Taguig City Government in the year 2000, 1999-2000, got 3 buildings. ang priority teachers, principals. As soon as they got in at nakita nilang 20 square meters, nakita nila walang sampayan, so magsasampay ka, nakita nilang hindi maganda, hindi na nila binalikan yung kanilang deposit hindi na nila tiniran So it's good as a halfway house, di ba? Kung galing ka probinsya, nasa Manila ka, single ka, wala kang titiran, gusto mo magtrabaho ng mura, mag-ipon, it's good for that. Pero yung titiran mo talaga, then when your family gets bigger, pag may asawa ka na, may anak ka, hindi mo mabebenta ng mahal para sa bago no? So that's the side-by-side points with your patience, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I wanted to make na number one, it's very important na kahit may konting sa cost, especially yung mga 1.6, etc. There are several examples during the FM Ferdinand Marcos era. One example is yung Julio Vargas ba yung kalye sa may Mega Mall?
Yes, Mr.
Di ba kung nasa taas yung Mega Mall sa baba, there's a group of condos here na mahal yon. Gawa ng gobyerno yun. Yung mga kulay puti. It was a higher kind of bliss, di ba? Yung sinabi ko sa iyo, yung sa amin na Diego Silang, nabebenta yon na magandang presyo and the community is good. And after building a science and technology high school doon, lalong na-enhance, no? So, if the housing can somehow, kasi ang problema ng subsidy, sooner or later, pagka nagkagipitan, nagka-economic crisis, etc., hindi mo sure kung masosustain mo Yung 4-piece is already at 100 billion, 4-piece pa lang yon. Nung inumpisa niyang panahon ni GMA, sabi nila baka 10 years, 15 years. Pero ngayon, parang walang ending until yumaman lahat ng Pilipino. So, I'd rather na makakautang ang couple, kasi isasanla mo naman yung bahay Ang problema sa ordinaryong bangko, if the condo is 10 million, hindi naman masasanla ng bangko na 10 million. Masasanla mo siya probably, anong tama set? Mga 6 million? Mga 60% or 40%? More or less. If I'm buying a brand new condo now that's worth 10 million, brand new from Ayala in a very good location, uutang ako sa bangko. How much will the commercial bank value that? 70%, 7 million.
30%, yun yung down payment.
So, magda-down ako ng
30%.
3 million, tapos babayaran ko, pero hindi nila i-consider na 10 million din yung di ba, yung building, kaya ka nga magda-down ng 3 million. Di ba? So kung hindi ako makabayad, they can still sell it for 10 million. Yes. Di ba? Kasi if they value it at 10 at wala akong down, and then they cannot sell it for 10, lugi yung bangko. No?
Pero Mr. President, good gentleman, if you will allow, kasi maraming rich points na lumalabas dito, iba rin po talaga ang pagtingin ng DSUD. In a way, in a modest way, game-changing yung tingin nila na pwedeng maging epekto ng 4PH na hindi madideplete yung financial resources. Okay. Babalik at babalik pa rin sa ekonomiya natin. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang yung infusion ng funds sa pamamagitan ng GAA, imo-mobilize yung private funds through the banks. And in fact, related po yan, Mr. President, sa sinabi ng good gentleman nung isang best practice na nakita nila sa US. Kaya nga, sinasabi po kanina ni Sec, 1% lang. 1% lang yung interest doon and then balik ng balik sa mga bangko. Kaya nangyari yung na-observe ng good gentleman na medyo flat or stable yung prices. Hindi nga tulad dito na previously roller coaster. And in terms of the quality ng construction, balak po dito sa 4PH, may building code doon sa mga medium rise to higher rises buildings. May open space requirements na i-observe. Kasama na po yung parks, playgrounds, yung nabanggit ko po kanina na on-site in city, malapit sa kabuhayan at intact po. Hindi lang yung financial capital sa mga bangko in addition to the GAA and the LGUs, intact yung social capital. Dahil speaking of philosophy na tinatalakay ng good gentleman, yung pagtingin sa housing, investment siya. Hindi po siya expense. And then lower transport costs din. Lastly po at this point, Mr. President, good gentleman, dahil balak po ng 4PH itap pati yung private funds, hindi lang yung GAA. Sa tingin po nila, merong 13 trillion na loanable fund assets na nasa private banks na sinusubukan nilang i-fetch, i-mobilize din po sa pamamagitan ng
Madam Chair, I'm
nitong
very
40H.
supportive and like you, we really wish na magkatotoo. But malayo pa rin kasi sa 3 trillion. And, you know, I have more than 100 groups since 2012 na tinutulungan sa anti-5-6. And one thing that's very similar, two things that are similar. One, sa pinakamataas na bundok ng Pilipinas at pinaka-isolated na isla, may nagpa-5-6. Kasi kulang talaga sa kapital ang Pilipino eh. So may nagpapautang talaga. Second, pag tinanong mo yung grupo, sabi nila, sir, pag pare, politiko o gobyerno nagpautang, hindi kami nagbabayad. Pero pagka 5-6 o bangko, napipilitan. No? And one thing about yung bangko, 5-6 is quite clear why, di ba? May accountability, tapos araw-araw maliit na amount, di ba? So, SSS tried that one time na Tricycle Drivers Association, dun siningil. Maganda yung income, so I hope tuloy yon o ibabalik nila yon. But my point, Madam Chair, is that if yung klase ng housing is bibilin mo regardless kung ikaw private at bibilin mo, we're in good hands. Kasi ibig sabihin, kahit hindi ka magbayad, ayaw mong mawala sa'yo, mabebenta sa iba. Pero kung yung klase ng housing that we've had the last 40 years, na pagtsatsagaan mo lang kasi libre, di ba? O kasi wala talaga. Ang problema, as soon as you have better income, iiwanan mo talaga. Kasi halos wala kang makukuha doon eh. The reason why stable yung ibang housing natin, aside from the developers making sure na maganda, kahit crisis, hindi nila binabaksak yung presyo eh. And then of course, supply and demand, di ba, na kulang pa rin yung housing. So anyway, Madam Chair, I think both of us made our point naman na we're happy that they're coming up with a more flexible, more comprehensive strategy. But I think on the financial side, just to offer all of the young people now, or even couples who've been together 10 years or even singles na taga Cebu yan, taga Ilocos yan, taga Nueva Ecija, pumuntang Manila, bakit ako magre-rent ng 20,000-30,000 a month? Kasi hindi ako makautang sa bangko. Pero kung maging accessible yung sa bangko, baka naman 35,000 a month lang, for an extra 5,000 a month, rent to own ka. Di ba? Because nga, it's really, I think for ordinary people now, siguro side kwento lang, Senator, Chairperson, I remember one time yung isa kong ninang, nakita ko bis na bis. May ginto, naka-relo. Tapos sabi ko, ninang, punta ka magbo-ballroom dancing ka ba? O punta ka ba sa ball? Hindi, punta akong bangko. This was years ago naman. Tapos sabi ko, ba't ka bis na bis? Hindi ka naman papansinin, hindi ka naman harapin ng manager kung hindi ka mukhang may pere. Di ba? And if you go to Singapore, they have a bank exclusively for students. It looks like a coffee shop. And I actually asked them, why do you have this bank? Sabi niya, people are intimidated. They think ang bangko para sa mga taong may pera. So you have to get them in, not only to save, but also to use our services. Kaya yung mga GCash, yung mga, di ba? Kita mo, gamit na gamit ng tao. Pero yung going to a bank for that. So, but my point is, if nagsisikap ka talaga at gusto mo talagang bumili ng bahay, kung affordable naman, or for example, I don't know if the government can guarantee the 30% para pati yung, kasi we don't want to create a bubble. So I'm not a expert sa financial, Madam Chair. Wala po dito si Senator Cynthia Villar. She would have been able to give us advice on the financials. But I'm not proposing anything that will cause a bubble at bumaksak yung pricing ng housing. I'm just saying, if we can make it so easy that, so like say, if ang sweldo ko sa Senate is 30 and 10,000 ang aking pang-rent ngayon, but kung pautangin ako, I'm only gonna pay 15-20, baka magbaon na lang ako at mag-diet every day para mabayaran yung 15 at 20. Kasi every 2-3 years naman, may increase naman sa pay. So magtiis ako ng 3 years. After 3 years, medyo nabayaran ko na ng 1/3 ng bahay ko or 1/5 kung 15 years. And then siya. No? So may I just I know that the finance people are listening intently and the secretary. So baka pwedeng tignan nyo yung component na yon. Di ba? Last point lang. Kasi even yung mga barkada, so like when I talk to young people or young employees, alam mo, dito sa Senate, minsan pinag-uusapan nila eh. What if 4-5 tayo, bumili tayo ng condo, pa-Airbnb or i-rent natin? And di ba may mga iba na mababa yung bibigay mo, let's say, instead of 3 million, 700,000. But since, what do you call that, Secretary, yung pre-selling, hindi pa gawa, but every 10 months may balloon ka ng 800,000 o 1 million. Eh halimbawa sa Christmas, maganda bonus dito. Di ba? So may nag-iisip ng ganun. I don't know how many do it, but I also don't know how easy or hard it is. Di ba? But I do know is that if people start thinking that way, maging mas entrepreneurial, mas hindi lang gaganda yung ating real estate, yung ating housing, yung kabuhayan, but it will ease the pressure that 3.3 million, kailangan kayo mismo ang gumawa.
Mr. President, good gentleman. So, pinag-uusapan po dito habang tinatalakay ng good gentleman yung kanilang mga tanong at saka ideya na precisely yung isang feature nitong 4PH ay yung graduated na mga amortizations. And usually po sa pag-imbestiga gawa yung in aid of legislation. Pero maganda po, Mr. President, good gentleman, na dito sa interpellation na ito, may lumabas pong palagay ko magandang ideya na para din po makamit natin na at par with residential developments ng private sector ang lahat o karamihan ng mga mako-construct dito sa 4PH program, baka posibleng pagtulungan ng good gentleman, pati ng presiding officer na ama ng batas na naglikha ng DSUD at nitong representation ang isang first-time homeowners bill kung saan yung deductions o ang deductible sa ang amortization sa taxable income. So baka isa po yun na pwede nating pag-aralan moving forward.
Thank you
Mr.
for that,
President.
Madam Chair.
Gentleman.
It'll be a privilege to co-author that with you and Senator JV and to get the ideas. Ano pang mailalagay natin doon? Na talagang kasi sa US, 'di ba? Pag teenager mo pa lang kuha ka na ng SS eh. Yung SSS number nila is like their national ID. Tapos, whether summer job yan or ganyan. So, there's so much benefit. But tayo, ang daming utangan, pero it's quite difficult, no? Actually, Madam Chair, let me shift. Nawala na yung init ng ulo ko sa miscommunication
naman po,
namin, sa ganda ng mga sinabi nyo. But let me just make a point, Madam Chair, no? And I know from a secretary's point of view, from a GM's point of view, from a CEO point of view, presidente ng Pag-ibig, you cannot look at individuals or micro eh. Usually macro ka, di ba? I mean, you have to finish 100,000, 500,000, di ba? Pero tayo na elected, we don't have the luxury of choosing or being matapobre in terms of numbers. So even if we have a scholarship bill, na lahat ng Pilipino may scholarship, if one student comes knocking in our doors and saying na, Senator Risa, pasensya na po, pero talagang walang-wala, one sem na lang to, we have to find a way, di ba? And that is, I think, where the promises of NHA over the last, ilan years na bang NHA? 1970...
48 years, Mr.
48 years. Baka pwede, di ba, sabi nila ngayon, yung new 40 is 50 eh. Life begins at 50. Of course, if you talk to Senator Enrile, life begins at 70. So, ibang-iba. Pero assuming for the average age, life begins at 50. Let me talk about personal experience, for example. No? Sobrang ganda ng konsepto ng Maharlika Village sa Taguig. So, while Lee Kuan Yew, Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew was building condominiums kung saan magkapitbahay ang mga Hindu, mga Christian, mga hindi niya sure yung religion, at saka mga Muslim, ang naging desisyon ng former President Ferdinand Marcos, let's do a subdivision. ipakita natin sa mga kapatid natin Muslim na welcome din sila sa Metro Manila. So kung titingnan mo yung original plan ng Maharlika Village, napakaganda. Ganda ng kalye, yung main plaza sila kung saan nagrarally din sila Brother Joel noon pag-eleksyon. 4 lanes pa dun sa malapit sa mosque. Ang gaganda. But sometime late 90s, may nilinis nila lugar sa Maynila. Sabi nila, may lugar pa sa Taguig, nagtayo ng dorm, di na pag-isipan ng husto, tinapon na lang lahat doon. Nagka-problema sa sanitation, nagka-problema sa trabaho, nagka-problema sa peace and order, di ba? And then, I remember when Lani was a new mayor, when I was first congressman with Senator Risa, ayaw namin tanggapin, tina-turn over ng NHA. Kasi tina-turn over, at that time, walang pera ang Taguig, wala rin perang NHA. So, ang sinasabi namin, NHA, sundin nyo muna yung yung pangako nyo, may swimming pool, ang laman, tilapia. May open ground, meron namang kinakatigan yung taga-NHA, mga panabong ang nakatali doon. So all kinds of ganitong problema, parang ginawa talagang backyard problem yung magandang intensyon. All throughout my term, 98 until 2010, naging Senador 27, everything I could do for tenement building, kasi it's iconic I think in Southeast Asia, isa sa nauna yun panahon pa ni President Macapagal. And ang liit-liit lang, 20 square meters, pinagtsatsagaan ng resident, but it's a community. That's why even si Kobe Bryant, nung buhay, balik doon. Si Lebron, doon din. So hanggang ngayon, yung court doon, iconic. Naglabas na nga ng Nike tenement no? Nakasama sa worldwide nila. Unfortunately, noong 2010, na-condemn. The reality is, humingi ka pa kami ng tulong sa private sector. May 2 kumpanya na real estate sa Taguig, 2 of the biggest in the world, at least yung isa naalala ko, pinapunta nila engineers. Sir, wala talagang magagawa. There's no amount of I forgot the term na ginagamit nila sa building, talagang condemn. Okay, so what's my point, Madam Chair? We ask the residents, dahil condemn, lumipat na kayo. Tiwala kayo sa Taguig, magtiwala sa NHA. That was 2010. 2023 now, 13 years later, walang plano. So when I sat down with the Secretary during his confirmation, hindi ko hiningi tuwiran. Sabi ko, Sec, pakitignan. And he assured me naman, sabi niya, Senator, between something we can do and you can do, may tiwala kami sa local. So if you can do it, why not? So sumulat kami sa NHA. Unfortunately, ito hawak ko yung sulat, December 2, 2022, dapat siguro in-email namin, kasi minail namin siguro, or hand delivery, dumating yung sagot November 13, 2023. So medyo, siguro naman hindi kayo magagalit kung magtatampo ko na 11 buwan bago nyo kami sagutin. In the meantime, may verbal contact assuring us na mukhang mas maganda nga na Taguig na yung gumawa ng project. And then dadating na rin yung sulat, denied pa. So, kanina I asked the general manager, Sir, pahingi ng plano para sa lugar na yon. Wala daw. Well, unlike the president who has a 6-year term, the local government and the congressman only have a 3-year term So next month, December, kalahati na nung term. So ano isasagot namin sa mga natira doon na kailangan na ilipat kasi unsafe Pagka nagkaroon ng earthquake doon, magtuturuan. But ito yung point namin, GM, na sabi ko nga, baka hindi mo alam, tao mo sa baba. When we're asking them, sino magpapalipat, responsibility daw namin. Pero nung sinabi namin kami na magpapagawa, hindi daw amin yung property sa inyo. So, di ba, which is which? Kung sasabihin nyo sa inyo, they take responsibility, lipat nyo yung mga tao. Kung sasabihin nyo, ito-turn over nyo sa akin, hahanapan namin ng paraan yung tao. So, I won't elaborate, but my point is whether it's Maharlika Village, where many of those who were affected by Marawi, nakitira din muna sa kanilang kamag-anak, or whether it's the tenement, let's turn a new leaf under your leadership, General Manager Tay, di ba? Na inventory nyo lahat sa NHA. Ano ba pangako nyo in the past? Kasi kung lalapit kayo sa amin na, sir, eto pangako simula nung ginawa Maharlika, 1 to 10. Sir, hindi na kayang gawin yung 1 to 7. Yung 2, sir, lupa na lang, ibigay namin. Yung 3, gawin natin together. Then we turn over a new leaf. Kung hindi, wala ako problema, Madam Chair, di ba, kung 30 years kayo nang dyan eh. I don't know kung hanggang 2028 na lang ako, kung may isa pang term, kung mag-mayor in the future, hindi ko alam eh. Pero alam ko we will be there caring for that people. Pero yung kasing heads ng mga department, co-terminus sa presidente. So 6 years later, all the general manager in 2028, July 1, all that he has to say sa Taguig at sa amin is, sir, sorry ha, yung dati yun eh. But kami, nandun pa rin kami. Di ba? So sana naintindihan nyo yung burden ng elected. Di ba? We have to be able to deliver. At mababawas din naman to eh. Kasi nakita ko sa sulat nyo na 4PH, etc. Oh. So, Madam Chair, no, just for the record, no, as of today, no, and I'm not taking it against you, 1 year ka pa lang nandyan, meron bang joint venture ang NHA with any of the big developers na makakakita ka ng medium o high-rise na may commercial and then multi-use yung area and kompleto? Meron na ba?
Mr. President, good sponsor, sabi po ng DSUD, meron na po.
Saan yun? NHA, ha? I'm talking about NHA.
I stand corrected, Mr. President, good sponsor. Ang DSUD po ang mayroon
DSUD.
na pong
Yeah.
joint venture.
Okay.
Wala pa po sa NHA.
Yeah, and again, GM, this is not against you. 1 year ka pa lang. I'm just saying na yun ang training. The first time na in DPWH, pinakiusapan ko gumawa ng round na building, this was 10 years ago, para gumawa ng library, sabi sa akin ng architect, sir, challenge to. Kasi lahat ng gawin namin classroom kwadrado. Diba? And it wasn't his fault. I think it was 15 years ago. Kasi 15 years ago, hindi. But over the last 15 years, maraming joint venture or design and build ang DPWH na technology transfer na. Diba? So, nag-iiba na. So, but my point is, if you like the Venice Mall in the Fort, that's a PPP with the City of Taguig. Ang may-ari ng lupa nun, Taguig. If you like SM Ora, that's a PPP with the City of Taguig. Mag-expire na yung Market. Market is a PPP with BCDA and Ayala. But that will be a transport hub then. So ang point ko, we may also have some expertise na hindi nyo pa nagagawa. We may have more flexibility in building that kind of community. That's why clarify ko kay SEC, we're only asking for that area nung tenement. Why? We want to keep the court. And we want to keep part of the structure. But we want to build something modern para community pa rin siya. Diba? But we're not asking for the 50 hectares. So we can plan it naman directly. But we only have a year and a half. You have 4.5 years. So I asked the GM, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, wala pa naman silang plano doon. So 2010 hanggang 2013, again, hindi mo kasalanan before 2022 kung bakit walang plano. But when we wrote you, Madam Chair, in December 2022, ang sinabi namin simple, either you do it and we'll help you, or ibigay nyo na sa city, kami nang gagawa. They will write us a year later saying na will not give it to you kasi mandate namin, pero wala naman silang plano. Di ba? So, the secretary told me before this started that as chairman of NHA, he will assure that we will sort this out and that they will find a mechanism of, ano yung tama, Sec, transferring or giving Taguig or doing it with Taguig para mapabilis tayo?
For Taguig or joint.
Okay.
So for the record, Mr. President, good gentleman, the DSUD secretary said that
Okay.
Either joint or for tagig ang primary options na iniisip nila ngayon. Tingin ko rin po, Mr. President, helpful yung mga binanggit ng good gentleman na mga modes tulad ng joint venture, PPP. So this could go into the continuing discussion with
The Secretary
DSUD and
knows my
NHA.
preference, but siguro ang aking lang ibabato, whatever is better and faster. Di ba? So I will accept his answer na either joint or the city. And yung sinasabi ko naman kay GM ang assurance ko, even if you turn over, sa inyo pa rin yung buong community. And hindi naman kayo i-exclude kasi nga kayo naman yung owner. It's just that we will ensure that every single past resident of that complex who still wants to live there, di ba? And then we will assure that it's a new mixed use. Kasi maganda na yung lugar di ba? Mapaganda natin ng husto. I'll give you one example.
Mr. President, before the good gentleman gives an example, confirm po ng DSUD Secretary na similar dun sa simula ng interpellation na reach sa mga philosophical points, ina-affirm po ng DSUD Secretary na yung programa ng DSUD for local governments ay isa sa mga main drivers ng 4PH. So, in that spirit also, maghahanap ng optimal solution dito sa sitwasyong tinatalakay ng good gentleman. Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. And i-hand ko na lang kay Secretary kasi ang Taguig is one of the, including the new barangays in Embo, yan po ay isa sa pinakamaraming mga proclamation. So together with you, with the Bureau of Lands, so halimbawa, hawak ko dito ngayon, no? In Maharlika Village lang 1.2 hectares, school na yon. Pero parang hindi matapos-tapos, multi-level parking, etc. No? So again, no, whether joint or kami, basta't mabilis. Di ba? Because nga, tayo naintindihan natin yung proseso Ang constituents natin hindi naintindihan yung proseso. And just like the good secretary na mas gusto nyong in-city or on-site, di ba? Part of the way that we can offer them, kasi usually yan, hindi lang in-city on-site, minsan may malaking cash And during the time na the prices of property was 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, paano mo naman o-opera ng 2,500,000 yung residente, di ba? But yung presyo ng lupa sa Fort is now at 1.7 per square. Sa Arca South, it's between 400 to 600,000 per square, di ba? So actually, dahil mataas yung presyo, mas madali ngayon kausapin ang informal settler. Do you want us to buy a lot na in-city or do you want na pera? You know, the first 2 months, Senator Risa, matutuwa ka dito because you've also worked with Mayor Lani. Her first 3 months, may nagrarally, I think, basta first year niya, nung nag-start na ng construction ng SM Ora sa Fort Bonifacio, may nagrarally sa tabi niya, sa City Hall. Akala namin nagrarally dahil akala nilang gigibain na sila. Ito po yung pag nakatingin ka sa SM Ora, sa kanan, may mga settlers doon. Then to their right is the American Cemetery. Di ba? Nagrarally sila kasi sabi, binabaan nila ni kinausap, pinaakyat sa office niya yung leaders. Sabi ng leaders, ma'am, kaya kami nagrarally, bilhin nyo na rin kami. Gusto na rin namin umalis. Kasi nabalitaan yung laki ng binigay sa kanila. Kasi the land became so valuable. But Lani had to explain to them, yung 1 hectare where you are, clinic-claim ng American Cemetery. So we're not allowed to develop or to it because it might cause a diplomatic problem. But just to make the point na some of our problems before sa economic side, masosolve ngayon. So we're dealing with, for example, FTI, no? May 11 hectares doon. Ilan hektarya doon ang puno. But since it's already 400,000 to 600,000 per square, baka may sagot. Whether medium rise or may cash payment yung mga pamilya, di ba? Bottom line, just like the Secretary, Madam Chair, I'd like to assure yung mga nakikinig, hindi tayo naniniwala sa win-lose. Hindi tayo naniniwalang panalo gobyerno, talo tao. Panalo ang investor, talo ang tao. Tayo naniniwala kung yung mismong tao na informal settler, gusto niya lumipat, gusto niya ng medium rise, gusto niya tanggapin ng pera, then may win-win tayo. Pero kung ang feeling ng informal settlers, wala akong choice, pinapalis nyo, pinupulis nyo na ako, de-demolish nyo ako, Diba? That's not the kind society that we envision, no, for all Filipinos. So, as I said, Madam Chair, no, I'll consider it a misunderstanding, but I hope it's the first and last time na ganito. Because nga, if it was a misunderstanding na isang buwan, okay lang eh. Diba? Kung 2 buwan lang, Sec, diba, na ganon. But anyway, nandyan na. Siguro ang lesson natin dalawa is diretsong mag-textan. Pareho naman tayo may cellphone rather than to rely on assistance, etc. And GM, siguro I should have met you before. But may I just challenge the GM na ikutin mo rin ang daming low-lying fruit. I mean, even for your personal, meaningful public service, whether it's the Muslim community, whether it's a C5, may community din na malapit sila, Senator Risa, doon along the C5, if you remember. Ang dami natin doon na pwedeng gawin na yung iba doon, low-lying fruit, daling kausap ng mga tao doon, very close sa mga community. Of course, hindi 100%, kahit saan naman may matigas ng ulo. But, you know, if you see the problems and opportunities, you can really turn around yung reputation ng NHA.
Mr. President, good gentleman, yung imbitasyon ng good gentleman is very very warmly received by the Secretary. Sabi po nila, sila po ni NHA GMTI ay pwedeng dumalaw dun sa mga areang iyon kahit po sa susunod na linggo kasama po si Mayor Lani.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Sec.
Maraming salamat po, good gentleman, Mr. President.
I think malamig na rin ang ulo ng majority leader natin.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize to interpellate the good sponsor, the gentleman from the province of Bohol and Davao, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, doon pala ako nakalista sa Marawi Compensation Board, hindi dito sa DSUD. Wala akong problema dito sa DSUD. Wala akong problema dito. Okay itong DSUD sa akin. Doon lang ako sa Marawi Compensation Board nakalista.
Pwede naman po, Mr. President, good gentleman. Opo.
Mr. President. So,
Thank you, Majority Leader.
it is part that I...
So okay na. Pwede nang...
Opo, good gentleman.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sumali na kayo doon. Diyan ka lang kayo. Wala kayo upuan.
Salamat.
Sama yan.
Mista? Mag-short opening statement na po ako.
Para lumamig ka ba?
Opo.
Likewise, for the record, before we start, the Marawi Compensation Board is part of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Can I request a sponsor to please mention also the budget for the record of the Marawi Compensation Board?
Yes, Mr. President, will do. Mr. President, I have the pleasure to sponsor the 2024 budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. I would like to welcome the MCB Chair, Attorney Maysara Damdamun Latif, and the members of the board who are here with us today. Assalamu alaikum to Chair Maysara. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the total appropriation of the MCB is 1,131,954,000 pesos, higher by 20 million pesos than the NEP and GAB versions. This amount is earmarked for personnel services. The subcommittee, Mr. President, also allocated 6 billion pesos in unprogrammed funds to augment the compensation component of the board's budget. Magandang gabi po muli, and I am now ready to receive questions from the floor. And just for the record, Mr. President and good gentlemen, the Marawi Compensation Board is not part of the DSUD, but indeed we are hearing both these proposed budgets as sponsored by this representation. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Pero paano yan? Pinaalis na yung taga-DSUD, hindi pa na-approve yung budget nila.
Hindi,
Mag-alisa na
Mr.
yun.
President,
Ay,
good
andito pa,
gentlemen,
andyan pa pala.
hindi naman po sila umalis
Hindi
pa. Opo, andito pa po sila.
Sorry, na-interrupt ko tuloy yung... Wala namang ibang magtatanong, kaya diretso na ako dito sa...
Yes, Ms.
Marawi
Good
Compensation
gentlemen,
Board.
although I hear that there's at least one other interpellator for the DSUD budget.
Minority
Mr.
Leader,
President.
I'm going to ask
Good gentleman.
Marawi Compensation Board.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Okay lang?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Good Sponsor. Mr. President, the enactment of Republic Act number 11696 or the Marawi Seeds Victims Compensation Act of 2022 is a clear testament that the government is committed to fulfill its obligations and responsibilities of providing reparation and compensations for persons and families whose rights were violated as a result of armed conflict. I only have a few questions to the good sponsor relative to the ongoing implementation of the provisions of Republic Act number 11696. Number one, as of today, out of the 4,760 claims received by the MCB or Marawi Compensation Board, how many claims have been paid by the Marawi Compensation Board from its 1 billion Marawi Seeds Victims Compensation Fund under the 2023 General Appropriations Act?
Thank you, Mr. President, good gentlemen. To date, the Marawi Compensation Board has evaluated around 303 structural claims amounting to 1.01 billion pesos and 59 death claims amounting to 26 million pesos. Currently, the board has awarded 30 death claims out of the 59, 30 for the months of October and November. This November 20th, 2023, they are going to have their first ceremonial awarding for the first batch of death claims. And hopefully, Mr. President, good gentlemen, by December this year, they shall begin awarding the structural claims after adjudication. They were only not able to disburse the award for death claims last October because of the prohibition during the Barangay and SK elections 2023 by COMELEC. Good gentlemen,
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor,
President.
good sponsor. So meaning, as we speak, wala pa talagang victim na nakatanggap ng compensation or cash na nanggagaling sa board. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa.
That is correct.
Kahit
good
isa, kahit
gentlemen.
isa.
Meron na award. Hindi lang nabigay yung cash.
Mr. President, good gentlemen, meron na pong award pero hindi pa po naibibigay yung cash award o yung cheque dahil po dun sa pagbabawal ng COMELEC at that time, Mr. Good gentleman.
Pero sa tao na victim, wala pa rin yun. Kahit sinabi mong award kung hindi nila natanggap yung pera or anong dapat matanggap nila, di ba? So award, nandiyan na yung award. Pero hindi pa natanggap yung Pera.
Opo, good gentleman, hindi
Okay.
pa natanggap yung pera.
Wala pa.
Pinagbawal lang po kasi ang board dahil sa election ban. And I suppose po, good gentleman, ipinaliwanag po nila ito dun sa mga na-awardan na ng claim, may award ng claim, pero hindi pa po ma-turn over yung pera o yung cheque.
Kaya pala, hindi na siguro na paliwanag ito ng husto doon sa mga tao dahil yung aking page, yung aking Facebook page, alam mo, Chairman, good sponsor, punong-puno ng reklamo doon na hanggang ngayon wala pa daw talagang nakatanggap kahit isa. So, kinonfirm ko lang, wala pa talaga. So, i-explain lang natin sa kanila na dahil yung sa eleksyon.
And actually, good gentleman, by Monday po,
By
itong
Monday.
susunod na Lunes, opo, yung unang awarding. Kaya malamang po, nailabas na rin po yung pasabi o yung imbitasyon dun sa unang batch. So alam na po nila na magsisimula na po yung prosesong iyon ng aktual na pag-turnover ng mga cheque
Okay.
by Monday, good gentleman,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Thank you, Madam Good Sponsor.
Dahil na-lift na po yung election ban, good gentleman.
Yung next question is granting, no? Granting na next year, you will be very efficient in processing all these claims and makapagbayad kayo. I understand yung Marawi Compensation Fund for next year is only 1 billion again
Opo, good gentleman.
sa program.
Sa
But
program
meron
po.
kayong 6 billion sa program.
Opo, good gentleman,
So,
Mr. President.
1 billion, kung magaling na kayo, mabilis na kayong mag-disburse, no? Mag-process, mag-disburse ng claims. Halimbawa, mga January pa lang o February, naubos na yung 1 billion ninyo. Saan kayo kukuha ng additional? Dito sa program, pero ang program, alam natin yung mga requirements. Yung mga requirements dyan is for the availment of the unprogrammed appropriations. There should be an excess revenue collection. There should be new revenue collections. Number 3, approved loan or for foreign assisted projects. So, mabilis kaya itong ma-avail ninyo yung unprogrammed na 6 billion?
Mr.
Yes,
President, good gentleman, actually, the MCB is confident that it could fully utilize its funds for 2024. This subcommittee provided 6 billion pesos in unprogrammed funds, as the good gentleman has noted, in response to MCB's request for a 7 billion, total 7 billion peso allotment to settle claims. And we hope that before the year ends, government will be able to release the amount. We can also, good gentlemen, seek the guidance of the DBM in looking for other sources of funds. Further, good gentlemen, that additional amount na sa ngayon ay unprogrammed funds lamang may be requested for release. This is one idea na i-explore pa po under the contingent fund, of course, subject to the President's approval. At kung magawa po ito, good gentleman, Mr. President, siguro magandang unang hakbang ito patungo sa next half-decade dahil in fact, the board estimates that it needs an average po of 10 billion pesos a year starting 2024 in order to safely say that they have the capacity to pay all claimants based on the data provided by the PCNA and also the board's own data. Good gentleman, Mr.
Pero,
President.
Your Honor, good sponsor, no? For a start, no? It's good to know that MCB requested for 7 billion. Tapos binigyan sila ng program fund na 1 billion at 6 billion na unprogrammed funds. So 7 billion pa rin talaga binigay sa inyo. That's quite a good news for me. Kasi akala ko talaga noon pinipilit lang ni Chairman Finance Committee, si Senator Angara, na makadagdag kami ng 1 billion sa inyo para magiging 2 billion. Pero yun pala, 7 billion. So maganda po. Sana, yun nga lang yung aking yung akin nakikitang sitwasyon ba, no? Pag mabilis kayo, tapos mamaya itong unprogrammed funds, pahirapan kayo ng DBM na hindi nila i-release, well, kawawa naman yung pinrasis ninyo. January, February pa, na-process na ninyo, na-approve na ninyo, awardan na ninyo, pero wala kayong cash na pambigay. That means they will wait for the next fiscal year, 2025, para matanggap nila yung na-process ninyo ngayon na as early as January or February of 2023, makatanggap sila ng compensation, whether it's cash or whatever, sa next fiscal year pa, kung pahirapan kayo ng DBM. So I hope meron kayong, sana ang Malacanang nakikinig ngayon, dapat, kung mahirapan sila dyan mag-offer sa inyo ng mapabilis yung unprogram na 6 billion, sana yung contingency funds ng presidente, witik-witikan kayo kunti dyan para mayroon kayong pambayad. Yun lang yung aking, sana nakikinig si presidente ngayon.
The good gentleman's advice, Mr. President, is very well taken at ipinagpapasalamat po ng board dahil talagang ang unang inaasahan sana ay yung 6 million unprogrammed funds ay mahanapan po ng source para mapondohan po talaga ito. At ngayon pa lamang, Mr. President, good gentleman, nais tanggapin yung dagdag na 1 billion pesos na pinag-usapan ng good gentleman
Papapasubo ako dito ngayon kay Senator Angara.
At dahil
Yung
po,
plano lang na usapan
opo,
nun, ha?
good
Ganun.
gentleman.
Pero ito
Opo,
pala, may
maganda
6
pong
billion
ideya
pala.
po yun. Opo, tatanggapin po ng Marawi Compensation Board.
I would like to congratulate the good sponsor at napa-cuff up mo yung DBM ng 6 billion, although unprogram,
Opo.
pero may 6 billion talaga yan. Well, palagi natin sinasabi yan, pagdating sa unprogram funds, palagi natin sinasabi yan, pag gusto, may paraan.
Opo.
Di ba? Pagdating
Kaya
sa
nga-
unprogram funds.
Opo.
So siguro, gusto ng Malacanang talaga na makatulong doon sa Marawi. So, mukhang solve na tayo next year. Okay na tayo. May nakikita pa ba kayong good sponsor na posibleng problema?
Well,
Pagdating sa compensation fund, mukhang okay na tayo.
Dahil po yung dagdag pong kailangan sanang 6 billion na ang status po ngayon ay unprogrammed funds pa rin, mas masarap pong tanggapin yung ika-cough up na dagdag na 1 billion pesos sa tulong po ng good gentleman at ng chair
Iniisip
ng
lang yun,
Committee on
iniisip
Finance.
lang
Opo.
Baka mamaya, mali pa nga yung narinig ko kay Senator Angara. Ako papagalitan ito ngayon.
Libre naman pong mangarap. Opo, at least magandang, kung magkakatotoo po, magandang pangalawang hakbang patungo dun sa kailangan po talaga ng board. Dahil napakadetalyado po ng kanilang mga plano kung paano talaga ima-maximize itong harinawa, inshallah, no, na 7 billion total for next year. Meron po silang order of priority. Meron silang tansya sa actual number of cases na kaya po nilang i-dispose. May annual financial projection sila para sa susunod na 5 taon para i-fully compensate lahat ng claimants. Kaya't may basihan po talaga sila sa 10 billion pesos. Meron pa po silang distinction sa iba't ibang klaseng claims, lalo na yung structural claims. Kaya't meron silang nasusumang 3,300,000 pesos na structure claims at 890,000 pesos na personal property claims bilang average data na ginagamit sa kanilang projections. Doon po sa mga damaged structures, meron po silang nagagamit na formula na tinatawag nilang optional standard valuation. Meron pa silang mga non-monetary programs na iniisip. Kaya't kapag tinanong natin sila, good gentleman, Mr. President, sigurado sila na on track sila sa loob ng timeline na ibinibigay ng batas sa pag-implementa ng kanilang mandato. Kung matulungan po talaga sila ng Senado o ng buong Kongreso, makahanap ng dagdag na, lalo na programmed funds sa susunod na kalahating dekada, good gentleman.
Well, Mr. President, good sponsor, Your Honor, wala pong duda, no? Kasi talaga, being the chairman of the
Opo.
Senate Special Committee on Marawi Siege Victims Compensation and Rehabilitation Committee, talaga na-monitor ko yung performance nila. And hindi po nagkakamali ang Malacanang pag-appoint nila as members of the Marawi Compensation Board. Talagang nakikita kong very grabe sila magtrabaho dahil alam mo, nakita natin, kaya ganun kaganda yung resulta ng trabaho nila dahil galing sa puso yung trabaho nila dahil para sa kanilang mga kababayan. Kababayan natin na alam nila kung gaano katagal na naghirap, nagsuffer yung mga tao na yan. Kaya galing sa puso yung trabaho nila.
Opo,
talagang,
good gentleman, Mr.
I
President.
commend the Marawi Compensation
Opo.
Board for their good performance.
Galing po sa puso nila, good gentleman, Mr. President, galing sa personal na karanasan.
Yes, yes.
Dahil maging po ang bawat isang miyembro ng Marawi Compensation Board, sila rin po ay namatayan ng mahal sa buhay, sila rin po ay nawala ng tahanan, ng mga kagamitan sa kanilang mga tahanan. Kaya't talagang mula sa puso talaga, tama po ang good gentleman, yung kanila pong pagtatrabaho at paghahanda para patuloy na magtrabaho sa susunod na 5 taon, good gentleman.
So thank you, Madam Good Sponsor. Unless Senator Robin Hood Padilla will say something, meron ka ba? Meron ka sabihin? So hindi mo na ako mag-move. I am supposed to move right away the approval of the budget of
Dagang salamat, good gentleman.
Marawi Compensation Board. Pero may sasabihin ka pa? Thank you po.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President,
De La
thank you.
Rosa. Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang magandang gabi po sa inyo, aming hinahangaang senadora at sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng Marawi Compensation Board. Ako po ay may ilang lamang mga katanungan sapagkat isa po ako sa mga nalungkot noong sinaabi ng chairwoman ng Marawi Compensation Board, si Atty. Latif, na 1 bilyon lang. 1 bilyon lang ang nailaan na budget. Sapagkat sa loob lamang daw po ng 3 buwan o 4 na buwan, nauubos yun. Sapagkat napakadami po talagang naapektuhan nitong siege na ito. Katunayan ay nakailang pulong kami ng board patungkol po rito. At ako naman po ay naligayahan sa mga narinig ko ngayon na meron pang 6 na bilyon na unprogram. Kaya ako po ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa inyo, bagamat ito po ay hahanapin pa. Pero ang mahalaga ay ito po ay naisulat na. Nasa batas na. At naniniwala po ako dahil ito pong mga nangunguna sa pagsulat nitong batas na ito, nandirito lahat ngayon sa 18th Congress. Nandiyan po si Senator S.P. Subiri, nandiyan po si Senator Angara, nandiyan po si Senator Bato, si Senator Go, nandiyan po kayo. Naniniwala po ako at nagdarasal ako na itong 6 na bilyon na ito makakarating sa mga na biktima sa Marawi. Alam niyo po, Ginang Pangulo, napakahalaga po talaga yung ating concern sa tinatawag natin external threats. Pero mas dapat po nating pagtuunan ng pansin yung internal threats. Sabi nga nila, bago natin isipin yung panlabas, isipin muna natin yung panloob. Kaya nga, sa usapin ng pananampalataya, di ba, kailangan daw yung unahin natin yung ating sarili bago yung panlabas, yung loob natin. sana ito po yung wisdom na makuha natin dito. Na itong mga kapatid natin sa Marawi, biktima po ito. Hindi sila biktima ng ating kasundaluhan, kundi biktima ito ng terorismo. Isang adhikain, isang ideolya na foreign. Dayuhan ito. Hindi ito kailanman na matatanggap namin na ito ay Islamic, number one. Hindi po ito Islamic. Ito po ay terorismo na nakapasok sa ating bansa. At ito ay foreign. At ito po ay hindi nawawala itong threat na to. Nandito pa rin po itong threat na ito. Hanggat yun pong mga ipinangako natin na mga makukuha nilang masasabi po nating compensation sa gobyerno, hanggat hindi po natin yan na ibibigay, lumalakas po yung threat na yan. Sapagkat yan po ang gagamitin noong mga terorista para kumbinsihin pa yung mga bata. Kasi alam niyo po, ang karamihan sa na impluwensyahan ng terorista na to, mga bata. Sila po yung kinamkam ang mga pag-iisip at naniwala sa ideolyang terorismo. Kaya sana, ang akin pong salmo sa ating mga kasama dito sa Senado, unang-una na po, siyempre, sa inyong ginang, na ipaglaban po natin yung ang program na yan. Sapagkat laking bagay po yan. Kasi napakahirap po na may makakasingil ng 3 buwan. Kasi yun po, 3 buwan may nakasingil. Paano yung mga susunod dun sa 9 na buwan? Baka imbis na yung tuwa nila na makakasingil nila, tapos hindi nakasingil, mapunta po sa galit yun. Kaya sana po, ay bantayan. Alam ko po, babantayan nyo, ma'am. Dahil wala naman po kayong pinaglaban na hindi nyo binantayan. Kaya inaasahan po naming lahat ng mga kapatid ninyong Muslim na yung 6 na bilyon ay maging makatotohanan. At ngayon naman po, bukod po dun sa pera, kasi talagang meron po bang livelihood na tayong pinapangako sa ating mga kapatid? Kasi alam niyo po, sa Marawi, ang mga Maranao po, kilala po yan sa pagiging masipag. Wala po kayong makikilalang Maranao na tamad. Lahat po yan, nagtatrabaho. Bigyan mo yan ng piso, bigyan mo lang ng ilang taon, yung piso na yan, 100 yan. At hindi po may pagkakailan ng Green Hills. Sila ay namayani, sila ay yumaman, sila ay tinitingala ngayon ng Green Hills dahil sa mga Maranao. Meron po ba tayong livelihood na ibibigay sa kanila?
Opo, mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo. Sa Section 56 ng IRRs ng ating batas, nakasaad doon na kasama ng iba't ibang mga ahensya, ang BARM, ang mga LGUs, magpo-provide din po ng patuloy na access mismo sa livelihood programs. Dagdag pa po doon, plano po ng Marawi Compensation Board at hari nawa inshallah sa suporta ng ating Senado o ng buong Kongreso makapag-provide ng kinakailangang financial literacy skills training sa mga pati sa recipients ng monetary award. So may monetary award na po, meron pa pong gustong idagdag na financial literacy skills training para siguruhin na yung matatanggap nila ay mailalaan sa productive use. At yan po, mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo, ay kaugnay nung unang punto na sinabi ninyo kanina. Dahil naalala ko po, a few weeks pagkatapos na matapos yung gera dun sa Marawi, at nandun po kami sa isang evacuation center, kasama nung mga kabaro namin ni Chair Maysara, mga babae, kapwa babae namin, mga nanay, yung isa sa napakaraming bumabagabag sa kanila ay talagang nag-aalala sila sa kanilang mga anak na hindi sana daw dapat mangyari na dahil sa trauma nung gera ay ma-attract din sa ganung klasing mga mararahas na gawain sa isang panig man o sa ibang panig nung gera. At Ako po bilang isang taga-suporta ng Marawi Compensation Board, tulad po ng Mabuting Ginoo at ng lahat ng mga kasama rin dito, ang chair ng special committee na principal author at sponsor din ng batas na naglikha ng MCB, ay naniniwala na lahat ng makatatanggap ng compensation ay isa sa pangunahin sa kanilang kaisipan at sa kanilang puso ay magamit itong maliit na simbolo ng compensation sa kanilang pagdurusa para itanim ng mas malalim at mas matatag yung mga ugat ng kapayapaan, mga ugat ng pagbangon muli at pag-unlad, ugat ng katarungan doon po sa Marawi. Mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo.
Opo, Ginang Pangulo, meron pong nabanggit kayong BARM. Pwede po bang malaman kung ano ang ginagawa ng BARM para sa Marawi Compensation Board? Meron po ba silang tulong? Meron po ba silang assistance? Na hindi naman nanggagaling sa national government, kundi galing sa kanila, sa kanilang pondo. Meron po ba?
Mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo, ayon po sa chair ng MCB, sa ngayon, sa pagsisimula ng pag-award ng board sa mga beneficiaries, ay wala pa pong nagiging papel ng BARM. Pero mabuti po't napag-usapan din po natin iyan, Mabuting Ginoo, dahil nga nag-iisip po tayo ng pwedeng panggalingan ng dagdag na resources para matupad ng MCB ang kanilang mandato. So posible pong i-explore pa po natin ito kaugnay ng BARM. Dagdag po dyan, Mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo, in particular po yung Ministry of Social Welfare and Development ng BARM. Sa ilalim po ni Minister Attorney Raisa Jaljuri ay maari pong makatulong at aming pong aalamin po iyon at kukonsultahin sila. Mabuting Ginoo.
Sige po.
Yes, Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
With the permission of Senator Padilla,
Opo,
Madam Sponsor,
Yes,
during our hearings, we heard that from members of Parliament of BARM, they say that naglalagay rin daw sila ng pondo para makatulong dyan sa Marawi seed sa victims. So siguro, it's just a matter of coordination with the board. Baka pwede nyo silang kausapin na makaabil yung victims ng yung suggestion ni Senator Robin Padilla, yung mga livelihood, baka pwede silang mag-offer dahil alam natin may sariling pundo, may block grant yung BARM, di ba? Baka they can share a portion of that block grant para doon sa mga Marawi victims. Siguro, siguro. Kasi narinig ko, ilang beses ko narinig yung sasabi ng mga member of parliament ng BARM na, Sir, we are willing, baka akala nyo, pinabayaan lang namin yung national government at saka LGO ng Marawi. We are willing, they are our brothers, mga relatives sa amin yan sila. Tutulungan namin yan sila. So siguro, a matter of coordination lang.
Salamat
Thank you, Mr.
kaayo.
President. Good sponsor.
Dagang salamat, good gentleman. Maganda nga ang i-explore kaugnay nung non-monetary programs na meron na po or iniisip na po ng Marawi Compensation Board, i-explore din po, lalo na dun sa Ministry of Social Welfare and Development, kung pwede rin silang mag-ambag sa ganitong paraan. Salamat kaayo.
Opo. Ginoong Pangulo at Ginang tagapamahala, meron lang po akong, kasi nabanggit po ng ating mahal na senador na Senator Bato, na merong block grant sa BARM. At napabalita po na marami silang pondo na hindi pa nagagamit. At ito po ay ilang beses nang napag-usapan, hindi lamang po dito sa mataas na kapulungan, pati po sa malaking kapulungan, sa House. Hindi po ba parang wala po bang paraan diyan sa sinasabi po diyan sa batas na yan na yung 6 billion na ang program baka pwede namang humiram muna tayo dyan sa unused fund ng BARM para naman makasigurado tayo na meron tayong ipangbabayad dyan sa mga claimants. Yan ba hindi nating maaaring gawin? Wala po ba dyan sa batas na sinasabi?
Mr. President, with the permission of the, Senator
Yes, Mr.
Rodrigo
President,
Padilla and the
gentleman.
good sponsor, baka mamaya ba, ako ang sisihin ng taga-BARM, bakit ko sinabi yan? Tapos, gusto ka lang to make it clear that BARM exercises their own fiscal autonomy. Tayo sa national government, we cannot dictate them on how to dispose of their funds. Meron silang sariling fiscal autonomy. So, yun lang, baka sabihin nila, binanggit ko yung black grant nila ngayon, napapakialaman na natin. Yun lang ang gusto kong klaruhin.
Opo.
Good
Salamat
sponsor
po,
at
opo.
Senator Rodrigo Padilla.
Yes,
Thank you.
Salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. At sa mahalagang paalalang iyon tungkol sa prinsipyo ng financial autonomy na inembed din po ng ating Senado at Kongreso sa batas na iyon. At kung ganyan naman matatag yung ating pag-obserba ng mga prinsipyong iyon, na-facilitate din naman po yung pagkonsulta o pakikipag-ugnayan sa isa't isa. At ayon nga po sa input ng MCB, 66 million pesos was given by Task Force Bangon Marawi to the Ministry of Trade and Industry of BARM for the livelihood of Marawi victims. So with full respect dun sa financial autonomy ng BARM government sa block grant, sa ganitong impormasyon ay pwedeng-pwede pong magkonsulta kung dahil kumbaga naka-earmark na rin pala yung halagang iyon sa ministrong iyon para sa livelihood ng Marawi victims, mag-explore po ng partnership sa pagitan ng MCB at ng ministry sa ganyan pong klaseng programa.
Opo, yun naman po ang tinutumbok natin. Total, kami mga Muslim. Kami magkakapatid na Muslim. Hindi kami iba sa isa't isa. Kung ano ang nararamdaman ng kapatid mong Muslim na paghihirap, dapat nararamdaman mo. Hindi ito usapin ng politika, hindi ito usapin ng batas. Usapin ito ng pagiging magkapatid. At hindi naman tayo tatakbuhan ng gobyerno. Naniniwala ako kung tayo makahiram ng pera sa gobyerno, sa national government, hindi ako naniniwalang tatakbuhan tayo. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, faith, pananampalataya natin, brotherhood, sisterhood, hirap ang gobyerno, hirap ang national government, humanap ng pera. Paabutin ba natin sa punto na yung mga kapatid natin mag-aantay na parang kawawa? Ay meron naman tayong pera? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ngayon, meron pa po akong isang tanong.
Mabuting Ginoo, Mr. President, bago po magpatuloy ang Mabuting Ginoo, dagdag na punto dun sa huling tinatalakay nila. May impormasyon din po na yung BARM Special Committee on Marawi, iba man siya, distinct talaga siya sa MCB adjudication, pero ito pong BARM Special Committee ay nag-allocate ng 500 million pesos bawat taon para sa Marawi. So nakikita po natin kung paano yung mga ministry at mga special committee ng BARM ay talagang hindi rin tinatakbuhan ang Marawi. Kaya magandang sabayan po talaga, patuloy na sabayan ng pambansang gobyerno sa pabagitan naman ng GAA na kasunod ng 1 billion pesos na nailaan na, hanapan po talaga ng makakapagpondo ng 6 billion na unprogrammed funds sa ngayon.
Opo, tama po kayo. At alam ko din po yung mga programa na yan ng BARM para doon sa mga Marawi victims. Ang pinupunto ko lamang po, aming mahal na ginang na tagapamahala, kung hindi yung patungkol lamang po dun sa 6 billion na ang program fund na hindi pa natin alam kung saan po manggagaling. Yun po ay isang mungkahi lang na maaring explore nila, sabi nga po ninyo. Opo, meron na lang po isang tanong, ginang na tagapamahala. Katulad po, ang alam nyo po sa Islam, napakahalaga ng karapatan ng hindi Muslim. Sa amin, ang turo sa amin ng Propeta Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, bago mo isipin yung sarili mo as Muslim, isipin mo muna yung kapitbahay mo na hindi Muslim. Ngayon, paano po kaya yung mga biktima diyan sa Marawi na hindi Muslim? Paano po ang kanilang compensation? Patas ba ito? Meron po ba tayong tinitingnan dito?
Yung first batch namin ngayon, puro Christian. 90%, 95% Christian.
Mabuting Ginoo, Ginoong Pangulo. Ang gandang tugon po, ay sorry, Chair, may Sara. Ang gandang halimbawa dun sa sinasabi ng mabuting Ginoo dahil nagkakataon po na listed first pa nga sa priority of claims. Pati yung mga non-Muslim victims, halimbawa na namatay nung siege, kasama po sila sa compensation package. Ayon po sa Marawi Compensation Board, halos 90% ng mga death claims ay non-Muslim laborers mula po sa mga malalapit na syudad ng Iligan, Initaw, Naawan at iba pa. Dagdag pa po doon, yung unang batch ng recipients para sa monetary awards ay death claims po at magkakaroon nga po ng commemorative program sa susunod na Lunes para ibigay yung unang batch ng awards. Nagkakataon po, anibersaryo ng Marawi Liberation. Mabuting Ginoo.
Yan na po ang pinakamagandang narinig ko ngayong araw na ito. Sapagkat dito po napatunayan ng Marawi Compensation Board na itong board na ito ay pinapatakbo ng mga Muslimin at Muslimat. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Maraming salamat po, Ginang Tagapamahala. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Now we recognize the minority leader and probably can ask the officers from the Department of Human Settlements to be back in their places.
I'll address the Marawi Compensation Board first,
Okay,
Mr.
please
President.
go ahead.
Well, we have heard a lot about the unprogrammed appropriations. No, I ask a lot of questions about the unprogrammed para it's either mabuhayan ba kayo or mawalan kayo ng pag-asa. Basta ang sabi ng DBM Secretary historically, 70% of the unprogrammed appropriations are funded historically. Okay, so 70. Okay.
Nakakabuhay po ng loob.
Ang level ng unprogrammed ngayon, 281 billion. That is in the NEP, retained by the GAB, retained by our Senate Committee report. Pero ang bantayan natin, huwag natin palakihin yung unprogrammed. Otherwise, ang dami ng kalaban doon ngayon sa whatever funds will be generated under the three conditions of the unprogrammed. Okay? So 281 lang yan. Wag na, nangyari po last year, ito rough numbers, 300 yung billion yung NEP level ng unprogrammed. Ang GAA level ng unprogrammed, 500 billion na. Lumaki. So, sama-sama natin bantayan yung unprogrammed na yan so that to protect the interests of the Marawi Compensation Board. Para hindi na dumami ang naglalaban dun sa whatever limited resources will be generated which can be released under the unprogrammed appropriations. Okay? So,
salamat kayo.
Pagtulungan natin po yan mga kababayan. So thank you. So the Marawi Compensation Board, I think, siguro ang request ko na lang, as the staff, as my staff briefed me, you have a limited lifespan yata yung board. If you can give us siguro the universe of the estimated amount of the possible claims and then ano strategy natin on how to, in writing na lang po on how to meet these claims, meet them in 5 years. Or 5 years ba ang ating lifespan?
Opo, good gentleman, Minority Leader.
Sige po, ganun na lang po. And
the board will comply po.
We wish you all the best. Alam mo, yung Marawi, napaka-historical city pa. Sa marker pala sa distance yan, di ba may mga marker tayo na distance sa highway? That's the 00 marker eh. Marawi is the origin of the yung
Kilometer zero po,
Kilometer
Minority
Zero
Leader.
in Mindanao. So that's how important and central Marawi is to the history of Mindanao, Mr. President. So thank you to the Marawi Compensation Board. Later on
Salamat tayo,
later on na po
Gutierrez.
yung motion to approve their budget na. Sabay-sabay na po. Okay, so let us now go to the should budget, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President, to allow the DSUD and Key Shelter Agency officials to return to the floor.
Session suspended.
President, we join the call of our distinguished colleagues, specifically Senator Bato de la Rosa and Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to approve the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board and to be deemed submitted to the for this body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is motion by the majority leader to close the period of interpellation. Consider submitted the budget of the Marawi Compensation Board. Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat po,
We
Mr.
congratulate
President and
our,
Majority
friends
Leader.
From the Marawi Compensation Board. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, National Housing Authority, and Social Housing Finance Corporation, and recognize the sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
There are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Since
Thank
there's
you,
no
Mr.
objection,
President.
motion is approved. Again, our chair, the chair is Senator Risa Hontiveros, and our minority leader are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will try to keep this as friendly an interpellation as possible.
Thank
Well,
you,
Mr. President, from the earlier exchanges, we got the information that the total housing need is around 6.5 million houses.
Yes, Minority Leader. Good gentleman.
Okay, para maklaro lang po, if we can get to from the Secretary himself, being a member of the President's official family, what was, in the President's own words, what was his promise or what is his promise to address this housing shortage?
Ganun lang, ganun ka plain ang wording nila. Okay. Good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, ang pangako po ni Presidente ay uubusin yung salita. I-address po yung housing need ng lahat ng mga informal settler families. Ganun po yung pangako ni Presidente. Good gentleman, Mr. President.
And so the President Marcos, never said that by the end of his term, mawa-wipe out na itong 6.5 million housing shortage.
Ang good gentleman, Minority Leader, Mr. President, ang DSUD po ang nagbigay ng target na at the end of the President's administration, matutugunan na itong need ng 6.5 million households o families. Kumbaga, finlesh out nila yung pangako ni Presidente. Ito naman yung pangako nila ng DSUD kay Presidente in the form of 6.5 million
Ano yung sabihin ng
houses.
matugunan? Ano yung sabihin nun?
Responded to po. Kung ang pangako ni Presidente was...
Pag tumango, response na rin yun sa Pilipino. Pag magtumango tayo sa isa't isa, I responded to you, Mr. President.
So ang sequence of events po, good gentleman, Minority Leader, Mr. President, ay yun yung pangako ng DSUD kay Presidente. Na yun yung target ng DSUD na matugunan, marespondehan yung pangangailangan para sa 6.5 million houses
Ayaw natin
by
klaruhin
2028.
kung ano ibig sabihin ng matugunan o marespondihan. Kasi kung sinulat natin sa papel, na-report natin, natugunan na ba yun, Mr. President?
Okay. Good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, nililinaw po ng DSUD na strictly speaking, walang pangako si Presidente. Mas unang pangako ng DSUD kay Presidente na by 2025, meron na po silang naitayong 3 milyong mga bagong bahay at by 2028, I stand corrected, Mr. President, good gentleman. By 2028, ay naitayo na po yung 3.2 million houses. At by 2032, makokompleto na po yung nasimulang 6 million houses, ang mga nasimulan during these 6 years.
Pero, di ba nabanggit ni Presidente ito sa SONA niya? Yung housing. What was his housing promise sa SONA po? Para klaro po tayo. Meron akong point mamaya eh.
Good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, sa pangalawang SONA nila, ang sinabi ni Presidente ay yung 4PH program ay magde-deliver ng 1 million houses. Up to 1 million houses. Ganong ka-categorical in terms of number, pero wala pong sinabing
Per year.
taon or
Yeah.
time frame.
Walang sinabing per year, actually.
Actually po, walang sinabing per year. Good gentleman, Mr. President. At dagdag po doon, good gentleman, ang Executive Order 34 ay idineklara itong 4PH program bilang flagship program. Ng DSUD o ng gobyerno?
EO number
Flagship program po
34?
siya ng buong
34?
gobyerno.
EO 34?
EO 34 po, good gentleman, Minority Leader.
Kami pong dalawang magkausap dito, kailangan magkonsulta sa inyo kasi we don't belong to the President's official family. We don't even belong to his coalition, Mr. President. You give us the accurate information coming from the President. Pansin ko po yun, he promised 1 million. He did not say a year. Yan ang problema. Because who made that promise na 1 million a year? Last year. Kaya tuloy meron, tatapatin ko kayo, Secretary, and the Dishud family. Kaya meron doubters eh. Meron po kaming doubters dito.
Yung target kasi 6.5 billion yung backlog. Ang plano, ubusin yung backlog. Kaya yung inubos yung backlog, lumalabas ang 1 million a year.
Ang kabuuang target po, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, kabuuang target po ay 6.5 million houses. Kaya po nung pinaplano ng DSUD year on year ang targets nila, lumabas na on average 1 million houses per year. So ang DSUD po ang mas nagdedetalye po ng pangakong iyon.
So the Dishud projection is by 20, you will launch, at least you have launched the construction of 6.5 million new houses by the end of the term of the President.
Opo, good gentleman, Minority
Kanina lang
Leader.
kasasabi lang, sir, Mr. President, 6 million. Lumaki na kaagad na 500,000. Ganon ba kabilis tayo mag-planning? 6 million, 6.5 million after 3 minutes, Mr. President?
I apologize, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, if I used two different figures within the 3-minute period. Pero nililinaw ko po, for the record, na ang kabuoang target ng DSUD hanggang na ma-launch hanggang 2028 at makakompleto by 2032 ay 6 point...
Yung housing need 6.5.
Okay. Okay.
6 point.
Okay, deliverable 6 million houses by 2032.
Correct. Mabuti, clean up ninyo sa 6 million kasi even itong binigay nyo sa akin, 6 million lang. Okay. 6 million.
Yes, Mr. President, good gentleman.
So even aminado tayo ngayon, 6.5 million na shortage, our best plan is by 2032, we would have completed construction of 6 million. Therefore, the plan does not really completely address the shortage. Okay? Aminado tayo doon. Para klaro.
Numerically, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, aminado po tayo doon. Pero mapupuno ang malaking bahagi ng current shortfall.
Yes,
good gentleman.
But remember, these are just projections. I mean, ang singilan po nito, 2032. I do not know kung nandito pa tayo sa mundong ito para maalala itong promises made November 14, 2023. Okay.
Narinawa po.
And of course, sa study ng DSUD, that housing backlog, although the present backlog is being addressed, meron sigurong, as the population increases, may increase din po siguro yung housing needs. Lagyan na natin housing needs. By 2032, when you would have completed 6 million new houses, what would be the projected backlog in 2032? Meron tayong balancing 500,000, ha? Tandaan po natin.
Already,
Doon tayo
opo,
mag-umpisa.
good gentleman. Ina-update po constantly ng DSUD ang housing needs. So, posible po na, or mabuti kung year on year, ay na-update ng DSUD ang moving target niya moving forward. At yung palang pagpeg, good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, ng target ng 6 million completed by 2032 ay dahil ayaw po ng DSUD na mag-business as usual lamang. Dahil sila na po ang nagbabala na kung mag-business as usual tayo, hinahanap ko lang po yung numero na nabanggit ko kanina, lalong lolobo yung need, 10 point something, to 10.8 million houses. Kaya nga po, naghahabol ang DSUD na by 2032, may makompleto na 6 million new houses sa pamamagitan lalong-lalo na nitong 4PH program.
So what would be the projected housing shortage by 2032? Siyempre may study, I believe or they should have a study.
Kasi natapos yung planning period ng 2022. So ngayon, nagkakabid namin, matatapos by December. We can submit to
Okay. Good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, ina-update po kasalukuyan yung needs by the DSUD at isa-submit po sa Minority Leader before we go into the period of amendments.
Likewise, if I may interject with the permission of the Minority Leader,
Yes,
as
Mr.
the
President.
principal sponsor and author of this creation of the Department of Human Settlements, I can remember that when we were drafting this bill a few years ago, the backlog was only 1.9 million. That was just 5 years ago, and it grew exponentially. So we really have to do something drastic and out of the box, not business as usual. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. President, good gentleman. Dagdag lang po ang kinomission po ng DSUD para i-update yung kanilang needs analysis ay yung PSRTI.
Ano, as study firm, survey firm?
Anong agency?
Attached agency of NEDA.
Attached agency po ito ng NEDA na nag-update sa
Research and training.
ito po ay Philippine Statistics and Research Training Institute.
Ah,
In-update
yes,
po
yes.
yung housing needs para sa pag-adjust ng targets ng DSUD.
Yes, yan yung tinawag kong the expert of experts. Yeah. We have a problem here, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary. The President Marcos, during the nag-groundbreaking ba tayo sa Cebu City last February 27? What was the project subject of the groundbreaking? One of your housing projects? Ito? Okay. Okay.
Yes,
confirm.
good gentleman, isa po ito sa 4PH
Yes.
groundbreaking.
This is what the President has been reported to have said. Gagawin namin lahat para maabot yan. Kung di tayo makaabot this year, ipapaspas natin yung next year para average natin 1 million a year. So, looks like that is the presidential promise. Mr. President, is it really... The Secretary belongs to the official family. Siyempre, nagka-cabinet meeting kayo dyan, may planning. What is the plan, Mr. President?
When we sat down with the NEDA, kasi meron silang issues about physical tsaka possible inflationary effects. So after nung discussion with NEDA, when we were discussing itong housing ceiling, price ceiling, ito ang napag-agrihan na delivery schedule.
Good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, ito pong adjusted deliverables ay naabot po ng DSUD in consultation with NEDA. Doon po kasi sa unang target ng DSUD na 6 million houses by 2028, may mga concerns po ang NEDA dahil sa tight fiscal space at yung possible inflationary effects ng ganitong kabilis na pagpuno ng ating housing needs. Kaya po itong 6 million master plan and annual deliverables na isa-stretch out po yung completion ng 6 million houses ay naabot po nila at na-stretch po hanggang sa timetable ng from 2023 to 2032. Good gentleman.
This administration is already 1 year and a few months into its term. So, meron na ba tayong na-achieve na actually constructed new housing units during that period? Not the launched housing mo na actual. Dapat ang sagot. Alam natin lahat.
Ma'am, kasi ganyan mo, since bago yung program, ini-endorse namin sa private sectors at sa bangko at sa pag-ibig. So, yung program needs a lot of time para mag-ganyan. Pero ma'am, meron kami catch-up program. The catch-up program, now this time, the government will be the developers. At that time, ma'am, last year, ang ginagawa namin target, yung kunukuha namin to construct the building, yung mga developers and since bago yung 4PH program at using government, using private funds, nahihirapan sila mag-adjust.
Okay.
So, gumagawa kami ng proof of concept para makita ng developers and contractors na talaga meron talagang pondo at meron take-out. Yun ang naging bottleneck burden namin ngayon. Kailan magkaroon kami ng proof of concept. By next year, magkakaroon na kami ng proof of concept. Maroon lang magkaka-deliver na kami for the first time ng 4PH program yung Bacolod. 120 units para malaman na talaga may take-out, may subsidy. So naniniwala ng developers na totoo kami yung program at may subsidy na mangyayari. So
Actually, first time pa lang tayo mag-interest subsidy ngayong 2024.
Kaya ang hirap paliwanag sa mga contractors and developers. Kaya makakita kami ng proof of concept na totoo talaga na may program na may interest subsidy at mayroong pondo kay ng pag-ibig.
Good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, in fairness po sa DSUD, ngayon lamang 2024, magkakaroon ng interest subsidy na line item po sa NEP. Siyempre may start-up period sila, pero talagang iniengganyo po nila pati ang mga bangko at ang private sector na pumasok po bilang stakeholders sa programang 4PH para magkaroon sila ng proof of concept. At yung binanggit po ng good gentleman, Minority Leader sa Bacolod City, ay isa lamang sa at least 15 ongoing construction sites sa ngayon na kasalukuyan nagtatayo ng 8,120 units out of, sa batch pa lang na ito, no? Targeted 91,985 units sa 15 proyekto. So hindi po nag-iisa ang Bacolod. Naka-line up din po at ongoing yung construction sa Ilagan, Palayan City, San Fernando, Pampanga, Candaba, Minalin, Bocaue, Alitagtag, Tanawan City, Binyan City, Naga City, Tagbilaran, Tagoloan, Zamboanga City at Davao City.
So launched, we have launched projects.
Ongoing construction na po itong lahat.
So after more than a year in office, we have launched projects, numbering, ano yung numbering lang, numbering how
Dito
many?
po sa batch na ito, numbering 8,120 units
8,000.
sa 15 ongoing construction sites.
Okay. So yan po ang ating nagawa in more than a year in office. Okay. And then the approach of the DSUD kasi is you describe is as be thinking outside of the box, no, kasi
Opo, good gentleman.
ngayon lang din ako nakikita na the presidential term is 6 years, pero gusto natin sukatin yung ating achievement by year 2032.
Opo.
Okay. Sometimes some people will say wala tayong karapatan to say na sa 2032 mo i-judge yung 2022 to 2028 term, Mr. President. So at any rate, by 20...
Good gentleman, Mr. President, that may be so po, pero siguro kaya ganun ka bold or risk-taking ang DSUD dahil sa tingin po nila, kahit pagkatapos nitong administrasyon at ang kanilang mismong panunungkulan sa department, sa pamamagitan ng mga memoranda of understanding na kasama po yung ibang stakeholders tulad ng private sector, tulad ng mga bangko, may kasiguruhan yung trajectory na lahat ng malo-launch nilang 6 million new houses by 2028 ay totoo pong, talaga pong makokompleto by 2032. Good gentleman.
Okay, so yun ang sukat po. Yun ang sukat. The should, under the leadership of the secretary and under the leadership of the president himself, by the end of the president's term ng 2028, ang sukat, whether you succeeded or not, is you would have launched housing projects totaling 6 million units, housing
Gentleman,
units.
Minority Leader. Opo.
Yun po.
Opo.
Okay po. Yun po ang pagsukat. Okay.
Opo.
Pero by 2028, ilan na kaya ang housing units na ready for occupancy or even already occupied? Kasi yun ang hindi na pangako, ano? Kasi yung isa medyo pangako pa yung na launch na pero gagawin pa.
Mabigat po talaga yung construction period, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President. So yung construction period is really taking mga 2 to 3 years. In fact po, depende po sa ilang palapag yung construction, may iba't iba rin pong gestation period. Para sa mga 4-story na housing buildings, 8 to 18 months. Para po sa 5 to 9 stories, so yung mga medium rise, 18 to 36 months. At para sa 10 stories and up, 36 to 48 months.
I understand that. That's why umabot nga sa 2032 yung atin pangako eh. Ang tanong ko na, sa pag-alis na ng aalis ba presidente sa 2028? Yung mga tanong ko. Di ba? Alis siya, di ba? Oh. Pag-alis ng presidente sa 2028, ano... Pag-alis ka ng presidente sa 2028, siyempre mag-accounting siya ng achievements. Anong laman ng achievements sa DSUD as to actual housing units already constructed, occupied by the people, or ready for occupancy? Wag yung pangako pa sa future.
Okay. By 2028, good gentleman, Minority Leader, 3,322,000 constructed and occupied or ready to be occupied new houses.
Occupied or ready to be occupied. So yan po, yan natin susukatin ngayon yung pagpaalam kasi ng Pangulo, siyempre sabihin niya ito yung nagawa ko. Okay. Bakit hindi na lang tayo nag-stick dito sa sa umpisa kasi sinabi ninyo ang pangako is address the housing needs of all informal settlers. Ilan ba what is our count of informal settlers?
Families?
What is our count?
Ang bilang po ng DSUD sa informal settler families, magkakaiba po ang kanila at ang SANEDA, slightly higher yung SANEDA at 3 million informal settler families, samantala sa DSUD po ay 2.7 million ISFs.
Ito bang makukonstruct natin ng mga 3.2 million by 2028 para sa informal settlers?
Actually, good gentleman, Minority Leader, isa yan sa mga paborito kong tanong. Pero ang totoong sagot po mula sa DSUD ay halo-halo na po ang makikinabang dito sa 3.32 million houses. Pero ang majority po ay mga mahihirap na pamilya.
Bakit di natin kinoncentrate yung firepower natin doon na mismo sa sinabi ng Pangulo?
Yung housing need encompasses all the income resides.
Okay.
Hindi lahat ng nasa squatters, karamihan dyan.
Informal settlers, halo-halo din ang income profile.
Good gentleman, actually nakikiisa po ako sa diwa ng inyong tanong, pero ang sagot po mula sa DSUD ay kahit yun pong kinaklasify as informal settler families, halimbawa po tumitira sa mga informal settler areas, urban poor areas, ay halo-halong income levels daw. So mayroon ding pong hindi poorest of the poor, pero kapag tuloy-tuloy na po yung 4PH program, ay posibleng mas kaya na po nilang makinabang o maging beneficiary kesa pa sa poorest of the poor. Pero karamihan po ng tina-target na maging beneficiaries at residente dun sa 3.32 million new houses ay mga mahihirap po.
Hindi po, ang sentence kasi hindi naman nanggaling sa akin, nanggaling sa DSUD. You said ang promise ng Pangulo address the housing needs of all informal settlers. May meaning yung informal settlers, may bilang kayo sa informal settlers, sinasabi nyo, dalawa pang ang bilang ng administration eh. And yet our plan is not really 100% in accordance with that sentence that you gave me. No? Sabi nyo, you'll just produce a certain number of housing units, halo-halo na. Yan po.
So ilang dun sa 2.7 lahat ng 2.7 million makakatira na dun sa 3.32 million houses. Good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, ang tansya po ng DSUD ay sa 2028 na makumpleto na yung 3.32 million new houses ay makakatira na ang 2.7 million informal settler families doon. Mabibilang na po sila sa mga residente doon, gentlemen.
Okay. Tingnan natin, I'm sure there will be a government agency which can confirm that, no? We'll study that.
Fair enough.
Alam niyo, Mr. President, gusto ko sanang ipaabot ni Secretary kay Presidente, no, na actually tinutulungan namin kayo na yung mga promises sana na bine-verbalize natin sa publiko, mga doable. Kasi si Presidente mismo and his administration ang nagsasuffer sa erosion of trust or credibility. 20 pesos per kilo rice. Wala. Cannot be achieved. Kagabi sa energy naman kami, ano naman ang pangako doon? Total household electrification at the end of his term. Magkano kailangan? 70 billion. Hindi pa nila alam saan nila kukunin. And then here comes our housing promise. So, and then we go beyond 2028 para hindi tayo masingil. Mr. President, sana when we make plans, siguro nga, maganda rin yung outside of the box thinking, but it must also be realistic, no, na it should be within what is accomplishable, doable under the fixed term of the administration that you are serving in. I think kaya naman dapat yan, Mr. President.
Good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, just for comparison sa private funds.
If we had used the normal approach, yung projected units natin for 2024, 97,000 units would have cost government 77 billion. Wala pa tayo.
Right. Well, tama din po yung sinabi ng good gentleman, Minority Leader, na thinking out of the box ito. Kung halimbawa, hindi na conceptualize ng DSUD ang 4PH program at gagamitin purely government funds, para dun sa 97,117 projected housing units mula 2023 hanggang 2024, magiging equivalent po yun sa 77.7 billion pesos kung computed at 800,000 pesos per unit. But instead,
yun lang, subsidy lang.
But instead, sa pamamagitan nitong innovative idea nila ng interest subsidy at kung mamarapati natin sa Senado at sa buong Kongreso, imumungkahi pa nila yung additional na mga credit enhancements, ay hindi mas-strain po yung pondo ng gobyerno sa GAA dahil susubukan pong immobilize din ang mga pondo na nasa mga bangko, private funds, at pati po sa mga partner LGUs na ngayon pa lang dumadami na po yung mga memoranda of understanding na binubuo ng DSUD sa kanila.
Sige po, mahirap yung finance world, hindi naman tayo finance guys. So,
opo.
Pag-aralan na lang po ito ng mga experts. No? At any rate, Mr. President, ito bang interest subsidy natin ay ito yung nasa unprogrammed na round off na lang natin, 7.5 billion? Tama po ba?
Tama po, good gentleman, Minority Leader, yung 7.5 sa unprogrammed. Pero sa program,
Sa program meron din.
yes po, meron po
7
Saan yung
7 point
program?
ano sa unprogram 7.5 I see 7.5
1 point,
1 point
so magkano yung program na?
Ang program namin, ito eh. The 1.2. Kasama yung
Yes. Ito po yung halaga nung interest subsidy na for the first time, line item na po sa NEP. Ang value po niya, 1.257 billion pesos.
so 1.25 programmed appropriation.
Opo.
Then an unprogrammed
Tapos
of
may
7.5.
unprogrammed, opo, para
So,
din sa
eight-
interest subsidy, 7.541 billion pesos.
So let us say 8.75 that is now the demand for the idea of interest subsidy. So is that our expectation na every year po yan ang kailangan, every year i-appropriate?
palaki yan. I-increase yan as
Okay.
madami yung dumadami.
Actually, good gentleman, Minority Leader and Mr. President, year on year, habang tumataas din yung target na ma-construct ng DSUD, lalaki din po
Lalaki.
yung yung halaga nung interest subsidy.
Pero anyway,
Dahil matatapos
there's already
na
a plan. May projection na sa 2032. There's already a
Opo.
plan. So you can give us the plan for the interest subsidy amount.
Opo. Isasubmit
Figure
po
yan,
ng
okay.
DSUD sa good
Okay.
gentleman. Minority.
Unprogrammed being a standby appropriation, yung 7.5, hindi siguro yun na marirelease sa inyo. Kung sakali hindi marirelease sa inyo yun, will the entire program collapse?
Kasha pa for the first year. Kasi yung 97,000, if we deliver it na, yung 97,000, if we deliver it na second semester. We dapat
1.25 sa programs, 8.7.5. Tapos palak pa lang ng palak yun. So,
Hindi po magko-collapse ang 4PH program po, good gentleman, Minority Leader. In fact, mas makaka-generate ang DSUD ng proof of concept. Dahil yung 97,000 units na balak nilang ma-construct by end of 2024 ay magkakahalaga lamang na 2 billion.
Up to 2 billion.
Up to 2 billion
Hindi sabay-sabay
pesos.
magsasubsidy.
Da-
As you turnover, doon pa lang sa subsidy.
Okay. Dahil hindi po sabay-sabay na isa-subsidize. So, as you turn over,
At saka pa lang, as you start
Okay.
paying amortization, that's when government pays the subsidy.
okay.
as we turn over, as the unit is turned over, we subsidize the rental fee, the amortization of the beneficiary.
Apo. Kasi doon lang magsisimulang magbayad ng
So why are we
amortization.
already appropriating for next year? Wala pa yata tayong beneficiary by next year. Wala pa tayong turnover by next year.
Meron na. Good gentleman, Minority Leader, meron na pong target turnovers even for next year. Opo.
And these projects which will be turned over next year, where construction already started this year?
Kasama na po yun dun sa 15 construction sites na binanggit ko po, good gentleman, Minority Leader.
Yun yung may mga gestation period sa tamang-tama by 2024.
Opo, at iba't ibang gestation period po, depende kung ilang palapag yung structure.
Okay, so we will revisit the entire concept by next year. Dapat by next year, ano na? Kasi this year, meron nga tayong circumstance na first ever lang itong interest subsidy. Okay.
Opo, by next year, confident ang DSUD na nakakapag-disburse na po sila niyan.
Opo. Sige. We will revisit this project by next year and also the transcripts of tonight's hearing or
Fair enough,
exchanges,
good gentleman.
Mr.
And
President.
good gentleman, Mr. President, sabi po ng DSUD Secretary, iimbitahin po nila kayo. Para sa turnover po.
I think you launched a project in Marikina, malapit lang sa bahay namin yun. So, kumusta yun,
Tama po,
Mr.
good
Secretary? Actually, may tinanungan ako doon. No movement ang balita sa akin, Mr. Secretary.
Kasi yung mayor, ayaw pa niya ng developers. Hindi pa siya nagkakasundo ng developers.
Okay. Kasalukuyan po, good gentleman, na pinagkakasundo pa ng DSUD yung mayor at yung developers dun po sa Marikina City.
See? Iba-ibang problema, hindi lang funding or financing, meron pang ganyan. So, okay.
Confession po, marami daw pong ganon. So, tinatrabaho po talaga ng DSUD, good gentleman. Ayaw po. Pero lagi po silang may catch-up program, whether ang hinahabol po ay yung numbers of new houses constructed or yung pagbubuo ng kasunduan expressed through MOU sa iba pang mga stakeholders doon sa construction
This
sites.
time, ma'am, ang CASA program na, instead of ang private sector, gobyerno ng civil, gobyerno ng
Yung homeless, i-remind yung homeless.
magpapakontrata.
So yung isa pong papel na ginagampanan ng DSUD at iniengganyo yung buong gobyerno ay sa catch-up program, kapag kulang po yung commitments ng private developers, magsi-step in or step up po ang gobyerno bilang sila po ang developer.
Sino po sa gobyerno ang naging developer bigla?
Okay. Primarily po, good gentleman, ang NHA at ang SHAFC.
Kasi po, ma'am, yung NHA, walang government.
That would be the Social Housing Finance Corporation? Yun ba?
Nakakalasin ng pondo with the 4PAs.
Ang NHA po, good gentleman, wala pong appropriation sa GAA, pero ngayon, sa pamamagitan nitong 4PH program,
Nakaka-generate ng funds.
ay makaka-generate po ang NHA ng funds.
Meron pong 2.45 billion ang NHA. Ngayon, for 2024?
Yung pong halagang yon, good gentleman, minority leader, and Mr. President, ay para sa mga kumbaga pre-existing regular programs ng NHA. Ito pong 4PH ay bagong programa at mula po sa NHA, wala pa pong pondo.
That's for calamity and mandamus.
For example, good gentleman, Mr. President, yan po ay para sa calamity at saka para po sa calamity projects at para po sa mandamus.
Sa Manila Bay, Mandamos.
Opo, good gentleman.
Yung NHA po, saan ba busy ang NHA? Saan siya busy at gaano siya ka-busy, Mr. President?
Kasalukuyan po, ilan po ito sa mga programang pinagbibisihan ng NHA, Housing Assistance Program for Calamity Victims, Resettlement Program for ISFs affected by the Supreme Court's mandamus to clean up the Manila Bay area, Housing Program din for ISFs living along danger areas in Metro Manila, Resettlement Program for ISFs affected by infrastructure project, Resettlement Assistance Program to LGUs o yung RAP LGU, Housing Assistance Program for Indigenous Peoples o HAPIP, Resettlement Assistance for Former Rebels, Comprehensive Social Benefits Program o CSBP for Killed and Wounded in Action. Ano po yung KIP? Killed in Action and Wounded in Action. Government
Sa
employees.
military natin? Sa
Opo,
military,
sa ating
PNP?
Armed Forces
Militar,
personnel at PNP. Government Employees Housing Program, Settlements Upgrading at yung EHAP po, Emergency Housing Assistance Program.
Pagdating sa assistance program, this is giving out cash?
Ganun po, good gentleman.
Okay. Sa ano doon yung the NHA builds the structures where people move in? Saan doon? I think we enumerated 10 activities na busy ang NHA. Pero ilan doon yung giving out cash? Wag na muna, ano na yon? Medyo hindi ganun ka-busy dapat yon.
Good gentleman, isa lang po yung namimigay ng cash ang NHA, yan po yung EHAP. Pero dun sa Shampa, ay lahat ito, nagko-construct po sila ng mga bahay na nagmo-move in po dun yung mga beneficiaries.
Okay, so ano bang sabi ng COA sa ano? Sana ang NHA, do you have a publication of all of your achievements? Bigyan na lang tayo ng copy, Mr. President.
The NHA will do so, good gentleman.
Tapos kasi, so you don't need funding for all of these regular activities of yours. Itong binibigay namin na 2.45 billion would be for, sabi ninyo, for parang standby siya for contingency or so where does the NHA get its funding or financing, Mr. President, for the actual construction of houses? Ano yun? Ano sabi?
Actually po, good gentleman, minority leader and Mr. President, may wish list pa nga po ang NHA, lalo na sa mga programang Housing Program for Calamity Victims at Housing Program for ISFs living along danger areas na nagtutotal sa 2.6 billion pesos pa po. So,
Sige.
nagagamit nila at makakagamit pa po.
Sige po, because since last year, hindi ko na talaga nasundan hindi ko talaga masakyan ang budget ng NHA, Mr. President. But napunta lang tayo sa NHA because one of the answers to one of our questions was that if everything else collapses, the government becomes the developer and that's the NHA. Ganun po. Okay.
Ganon po, good gentleman.
So the design for our 4PH po. 4PH structures, kaya ng NHA yun with their engineering and architectural competence? Kasi high-rise ito eh. Ang NHA, alam ko, high-rise ba?
NHA and SHAFC po, good gentleman, ang magiging developer sa catch-up program kapag po hindi kaya ng private contractors.
SHAFC is
Social
a
Housing Finance Corporation po. Opo.
Financing, di ba? So financing.
Opo.
NHA does in-house building from its own engineering brigade, construction arm?
May mga contractors din po dahil binibid out din po ng NHA.
Okay, so yun po, okay po. Unfortunately, I think we have encountered some COA findings about the NHA. Yung may mga asan ba yun? Okay, eto po. What happened to the Yolanda Permanent Housing Program in relation to the NHA's Comprehensive Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan? 9 years after Typhoon Yolanda struck the Philippines, only 166,000, I will round off the numbers, of the 210,000 revised targeted housing units under the Yolanda Permanent Housing Program have been completed. So 166,000 out of 210,000. Among the 166,000 completed housing units, 51,000, rounded off, remain unoccupied. And out of this, 9,000 completed housing units have been turned over to LGUs but are still unoccupied as of December 31, 2022. So, can we get the comment from the NHA?
Yes, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President. Ang total number of projects po, ito po yung update, ay 366.
Taas pa.
Opo, ang program target beneficiaries? Ang program target housing units ay 203,474. Sa program target na ito, ang completed units ay 172,454 o 85% ng program target. At yung balanse ay ongoing construction ay para sa 25,338 houses. Doon po sa completed units, ang occupied units, dun sa completed units sa 172,454, ang occupied units ay 123,513 o 72% nung completed units. At yung number of projects turned over sa LGUs ay 234. At ito naman po, good gentleman, Minority Leader at Mr. President, ang mga dahilan para sa non-occupancy. LGUs were unable to award the housing units after the turnover of the completed projects by NHA due to late verification and identification of project beneficiaries, political issues on endorsement of project beneficiaries to NHA, non-availability of the water source of the project na responsibilidad po ng LGU at non-availability po ng livelihood opportunities. Good gentleman.
But I'm more interested, Mr. President, not on the number of housing units constructed, because I do not think our mandate is to just construct houses for the sake of constructing, di ba? We want them to be occupied by beneficiaries. Actually, we want them to be appreciated by the beneficiaries. Hindi yung tulad na sinabi, sino ba nagsabi kasi? Si Senator Alan Cayetano nagsabi. Na dapat may value yan. I mean, that's the home of the beneficiaries, hindi yung natanggap dahil libre or whatever, Mr. President. So, how's the occupancy rate? Kasi in my opinion, if it's a low occupancy rate, it's a sign that the entire project or concept is a failure, Mr. President?
Actually, good gentleman, Minority Leader, the occupancy rate of the completed units is at 72%.
That's we're talking about the Yolanda, no? Pero
Opo.
marami rin ako reports na natatanggap nun, yung may mga NHA projects tayo na wala ngang occupancy, kaya tinitake over na yata. And I think if our presiding officer, siya may housing project for some military personnel, on the floor, you denounce the project as being a waste of money, Mr. President.
Yes,
I
if
remember it.
I may,
Yes, of course, Mr.
with
President.
indulgence of the Minority Leader, one of the reasons that we really push for the creation of the new Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development is before this, we only had HUDSI, and we had 6 or 7 key shelter agencies, each doing their own thing, each having their own mandates. And we're hoping that with the creation of this department, everything will be in sync. Everything will be under one roof already. And lessons learned, bad experiences from Sendong, Typhoon Frank, Yolanda. Hopefully, with the creation of this new department, will not happen anymore. No, I think these past experiences has taught us on what not to do anymore. So. And likewise, that's why it's Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Your Honor. It's not just the construction of the houses itself. It has to be complete with utilities, with educational facilities, health facilities are accessible, and livelihood. So, ang trust natin is really township development and complete. That's why it's really human settlements and not just the construction of houses. Thank you. Minority Leader.
Salamat, Mr. President. And well-minded po ang DSUD na kolektahin yung mga leksyong ito at i-apply moving forward.
Can we get just a report na lang from the NHA kung meron pa ba tayong cases na ganyan where we have spent resources and yet unoccupied or unappreciated po yung projects natin, Mr. President? What is the...
Mr. Good gentleman, if I may, overall po, ang occupancy rate sa lahat po ng mga NHA constructed housing units ay at 97.1%.
Occupancy?
Opo. So, comparatively, hindi kasing taas yung sa Yolanda, 72%, pero sa kanilang monitoring, ang occupancy rate across NHA sites ay 97% po.
Madali naman po magtanong na sa field niyan kung how
Opo.
true the report is, Mr. President. What's the relationship of the DSUD secretary with the NHA? Is that a supervision? Is that a control?
Ex officio chair po siya, good gentleman, sa NHA.
Just to chair it. Okay, that's.
With the policy coordination and control.
So can I just bring to the attention of the NHA a complaint my office received in relation to a Yolanda Permanent Housing Project, but this is in Barangay Gintikgan, Carles, Iloilo. Umabot ba doon yung ano sa?
Umabot po.
Yes, there is a construction of a St. Vincent village which the complainant claims to have caused damage to his property. We'll just give you the details. Pakitignan na lang po ninyo ito.
Andito rin po, good gentleman, yung regional manager, at least for an initial response dun sa concern.
Kasi it must be, it's really a big deal to the complainant para umabot pa po rito sa Senado.
Agree, good gentleman.
Sana you paid attention to the complaint at the level of the region para hindi na po sila parang out of desperation hanggang Senate na po sila magrereklamo, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, siguro nga, pagdating dito sa ating outside of the box housing plan of our DSUD secretary, who came from the private sector and has achievements also in his field, which is also involved in development and housing projects, Mr. President. So may kasabihan, di ba, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So, let me digest the inputs of tonight for 1 year. Okay, then by next year. Pero by next year, sir, may metrics na tayo dyan. We will have to measure promises versus reality with metrics. And then we will now test kasi kung by next year, meron pang halos 3.5 pa siguro yung administration eh. Kung kailangan i-tweak ang programa, i-tweak na. Kasi imbis na MOA lang yung mga taong bayan, may mga MOA. Meron kayong bahay sa future, then may MOA. I mean, sana real housing units po. We can tweak it or iliko. Kung sakaling the metrics by next year will tell us that maybe the box that we are coming out of is not on the ground but floating on air, Mr. President. Yun lang po yung point ko. But let's give it time. Let's give it time kasi nga yung mga sinasabi na this is an outside of the box thinking, ang request naman nila is allow us to try our new ideas. So we'll give them time.
Maraming salamat po, gentlemen.
One more year should be sufficient time. Wag yung pilot study nung yung sa TNBS na 5 years, di pa tapos. Hindi na to. Product naman ito ng iba ng budget hearing at secretary.
At saka very fair po yung sinasabi ng good gentleman, Mr. President, dahil ngayong o yung susunod na taon pa lang, 2024, magkakaroon na ng line item sa NEP, sa GAA pala, yung interest subsidy na isa sa, kumbaga, yeast sa ideyang ito, anchor sa programang ito. Kaya talagang fair na sukatin natin sa susunod na taon kung gaano na maximize ba talaga o hindi ang bawat piso at sentimo dito.
Can I take advantage of the fact that the Pag-ibig head is here? Yung Pag-ibig po, ma'am, kasi di ba kunyari meron tayong employee na gustong magpagawa ng bahay, mag-improve ng bahay, and of course that employee plus the employer contributed ano bang tawag doon? Is that the premium? Is that the premium? What do you call the contributions, no? Contributions to Pag-ibig. Dapat ma-access niya yun, no? If the member wants to improve his or her home or to purchase. What if hindi nila, they never use the amount? What happened to the amount? Is that a claimable amount at any time, upon demand?
Makiklaim po, good gentleman, Minority Leader, and Mr. President, after a maturity period of 20 years o
20
upon
years.
retirement po ng miyembro.
It's my household, gusto magpagawa ng bahay sa province. Sabi ko, umutang ka kasi tagal na natin naguhulog dyan sa Pag-ibig. Ayaw niya, so sabi ko nga, please tell me if my fear is misplaced na. Sabi ko nga, kailangan gamitin yung account para matest natin yung programa ng gobyerno. At saka sabi ko, para malaman mo rin na hindi nagamit ng iba na account. So is that fear a misplaced one or nangyayari pa po yan? Wala na po yan?
Misplaced daw po yung takot.
Wala na po yan. Once upon a time, did those things happen? No rin.
Hindi po ma-recall ng Pag-ibig head.
Good.
Po.
So there you have a good system pala na no one can take advantage of the account or the membership of anybody else.
A very good system daw po.
So that means that may kasambahay, after 20 years of contribution and she did not use her account, she can withdraw. Siguro may formula. Is it 100% of the contribution plus a little,
good gentleman, plus the dividends earned in the
Good.
20 years.
I will tell her that. So para gamitin na niya sa pag-ayos ng bahay po niya sa province po. So with that, Mr. President, siguro nga we have been debating kasi the concepts of the housing plan of this administration. Well, you've heard my concerns. I will confess that when I heard this plan last year, I was really a doubter. Ngayon, I'm willing to give it willing to give it a chance because primarily because I'm not a finance guy and the secretary is. So there may be some concepts he understands which I do not understand. Okay? But after next year, we all understand how a pudding should taste. Okay. Yan lang ang sasabihin sa iyo. So we will okay. So next year we will use some metrics that we are all familiar with to measure the success of the program, Mr. President. So we wish you all the best, Secretary. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Daghang salamat, Minority Leader, Mr. President.
Thank you, our Minority Leader. We will just wait for the Majority. But before we continue, we'd like to thank the sponsor and the whole DSUD family, for thinking out of the box. Maraming mga innovations, especially inclusion of interest subsidy support. These are innovations. And the DSUD proposing other credit enhancement measures to further bring down the cost and ensure affordability. So these are innovations introduced by the DSUD. So we're hoping that this will be successful. So congratulations in advance. We're also, like the Minority Leader, we are hopeful that the housing program will now be successful under the new Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, just to put on record my support to the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. And we trust that the Secretary, a good friend of ours, Secretary Jerry Acuzar, would be able to get the help and support that he needs, Mr. President, to implement his passion and vision for the department. With that, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Office of the Secretary, Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, Budgetary Support to Government Corporations, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, National Housing Authority, Social Housing Finance Corporation be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and all the other offices under this department. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials present here today, led by our good friend, the chairperson himself, Chairperson Jonathan Tan. And we now recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to talk about the budget and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator J.V. Arcito, to sponsor, as to our Minority Floor Leader to interpolate. Also, welcome to your Senate, my dear friend, Administrator, Chairman Jonathan Tan, and the rest of the Metropolitan, the rest of the team of the SBMA.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, the recommended fiscal year 2024 new appropriations for the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority is 681,010,000 pesos. For fiscal year 2024, budget of SBMA will focus primarily on the rehabilitation of the Freeport area and its facilities, and it will fund 2 continuing projects, mostly road and other infrastructure projects, Your Honor. So,
Thank you.
that's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was intending to pose some questions, but upon looking at the amount, which is a reasonable amount of subsidy being requested by the agency, and the sponsor explaining where it will go, plus the fact that the chairman is such an amiable person, Mr. President, former mayor, competent to run the Freeport zone, plus the fact that he has told me plans on how to fight smuggling to the extent of his powers, because he is not the customs authority, he is just the Freeport Authority, Mr. President. So dapat in our minds, klaro po yung distinction na doon on the responsibility. So I have decided to no longer ask questions, Mr. President. So I think we can now approve the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, especially to our Minority Leader. And with that, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. And so move, Mr. President.
There's no phone-in questions from our colleagues? No phone-in questions?
My phone is ringing, Mr. President, if you would allow me. But I will no longer answer, Mr. President, the
Don't
phone-in
answer it.
questions.
Don't answer it. Is it from certain... never mind. To our dear colleagues from the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, we just want to let you know, to inform you, and I think you will be very happy about this. We're in the process of amending the CREATE law, and hopefully give you back your the powers that were given to these eco zones, economic zones. It's now a priority measure of the President. Minority Floor Leader, you are looking at us. You're looking at me in disbelief, but the Ways and Means Committee in the House is just passed and approved the version, which basically brought it back to the old regime. Yes, because the new regime was not working, unfortunately. So with that, there being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations! One of the quickest budgets. Thank you to the Minority Floor Leader. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, National Nutrition Council, Philippine National AIDS Council, budgetary support to government corporations, Department of Health, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Philippine Heart Center, Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Health Care. And that's it, Mr. President. And acknowledge the presence of its officials led by no other than the Secretary himself, Secretary Ted Herbosa. We now move to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, are recognized. I'd also like to welcome our Secretary, Secretary Ted, was a former member of the board of Red Cross. Yeah, fellow Red Crosser. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the total new appropriations of the Department of Health, this is the sum of the Office of the Secretary, attached agencies, and corporations under the committee report is 353,269,108,000 pesos. The breakdown is as follows. For DOH Office of the Secretary, the total new appropriation is 242,488,933,000 pesos. For National Nutrition Council, total new appropriation of 824,210,000 pesos. For the Philippine National AIDS Council, total new appropriation of 43,916,000 pesos. For the Lung Center of the Philippines, total new appropriation of 1,191,107,000 pesos. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, with a total new appropriation of 1,946,054,000 pesos. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, total new appropriation of 2,355,587,000 pesos. Philippine Heart Center, total new appropriation of 2,730,814,000 pesos. Philippine Institute for Traditional and Alternative Healthcare, total new appropriation of 173,854,000 pesos. And the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation with total new appropriations of 101,514,633,000 pesos. Mr. President, I'd just like to point out that the Senate has made significant increases to the budget. Our chairman, Senator Angara, has, as always, accepted many of the amendments this subcommittee has recommended. With that, Your Honor, we are ready to accept questions from our colleagues. To start with, the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. PhilHealth is receiving quite a big amount, Mr. President.
Is that a question or a statement?
It's a statement which I want I was hoping the sponsor would complete, Mr. President. So yes, PhilHealth is receiving a subsidy to the tune of 101.5 billion pesos for next year, Mr. President. So if I could start with PhilHealth, Mr. President.
Of course, Mr. President, we can.
There was an alleged massive data breach that leaked the confidential information of PhilHealth members and employees. Did this really happen, Mr. President, and can we get the explanation?
Yes, Mr. President, that is a fact. It really happened. And we that during our hearing, or we had a special hearing?
We had a special hearing regarding so we discussed it already.
Not the data breach. Okay, okay. Mr. President, in a nutshell, this happened in September 22 of this year. The ransom group known as Medusa demanded $300,000 and if not paid, threatened to release the entire of the stolen data online. This data consisted of confidential information The following day, on the 23rd of September, PhilHealth sent out an official statement, update on temporary systems downtime, to inform the public that all systems such as the website and others, other portals were disabled and unplugged for security containment. And then on 11 October, the Senate, through our office, held a hearing, and PhilHealth officials stated that they have restored their systems. On the 18th of October, SVP Santiago stated that at least 13 million PhilHealth members and their information has been affected by the cyber attack, and 600 to 800 employees' data have been leaked. The National Privacy Commission stated that at least 700 gigabytes of data was stolen and contained sensitive personal data. A total of 72 workstations were affected by the cyber attack. As of November 14, today, web-based systems, e-claims, members portal, etc. are restored. The core system are also restored. Not yet completely restored are the utility system like risk information system and other internal systems.
Okay. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. We are glad to hear that the operations of PhilHealth were not affected by the breach in their computer system and the hacking, no, the hacking. But my question, actually, Mr. President, is since this has happened, can PhilHealth assure us that they will take measures, and what will these measures be so as to prevent a similar incident in the future?
Mr. President, the PhilHealth definitely has been working on beefing up its security system. That is the short answer. If His Honor would require
Yes,
a more detailed answer, I can also ask for it or submit something.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
okay?
in writing, Mr. President.
Okay.
I think the cyber attacker made good on its threat. It released the data yata, online in the internet. That is what happened.
Hindi, nandiyan yun. Pero na-release ba yun? Pero ang tanong niya is, nag-release ng data. It has been affected. The data was attack, na-leak. Yes. That is accurate, Your Honor. There was data that was in fact leaked. Actually, Mr. President, just to add to the details, a crisis committee was created and a consultant on security was hired, and there is also a business continuity plan that was put into place.
Yes. May we know the name of the new head of the PhilHealth, Mr. President? Who heads the PhilHealth now?
Yes. The president is Mr. Emmanuel Ledesma Jr.
Emmanuel, Mr. Ledesma. That's why I'm asking this, Mr. President, kasi malaki yung 101 billion pesos yung ating subsidy sa kanila. And I'm sure a part of that amount goes to ICT projects. Hindi naman siguro to lahat for reimbursements or for benefits of ICT. And I believe this is not the only year that we are funding an ICT project in PhilHealth. I think we have funded that for how many years? And yet this data hack happened, Mr. President.
Never natuloy yun, di ba? Tama ako, di ba? Alam ko never natuloy yun. There was an agreement.
Ano ba yung 101 billion niya? Puro benefits ba yun?
So I remember correctly. Tama ba? Yung malaking funding ng ICT never natuloy yan. So hindi. The answer is no. So magkano lang yung maliit? Yung magkano lang? Malaki ba? Ano, pero in the past. Ano yung past? Yeah, the 7.5. But previous to that. Previous. Ang tinatanong niya previous, sabi niya taon-taon. Nagba-budget tayo. Sabi niya taon-taon. Ha? Oo nga.
Internal funds.
Well, to begin with, Your Honor, PhilHealth for the past few years has been requesting for increase in their administrative budget, which would cover itong mga ICT upgrades that they need. And it was granted only this year. Tama, no? For this 2023. Tama ba? 2023. In the past, I recall, that's why I was just asking my team to verify, lagi naman pong may request, but never in the kind of amount that they wanted to really do a really good upgrading of their system, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, but this 101 billion is a subsidy, so meaning to say they have corporate funds. So did they neglect to did they neglect to set aside amounts for their computerized system, Mr. President, to prevent this kind of a hacking?
Ano ba?
Puro benefits yun.
No neglect, Mr. President, Your Honor, according to PhilHealth.
Sige, let's just learn from this incident because dito yung, sa pagkakaalam ko, yung hackers po ay talagang linagay nila sa online, sa internet, yung data na nakuha nila sa PhilHealth systems. I think that's a statement of fact, Mr. President. COA reported that there are hospital claims amounting to 590 million pesos which were denied for reimbursement by PhilHealth. This is in addition to the regular complaint or the periodic complaint that it takes too long for the hospitals to be reimbursed by PhilHealth. Ibang issue po yun. Ito po ay denial of claims. So, this means that hospitals are claiming to have incurred this expenditure but PhilHealth will not reimburse them. So, loss po nila ito. They will have to absorb these amounts which they have spent. So may we know what are the reasons used by PhilHealth in denying the claims of hospitals? Ano ba yun?
Yeah. Mr. President, there are a number of reasons why hospital claims are returned to the hospitals by PhilHealth. Just to very quickly go over them: unavailability, incomplete, inconsistent documentation, discrepancies, forms, signatures are not available on the document, errors encountered for referral to services, unposted dependent in membership database, and there's more reasons, Your Honor. But this representation had asked earlier when I was reviewing the basis for these allowances, and the bulk of the basis are the lack of documents and the lack of signature, which is kind of sad. I mean, I can understand lack of documents, but lack of signature. So, upon further inquiry, these denied claims, they can still file an appeal with these denied claims. If I may just add, no, I'll address it directly to PhilHealth. Siguro naman yung lack of signature, ano lang naman yun, isang text nyo lang dun sa ospital, pwede naman ma-remedy yun, ano? Tama ba ako? That's correct. O ginagawa nyo yan. So pag nasama yung 590 na to, malaki naman yung chance na by the time na binigay ng COA ito, yung mga lack of signature na issue na resolve na yan. Oo naman daw po, Mr.
Whose
President.
signature are we looking for? Is it the patient or the one hospital
whose signature is
official
missing
officer?
here? Officer. Yeah, so it's any of the following: the patient, the doctor, or the hospital authorized officer.
Then ako po nalulungkot lang dahil sana klaro. I mean kasi
Ito naman po, sir,
590 million, malaki po itong halaga.
Malaki
Maybe
po, yes.
Pwedeng bumagsak ang isang hospital rito, even a portion of this amount, Mr. President. So, I mean, hindi pa ba ganun kaklaro up to this up to this time, Mr. President? Ano yung requirements ng PhilHealth? How come hospitals used to dealing with PhilHealth will still make such a basic oversight or deficiency, Mr. President?
Well, they're coordinating closely with the hospitals to avoid this. They are also concerned kung bakit, reasons like this are happening. Pero nangyayari nga po talaga. From my recollection sa hearings po, when I also asked about this, ang dami lang kasi talagang fina-file na claims, no, in one day, right? What was that? You gave me a number before, eh. How many claims are filed in a day?
Approximately 22,000 number of claims.
Yeah. You receive, no? 22,000?
Per month, sorry.
They receive 1 million claims per month. So I would suppose a hospital also churns out how many in a week or in a month. Kaya, ito, PhilHealth receives 10 billion worth of claims every month. And for the information of the body, Mr. President, because this was brought up during the hearing, the 27 billion unpaid claims in August has already been paid. So this is, what's this? 95%, sorry, 95% of the 27 billion has been paid. Because it was brought up in the hearing, so for
Yes,
his honor's information.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
but yung denied claims, there is no allegation that these are spurious claims, fake claims.
Hindi naman. No.
So talagang there are formal defects or deficiencies. No?
Yeah.
I mean, medyo malaking halaga. Sayang, I mean, a little more.
Pero mababalikan po yun,
briefing.
Mr. President, no? So I know our media friends are covering these things. Yung 590 na yan, that doesn't mean, I'm told that it doesn't mean that the hospitals cannot recover that.
Yes.
It's just that at the time that assessment or audit was made, yan yung lumabas. Pero marami dyan na-dispose na po.
Sana
Mr.
po,
President.
apo. Sana po ma-inform din yung COA so that in the future reports ma-reflect po nila yon.
Oo nga. Yes, actually, Mr. President, during one of the briefings this representation had with DOH, no? Kasama yun sa natin recommendations na closer coordinations with COA para yung ibang nafa-flag nila, napapaliwanag din kay COA if there are particular circumstances in the medical industry, in the practice that can be explained and do not have to, can address, can give acceptable answers to the red flags that are raised by COA.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I want PhilHealth, feel free to correct me if I have misappreciated anything. No? The PhilHealth system works like this. We are all, Filipino citizens are all covered by PhilHealth.
That is correct.
Yes, okay. But for we to benefit from our coverage, we must be in a PhilHealth accredited hospital attended to by a PhilHealth accredited doctor.
Correct.
Mr. President?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So dalawa,
Mr.
two kinds of
President.
accreditation, di ba? So the hospital must be accredited as well as the doctor or the healthcare professional. Tama po ba yan?
May ganon. Yes, unfortunately, Mr. President, there are situations where the doctor in a hospital is not accredited, but the hospital is.
In that particular case, the patient cannot claim any PhilHealth benefit.
Paano ba nangyayari yun?
The hospital will provide the benefits, but usually the claim the hospital submits will be denied. But at the point of care,
The care will be given. Edi pag na-deny, abonado si hospital. So it's lookout niya to be accredited. Pero si hospital, Mr. President, the claim, if made by the hospital, will be denied if those two conditions are not met, an accredited hospital and an accredited doctor.
Yes. And then the benefits of the PhilHealth member will follow the schedules in packages, in packages
Yes, Your Honor.
prepared by the PhilHealth. Okay.
It's known as case rates.
Case rates. Okay, Mr. President. So may mga ceiling amounts po yun. Okay. And for example, in Mindanao, how many hospitals are accredited in Mindanao?
Okay. Well, Mr. President, they are looking up the number for Mindanao, but what I have in front of me is the accredited hospitals in the entire country. And
Ilan
it's
po yun?
1,866.
Okay, maganda po yan. 1,866 hospitals nationwide.
Yes, sir,
Do we
Mr.
have a
President.
division as to the island groupings?
Wala. This is a nationwide lang, Mr. President.
Apa.
Meron daw silang Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, but I don't have it on me. It will be
Yes,
given to
Sige,
me, Mr.
in
President.
writing na lang po. Ang
submit na lang.
concern ko kasi rito is, theoretically, all citizens are covered, but coverage would be
Limited in some areas.
useless, limited, or less beneficial if your area does not have any PhilHealth accredited hospital or just a few of them, and it takes an effort to access them, Mr. President. So
Yes, Mr. President.
I'll just come up with my own study if I'm given already the breakdown. Does PhilHealth have the number of hospitals nationwide? Not the accredited ones, but the universe of hospitals which can be accredited. Hingin nyo lang yun, kasi gusto ko i-analyze.
So, Mr. President, the inventory of hospitals is No, I know. I just want to see it again. What was it? Oh, see? That's why I want to see it. Mr. President, I am waiting for the correct figures from the agencies.
So, while waiting for the figure, of course, sige. Okay pa.
Okay, so tatanggalin natin yan. So, dapat pala ito sinabi ko. Ay, hindi naman ako kinurek. It's okay. Di halos lahat pala. Okay, Mr. President, let me just make a correction earlier. When His Honor asked about the number of accredited hospitals, the number that I gave, which was 1,866, includes infirmaries, which is 583. So without infirmary, the number of hospitals is 1,283. Accredited hospitals. Now, the inventory of hospitals is 1,286, meaning there are almost only 3 hospitals are not yet accredited. So that is quite a good number, Mr. President.
Yes, because ang next question ko sana is why would the hospital not be accredited, and if there are some hospitals which choose not to be accredited?
They don't choose to. Meron bang nag-choose not to? Sa una lang, baka bago? Ano kayang reason?
Konti lang, 3 hospitals lang pala. Ano? Pagkaalam ko may hospital na nag-opt out.
Yeah, well, we don't know, Your Honor. There's just 3 of them anyway, so we will check what's the reason those 3 were not accredited. It's possible, Mr. President, that they were suspended because they have also given suspension orders in the past, Mr. President. Oh, 3 lang naman.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So kung ganyan yung figures natin, if there is a hospital in the Philippines, it's most likely
Accredited.
PhilHealth
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
President.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Now let's go to the DOH budget, Mr. President. The DOH has a public health program. We are appropriating 1.7 billion for the prevention of and control of non-communicable diseases. Is that correct, Mr. President? Is my figure correct? This is not the amount of the program.
Yes, Mr. President, 1.707 billion is allocated for the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases.
And then of this amount, the DOH intends to use 682.7 million siguro to. Million.
Yes, 682.7 million, Mr.
Million,
President.
yes, for the purchase of mental health commodities, Mr. President.
That is correct, Mr. President.
And what would be included in the item mental health commodities, Mr. President? Procurement ito ng items.
This is 30 medicines that will be accessible in 362? 362 sites, Mr. President, and this is projected to expand to 515 access sites for 225,000 plus service users identified with mental health conditions.
So this, our users have already pre-registered, Mr. President, under this program. Ganun po ba yun?
Yeah. They have been assessed or at least somehow documented in the health centers. That's why we have that number, Mr. President.
Okay. And
Okay.
the beneficiary must be an indigent, Mr. President?
Okay. Mr. President, as long as they are registered patient in the center, they will be assisted.
And the assistance is in the form of giving them the medicines for free.
Among others, counseling. Yeah. Mr. President, medicines is just one component of the assistance being given.
What would be the other components, Mr. President?
Counseling, Mr. President. And then access to treatment. Consultation and then counseling and basically access to treatment. Of course, I will assume that is in areas where we have the professionals that can provide. Obviously, some areas would have a broader kinds of services available. That is one of our objectives, Your Honor, in the bill that this representation filed and is hearing on the human health resource management, Mr. President.
Because my next question, Mr. President, is yung mental health professionals. The number of psychologists, psychiatrists,
Yes.
they are of course involved in the program. Their participation is indispensable in the program. So, and I think ano ba yun? From the bill of Senator Gatchalian, which was about
We passed already.
mental health awareness in schools.
In
diba?
schools.
So he clearly informed us that of the shortage of the psychologists and psychiatrists.
And even the guidance
and
counselors,
guidance
Mr.
counselors.
President.
So, whose concern is that, Mr. President, to generate more interest in these fields and actually to have actual graduates in these fields, Mr. President? Is that the concern of the DOH?
Mr. President, this representation actually has handled the budget of DOH for this 4th year and the budget of CHED for the 5th year. And every year, I remind the two agencies to work together because CHED needs to understand the depth of the health human resource crisis, and DOH needs to identify the various various professions that need to be prioritized, and then as His Honor correctly pointed out, Mr. President, to encourage our high school graduates to consider these professions. In fact, this representation is a supporter of strengthening the scholarship programs in those professions that we need. But that is this representation, Your Honor.
Under this program, Mr. President, this prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, where we have mental health, let's call it just a sub-program, Mr. President, are families with members or children who fall within the autism spectrum also beneficiaries of this program, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
So they can, if diagnosed to fall within the spectrum, they can, and they have been prescribed medicines, they can go to the barangay. What are the centers, Mr. President? The Barangay Health Center, Mr. President? Ito ba?
What is the question? What is the...
Well, where is that? So if there are families now listening to us that they have a member who has been diagnosed to fall within the autism spectrum, can they approach this center? Is this the Barangay Health Center for this program to access the 30 medicines that we say are available, Mr. President?
It doesn't fall under the budget that I discussed for the mental health commodities, but they will be a referral. But I'm sure it's in the stage of training, not every barangay senator can identify. So if they are properly referred to a specialty hospital, then yung budget natin, that's fine. Meron tayo.
Sabihin kasi.
Pero may out of ano ba tayo? Budget, I mean, I guess the consultation, yes, pero but medicine. Mr. President, I just had to clarify. In the earlier discussions on the commodities for mental health, the diagnosis for autism would not be, a diagnosed patient as autistic would not be a recipient of that same budget. So first, what would happen is, ideally, they are properly diagnosed, or at least, if there's a suspicion of autism, they would be referred to a specialty center. So the first issue would be the proper diagnosis, as His Honor would know. Once they are referred to a proper specialist, and this would be a pediatrician, then that is the time that this patient would be able to receive outpatient consultation for free in DOH hospitals. But if therapy would be needed, and perhaps for some there would be a need for therapy, so far that is not yet covered by the budgets that we have. But these consultations are free, and that's covered by the DOH budget, Mr. President.
Okay. I think there are some situations where someone falling within the autism disorder spectrum would also be prescribed medicines. So hindi po siya, this program, itong specific na pinag-usapan natin na may 30 medicines as mentioned by our sponsor, wala po. These are other mental health conditions, not autism.
But not here. It's not part of this. What was the mental health? Yeah. So, Mr. President, there would be incidents, there would be cases where a patient diagnosed with autism in extreme cases would need medication. But as I said earlier, it would not fall under that budget for the mental health commodities. Iba hong budget yon.
There's a program for them?
Oh, yun nga. Wala. No. So wala.
Actually, basically, yun po yung tanong ko. Is there a program for them?
Pero nagbibigay ng gamot? But that's services, hindi gamot. Services, yes. So, Mr. President, we have specialty hospitals. We have a list of hospitals and clinic with developmental and behavioral pediatricians. The consultation, as I said, would be covered by in the DOH hospitals, and in particular, PCMC has a budget for the services, but not any medications if needed.
Yes, ang difference kasi, Mr. President, is itong ating public health program where we found this 682.7 million is implemented nationwide. Tama? In barangay health centers. Tama po ba? So yun po expectation nating kababayan. Pero unfortunately, when we talk about autism, we're talking about Philippine Children's Medical Center, which is located in Metro Manila, Mr. President. That's the problem. Masyadong centralized na po pagdating doon. So may we know what are these mental health commodities na 30 medicines under this program? What mental health conditions are they intended to address or to help, Mr. President?
Mr. President, would His Honor like a copy, or would you like me to read the 30?
No, sige lang. Not to read the names of the 30 medicines, but what are they meant to alleviate or to, if not to cure, Mr. President? What kind of mental health condition?
Meron pong para sa obsessive compulsive behavior, may for epilepsy, depression, anxiety, psychotic disorder, and dementia, to name a few, Mr. President.
But from the point of view of the DOH and the architects of this program, is autism also a mental health condition?
Is what? Sorry?
Autism. Is autism a mental health condition?
It's considered a developmental condition, Mr. President.
So technically, it's different from a mental health condition. So you did not design this program to address or to help people falling under the spectrum.
Mr. President, the support needed by persons in the autism spectrum would be long-term therapy, such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, that kind, Mr. President. So a little bit, I guess it's correct to say the treatment is very different. Maybe there's a big range, as His Honor correctly pointed out. It's a spectrum.
Sige, but it looks like the DOH also concerns themselves with the autism spectrum. So is there a program that the DOH can point to where there is funding to help persons falling within the spectrum as well as their families, Mr.
So
President?
lahat ng public hospital, yes. So Mr. President, all the public hospitals who have developmental pediatricians would have that program. We can ask DOH to furnish us a list of these hospitals with the developmental pediatricians, Mr. President.
So some lang, in some of these DOH-run hospitals, not in all.
Yeah, I heard. So, Mr. President, yes, His Honor is correct. Just a few hospitals would have, like UPPGH, PCMC, the Medical City, the La Salle University Medical Center, and the National Children's Hospital. Just to add, we've had discussions with some of our colleagues, and it's actually very difficult to get an appointment with a pediatric pediatric developmental pediatrician. So I think this just highlights the need to really have more planning and to even provide scholarships and encourage more doctors and students to consider these professions. From what I know, I'll just add, Mr. President, a lot of because I was asking, time and again, I asked for psychologists and nutritionists, and I found out that many psychologists and nutritionists go on to med school, not necessarily to practice those professions, but to use it as a undergrad for med school. So nawawalan din tayo ng practicing psychologists, and dinamay ko na rin yung kwento ng nutritionist kasi ganun din, shortage.
Sige, and if you notice the names of the hospitals,
Private.
Metro Manila centric.
Metro Manila, yes.
And it shows siguro that the practice basically is here, only in Metro Manila. Wala tayong practitioners in the province.
I'm sure Cebuas, no?
Okay. Sige po. Thank you for that. Thank you for the information.
Mr. President, there are all over the country, pero syempre, I'm pretty sure mas marami po sa Metro Manila.
So the list is more than those Metro Manila hospitals?
Yes, Mr. President. 34 private hospitals in NCR, 22 private clinics, 3 public hospitals. But that's NCR. And then, meron din akong list for other areas, but mas konti po.
No, when her honor mentioned the private hospitals, I mean to say,
Yeah, because you gave me
salo,
4 names.
yung gastos doon, salo ng DOH? Or you're just informing us that there is a psychological services in the
Yes.
private hospital, but that's not part of the program. And I'm asking about the DOH program.
Training. Okay. Mr. President, to be clear, the 5 hospitals or institutions that we mentioned earlier are the ones that offer training in developmental pediatrics. Okay, 5. But, Your Honor, we have a list of hospitals and clinics with developmental and behavioral pediatrician. And as mentioned, in NCR, 34 private hospitals, 22 private clinics, 3 public hospitals. And then I have Southern Tagalog, Southern Luzon. There's also in the Visayas and Mindanao,
Sige,
Mr. President.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you. Siguro I'd just like to appeal to the DOH that in the name of...
Mindanao, Mr. President,
yes,
10.
meron.
7 private and 7 private hospitals, 3 private clinic. Private lahat? Tama ba to?
Private lahat. Sisibihin nun,
Tama ba to?
hindi din matakbuhan ng mga kababayan natin doon. And of course, although the practice is here in Metro Manila, I do not think it's worth it na, they will transplant from Mindanao to Metro Manila for that purpose, Mr. President. Tapos ang haba pa rin ng waiting list, and how many families can afford to do that. So siguro an appeal to the DOH, although on paper you have a mental health program and people might think nakasama yung autism doon, clearly it is not. So if you can develop, DOH, Mr. Secretary, a program for people, especially children, falling under the autism spectrum, Mr. President. If you can make this a difference, sabi mo, developmental situation, condition, so maybe you give it the appropriate name, but if we can make this into a program under the DOH, then request for funding, then we'll do our best to help you, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary. This is just an appeal, ma'am. So,
Autism, just one type of developmental condition. So, I just want, kasi sinasagot ko yan, dahil hindi lang naman autism.
sige. May we get the
Yes.
stand of the
Mr.
department?
President, I was just clarifying with DOH that autism is just one of quite a number of developmental conditions. So, to be clear, the programs that DOH has to make available is not just for autism, but for also other developmental conditions. Kasi marami po yun, no? And of course, there are different societies and groups that work together with DOH, work on their own. But I just wanted to put on record that it's not just autism. And I failed to mention, it was mentioned to me 2 times, that Yeah, PhilHealth actually has an autism package. Is it the Z? The Z? Okay, so they have children. So tama kayo. Yung sa inyo nga is children with developmental disability, not just autism. Iba-iba yan. And yung package nila, that's for what? Anything. Services, medicine, anything?
Yes.
Pero one-time use lang yan. Yeah.
What are
So
they thinking?
it's not a big amount, but it's a start.
How much?
3,626 to 5,276. So we know that the majority floor leader is giving me the eye. Maliit lang yon sa mahal ng gas per session or akala ko one time. Per claim. So how many sessions can you have?
I was about to ask
How many sessions can you have?
maximum number of sessions.
Member ako. Anak mo 5 years old. Ano? So, yan. I-claims, dadaling ko siya. No? Sa private. Tapos PhilHealth, siyempre. Yung may package sa kanya. Sa anak.
Walang medication. So pwedeng rehab.
Pero at least meron naman. Sinabi naman ni Pia, at least meron.
Mr. President, that package is per session and they can avail of 10 per session. So that's not bad. I have to laud PhilHealth and DOH for working on this per session. Maliit pa rin yan kasi alam natin na mahal, but it's a start.
10 in a year?
10, you can avail of 10.
Is it a year?
Yeah, so roughly one a month, one a month, one session. It can be used for different kinds of therapy, like the speech therapy, the occupational therapy, the consultation, and then, ito yung accredited. Yun lang, konti pa lang accredited because I guess they have to go through the accreditation process, so baka pwedeng dagdagan kung sino yung meron. So it's in UP-PGH, Eastern Visayas Medical Center, and SPMC. Southern Philippines is the one in Davao. So at least may Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao na government. Pero pwede kayo mag-accredit ng private kasi pwede naman, 'di ba? Pwede kayo mag-accredit ng private.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, kasi this will not cover the whole thing eh. Okay. So they know they can accredit, but you know, for a middle income family, malaking tulong na 'yan. Kasi kahit kumikita yung parent ng 30 or 50,000, nakakabawas pa rin yun dun sa gastos.
If I may, Mr. President, if I may just interject quickly, Mr. President, I think it's commendable and I'm happy to hear that there is such a program like this. But at the end of the day, the sponsor is correct in ensuring that there would be more accredited centers. But more than that, Mr. President, is the challenge of looking for the right experts to look into it. More therapies, more OTs, more speech therapies, Mr. President, because until now, I believe there's quite a huge gap when you talk about the requirement, Mr. President, for experts and therapists to attend to child development concerns. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. His honor is correct.
And thank you to PhilHealth for volunteering information. But actually, my question was addressed to the DOH. If you can design your budget in such a way that you have a public health program, then you have an amount for the procurement of mental health commodities, 682 million. Can you not design your budget in such a way that you will have a program for the developmental situations or challenges, Mr. President? Itong program yung mental health, gumawa sila eh. Oh. Can they not have also? Can they not help also those short of mental health, but they say developmental situation or condition, Mr. President?
Is it absorbed in their own budget?
Yes. Tama. But baka point nila hindi siya
So, Mr. President, to be clear, because we only have 96 developmental pediatricians, then the ability also to roll out those programs is a factor. But the hospitals themselves, where these doctors train or practice have budgets there. So yung nabanggit, so hindi ko pa ho naiisa-isa yan dito. There would be budgets, let's say in PGH, may budget yan. PCMC, may budget yan. So we can pull out those separate budgets. So unlike yung sa DOH na mental health budget na isang lump sum, nakaspread out sa hospitals yung programs depending on the hospital's service offering. So per hospital natin makikita.
But that was mandated by the DOH. We're talking about hospitals, ano ba tawag mo doon? DOH run hospitals, tama? That means it's a control, it's control. It's a control power of the secretary over the hospital, tama?
Mr. President, to be clear, this is how it works for the developmental PEDS program. So if once diagnosed, i-refer sila, let's say, occupational therapist, speech therapist. So those centers are available in those hospitals. So isa-isahin natin yung hospital to see yung occupational yan, does not only cater to autism, pero lahat ng may developmental, no? They cater to them sa occupational. But again, having said that, your occupational therapy center would also be catering to stroke victims, di ba? So hindi naman yata nakaseparate po yun. It's just that that service and cerebral palsy. So yung service is there. The service is there. And developmental conditions are part of the patients with developmental conditions are part of the patients that receive the services within the hospitals that have those services.
Okay, so we'll just get feedback from our constituents, Mr. President, when they try to avail of the services as we have announced tonight. So, tingnan na lang. Tingnan po natin.
And DOH is committing to us that they will expand those services, Your Honor. But I am also telling DOH that your ability to expand will be limited by the services, the equipment and the infrastructure, pwede magdagdag, pwede maghanap ng pondo. Pero yung tao, that will take time. So kindly work with us very closely because we have fully funded every year the Doktor para sa Bayan, and the intention is to also fully fund the allied professionals that we need to complete the whole wellness services that need to be made available to the Filipinos. So we need the input coming from DOH. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. President. At least we have, at least tonight we focused on the topic. So the DOH family is attention has been brought to focus on that topic. Talking about the same public health program, the same 1.7 billion pesos. From that amount, the DOH will use 1.02 billion pesos on cancer commodities. Okay. How can this program be accessed by our constituents, Mr. President? Kasi kung marinig na, alam mo, prevalent na rin po ang cancer sa population. Marami pong problema na ang cancer. So when they hear that you have a public health program, you have 1 billion pesos to be spent on cancer commodities, how? Yun ang mechanics po. How can the concerned parties avail of the benefits of the program?
These are just the medicines, yes. Pero yung 1.0 is purely the medicine. Okay. Yung iba. Yung ibang services, uncovered yun. Wala dyan. Okay, but I get it. Okay, Mr. President, the 1.02 billion is for cancer medicines and commodities. This is 61 cancer medicines for 31 access sites. And this is projected to be expanded to 34 access sites with target beneficiaries of 33,802 estimated service users. But we just like to add, Mr. President, that the cancer control programs is not just medicine, but it also includes surgery surgery and radiation therapy, Mr. President, which is an addition to the 1.02 billion budget for medicines that was mentioned. Mr. President, 80% of cancer are bulk forming and amenable to surgery and radiation. So I recall at my very first meeting with the secretary, he discussed this with me because you are a surgeon, right? Yeah. So he is a surgeon. Hindi, kasi you're many things eh. Kaya sinisigurado kong tama yung masabi ko. He's a surgeon and very familiar with the needed interventions, and he was explaining to me at that time, not now, that yun nga, with early detection, surgery, radiation, a lot of this would be life-saving interventions, Mr. President.
Sige po. And those are available in the DOH-run hospitals. Ganun ba yun? Ganun, okay.
Yes,
How
Mr.
about
President.
PhilHealth? Does PhilHealth have any cancer packages, Mr. President?
Excited po silang i-report. So, antayin natin, Mr. President. So, Mr. President,
Galing nga eh.
the Z benefit package rate for cancer for acute lymphocytic, do I say that right? Lymphoblastic leukemia, it's 500,000. For breast cancer, it's 100,000. Prostate cancer is 100,000. Colon cancer, 150 to 300,000. Rectum cancer, 150 to 400,000. And cervical cancer is 120 to 175,000. Yun lang, wala yung iba. Yun, meron pa.
Good.
Meron pang iba, Mr. President, but to give you an idea.
Yes, to give us an idea na meron.
Okay na.
Apo.
Yes, Mr.
And that is what
President.
is important po na during the budget process, malaman po ng taong bayan saan
Meron.
pumupunta ang pera nila, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, since we mentioned some DOH-run hospitals, is the Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center one such DOH-run hospital? Is that-
Yes, it is, Mr. President.
Siguro, just to bring to the attention of the Secretary na there's a mention in the COA report about its very low utilization rate, Mr. President, 38.3%.
Yes, Mr. President, we are aware, but we'd like to point out that as of October 31 of this year, the obligation rate is already 80%, and the disbursement rate is 77%. I've asked my staff to study this historically, and normally when the COA makes its report, it's not yet towards the end of the year, so the utilization rates tends to be lower, but by the end of the year, they have a good utilization rate, Mr. President.
Was that how, are we talking about the same time period? The COA report is a 2022 COA report. So,
Well, I'm talking about October 2023. The
2023,
utilization,
sige.
the obligation is 80% and the disbursement rate is 77%. Do we have the year before?
okay na po yun. So apparently,
But at least,
the
at least we
hospital
know that,
already,
yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Took into account the COA finding and addressed the COA finding to make sure na hindi maulit sa next year. Apa. So, but PhilHealth is here. Meron kasing phoned in naman question po na the member cannot avail of PhilHealth benefits unless you spend at least one night in the hospital.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, that has been the situation from the very start because the benefit is an inpatient benefit. That is why, Mr. President, for many years, the goal was to be able to roll out the outpatient benefits. Kaya po nagkakaroon din ng issue, I'll just mention it, na I don't know how rampant it is, but there would be times that a doctor would just insist that the patient would stay and admitted para nga maka-avail. So that is the sad reality of when we start a program, it usually is a inpatient program, and that's why it's very important that we are able to roll out the outpatient program, Mr. President.
Okay. So, Meron na?
But you'll avail of that. There's a different emergency package. Mr. President, they are now developing a package for emergency cases to address a lot of incidents where hindi naman talaga kailangan mag-overnight, no? Talagang emergency case. I'm glad you're developing that finally. Kasi ang tagal ko nang
Kasi
naririnig yung
from-
issue na yan.
From experience,
Initiative of our Secretary, Mr. President, thank you after all these years. 2 decades na po akong nag-aantay niyan.
overnight, ano sabihin?
19 years to be exact.
Well, from experience, Mr. President, sometimes nag-overnight naman tayo sa hospital, but we are not an emergency case.
No, Mr.
So
President,
what's the
we
point,
are...
Mr. Why, and it is not the law which requires the benefits to be extended only to inpatient, di ba? Siguro, yun lang yung program na ginawa ng PhilHealth. So,
The law really requires it.
is it the law? Is it the law which requires that it must be an inpatient care, meaning to say 1 night in the hospital before benefits can be extended?
Sinasabi nila outpatient, pwede naman sa emergency.
Yun na nga, bakit nga? Sayang.
Mr. President, it is in the law, itong inpatient claims, no? But to be clear, there are claims ever since naman that are considered outpatient na nako-cover naman dyan.
Okay.
You don't have to be an inpatient. Can we mention a few? Because I think that's what the minority floor leader would like to share with the public. Pagka kunyari,
But it's not only that na meron, but has it been communicated clearly to both the hospital and the public na meron palang ganun? Because reaction po yun ng isang constituent natin na nagre-react sa ating exchange ngayon. Na
I think, Mr. President, it's important that we distinguish and perhaps yung, kaya nga ako I'm a supporter of health promotion, ewan ko kasama yan sa budget ng PhilHealth, na alam nga naman ng tao. Kasi ngayon, pinapaliwanag po sa akin, yung mga kunyari, suture, kasama yan. Pero pag kunyari ikaw ay inuubo-ubo doon, pauuwiin ka talaga ng ng hindi kasama, di ba? Walang kasama yung gamot. Resetahan ka lang, pero uwi ka na wala kang O example, ako na magtatanong ng example, hinika ka doon, o pag tinreat ka doon ng may, ano tawag doon? Nebulizer. Ano yon? Covered? O walang claim yon, Mr. President. Yung
Bakit?
nebulizer, ina-asthma. Kasi nga, it's not
yes.
it's not considered an inpatient So, pero possible na emergency yun kasi di ba pag hinika ka. But, dinedevelop pa lang yung program. Dinedevelop pa lang, Mr.
No,
President.
we will limit it to inpatient if it is because of some legal mandate. So can the PhilHealth give us the section and the RA number of what this law is na ganyan?
Yes, we can provide, Mr. President. Just give them a second to pull out the law.
And yet, in spite of that fact, the PhilHealth is developing an outpatient program or packages, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr.
Are they
President,
developing
matagal na. Taon-taon natin to
Hindi,
pinag-uusap.
meron na.
Meron na, pero as far as it's in the it's required by the UHC law that this is rolled out, and this is not yet because it just started, no. So I remember last year pilot, so medyo pilot stage pa rin. They now have the Consulta package. There's primary care service, which is consultation and case management for any condition, preventive health service, assistance in accessing services in partner facilities, referral to specialty and higher level of care. Then they have 13 laboratory services, ito yung mga CBC, urinalysis, pap smear, etc., blood sugar, etc. And then 21 kinds of drugs and medicines are now available in this Consulta package. But currently, this is only available in 2,428 accredited providers. And I'm quite familiar with this, Your Honor, because this representation has been urging DOH and PhilHealth to roll it out on a pilot basis para they can find that sweet spot. Kasi may gastos to, Mr. Presidente. So it's a question of how much does it cost per patient to maintain and to sustain this program?
Sige po. Pero ang dental concerns, hindi kasali sa PhilHealth? Dental concerns. Medyo ano tayo dyan, ha? I think we should address that, the dental health, the oral health, no? Oral health of our population, Mr. President.
Wala pa. Pero ano yung chances na maano? It's not yet included, Mr. President.
Included? PhilHealth has packages for...
No, it's not
okay.
yet.
Okay. The non-inclusion of dental health concerns or oral health concerns is because of a legal impediment or hindi lang po nagawa ng package ng PhilHealth? Ano sabi ng law? Bawal din? Actually, marami tayong problema tayo.
Pero yung ano ba, ang tawag doon, yung magpapaklining ka, ganon, wala. We will sa konsulta. Okay. So currently, Mr. President, the only thing that is covered is extraction with suturing. So in other words, kung nabunutan ka na hindi naman kailangan tahiin, bahala ka sa bayad mo. So siguraduhin mong duguin ka para makasama yung ano. Hindi, ganun eh. Para maintindihan ng tao, di ba?
Yeah, but I think that should be, akala ko ang direction natin is preventive or overall
Yes.
health maintenance.
So actually, Mr. President, that's a good observation.
Huwag na natin pabayaan mag-hemorrhage muna bago,
Of course.
bago
No, actually, Mr. President, dito sa konsulta, ngayon makakasama dito, Mr. President, yung check-up. Sa konsulta. Konsulta is the outpatient. So this is really preventive.
Yes. If we can extend the programs to konsulta na, can we not extend it to dental concerns?
No, as I was saying, Mr. President, yung check-up ng dental check-up will be part of konsulta. So what His Honor is saying, and I suppose it's honestly, antayin mo bang bulok na yon para pagbunot, duguin, para makasama, di ba? Parang yun nga yung point ni Minority Floor Leader na, di ba? Parang
Anyway, that this be just a challenge to the PhilHealth, Mr. President. Unless they tell us nga that there's something wrong with the law, it's the law which prevents them from using their imagination to come up with packages which help our people, Mr. President. Then, balik ang bola sa amin, we amend the law. Pero kung hindi, the ball is in your court and just use your imagination. Paano tayo, we're out here to help eh. And I think marami may problema with oral health or dental health, Mr. President. Ano ba tawag mo nun? Oral health? Dental health? Oral health? Pares na yun? Hindi ka naman dentista, nurse. So, tawag kayo sa dentista. Anong tama?
So sa DOH to, parang vaccination. Oo, okay. So, where is this available? Through public hospital?
Punta na ako sa COVID na. Tapos na. COVID na tayo. Vaccine pa.
So actually, Mr. President, to be clear, it's not just PhilHealth that has initiatives for oral health, also DOH. So they have a budget of 515 million for fluoride varnishing, glass ionomer for art, ano yun? Pang cleaning lahat yan. Okay. So anyway, just to be clear, the conditions that are being addressed are the glass ionomer is for restorative treatment using minimal instrumentation and low resource setting. And then anyway, it's kind of technical, Mr. President, yung treatments, but the point is they have 515 million available in health centers. And I recall, Mr. President, that a lot of LGUs, because His Honor will recall that healthcare is supposed to be also devolved. I recall in my visits to the countryside, there are quite a few LGUs that have already included free dental packages. So this is not a PhilHealth reimbursable. This is a service of either DOH or the LGU. Parang vaccine po, di ba? Hindi naman ho yan PhilHealth eh. It's a, how do you call it? It's a national program, Mr. President.
National program administered by the
DOH.
Yes, yes.
Oral health, Mr. President.
Sige po, basta na-announce natin ngayong gabi that there is a program, it's in the barangay health centers, in the form of commodities din ito? Or is a,
And
is a service?
Services, opo.
Services?
Oo.
Our barangay health centers are equipped with dental chairs, Mr. President?
Yeah, so Mr. President, itong program ng DOH includes prevention. This is the routine, preventive, and essential curative care. So ito yung check-up. And then screening. Ito yung oral health screening integrated, yun nga, dun sa check-up. Yeah, that's it, Mr.
Sige
President.
pa, okay. At least na-announce natin ngayong gabi. Ngayon, I see Dr. Sarate is here of the FDA, so ibigay ko na lang po sa kanya yung mga reklamo na tanggap ng opisina ko. But basically, it's the same as last year's list, Dr. Sarate. So, but it's not, I will have to admit, it's not as passionate as last year, yung reklamo. So, maybe there have been some improvements. So, it's the same nature of complaints, but not as passionate. Last year, grabe yung text na natanggap ko. May mga kasali pang mga curse words eh. Ngayon, wala po tayong natanggap na ganun, Dr. Sarate. So I hope that's an indication that there have been some improvements, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Director General was saying to me that they are in the process of digitalization.
As of now po, ma'am, we're already 90%.
Delay lang yun,
But
ano?
the problem with the old system is the payment system. But we're addressing it right now.
So here po, if you open the
Payment nyo, bakit?
There are two types, e-portal and e-services.
Oh.
Those e-portal, magbabayad sila sa land bank para mag-transmit yung payment sa amin.
Oh.
Pero if you are in the e-services, may automatic extension. So lahat ng mga format kami, pinamigrate ko na po sa e-services para automatic. So
Okay.
it's more
So it's the payment system, Mr. President, that they are still working on, as it's not yet that user-friendly. Actually, I just want to add to that, even though it's not the question of His Honor. Until, I think, a month ago, actually, my brother was trying to access the FDA site, and there's a notice there, an advisory that says, what? Under maintenance. No, but wasn't there yeah, it's only available 9 to 5. And takang-taka po kami kasi ano ba yun? Parang araw-araw after 5 p.m. sarado yung digital portal nyo. And that was there for like 6 months.
Ma'am,
So this is not the question of the minority floor leader. This is the question to myself.
Yes, yes.
we're migrating the system.
Because I'm not aware of the...
Pero ngayon lang ako nakarinig ng ganun eh, na 9 to 5 lang.
Apo, kasi po we're migrating to the e-services po. And during the time na po mga kabit sa
in-access na yung website.
I am making known that concern kasi I'm just saying I have never ever encountered, I don't know if any of you have, a site that tells you na open lang siya na 9 to 5. Wala pa akong nakitang website na yun. It's possible na sabihin sa inyo na ang aming, anong tawag doon, our
Office hours.
our office hours are 9 to
Operating
5
hours,
or
yeah.
our personnel will only get back to you at 9 to 5. Pero to be able to punch in something, never ko po narinig na 9 to 5 lang yung ganon. So I just want to put that here on record kasi yun nga, never, ever, and pati yung staff ko, pina-check ko, wala ho kami naririnig na ganon, na buong, yung hindi ka man lang makapag-submit ng data after 5. Eh, digital nga lang yun. Kahit na, it shouldn't be that difficult to be able, ang explanation is, sa gabi daw nagtatrabaho mga tao, naintindihan ko yun. Pero there's got to be a way that you can submit things even after 5 digitally.
To receive the information.
Yeah.
Tama po, ganun po.
Anyway, let's give the floor back
9
to the
5,
minority
so sabi ko,
floor leader.
8 hours lang yun, so 16 hours of the day wasted, although you're available online. So,
Yeah.
Anyway, I adopt the question of the sponsor as
Thank
my
you.
own.
Thank you.
Thank you. So anyway, Dr. Sarate, yung complaint talaga is actually the delay. So please find a way.
Yeah.
Just like you think like you're a court. Reklamo sa court system delay. So ganun po.
And then, asan na yung letter niya?
So
With the permission of the minority floor leader, may question lang si Senator
yes, of
Legarda. Banggitin ko na rin kasi it's also about yung tungkol sa, alam niyo na yan? Alam niyo na ba? Yun. Anong pangalan nun? The drug is called Correct. Pero may application na ba sila?
There are 4 ongoing applications.
O, mga kailan yan?
Waiting lang po ng mga sagot.
Bakit si LTFRB kita na?
Is the generic name is remdesivir or?
Magkaiba po.
Magkaiba. Bakit? Sabi nga niya, say it again.
Oh, remdesivir.
Molnupiravir.
Amonopir.
Pero ang letter na pinadala ni Senator Loren is remdesivir. So pareho yan nasama dun sa pagtanggal ng emergency? Oo. Anyway, so I explained to Senator Loren kasi sabi niya maraming pulmo doctors na lumapit sa kanya na the process must be followed, and that is the registration with the FDA. So we will make appeals to the FDA to expedite, without cutting corners and ensuring safety, the registration of these products. That's why I was asking kung may pending applications. Meron naman.
Created, ma'am, task force for the facilitation of registration for for the COVID oral medications.
Okay.
As of now, the molnupiravir has 4 applications on evaluation.
So, ongoing yung evaluation nitong mga medicines. Kasi nga, kahit na na-declare na natin na the COVID pandemic is over, but there are still cases, and for those who are immunocompromised, the doctors need to provide this kind of medicines at paubos na daw po yung supply. So, would His Honor like to adopt that question as well?
I make the question my own, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Because my next topic is about COVID-19 actually.
Okay.
That's my last topic,
Okay.
Mr. President. Pero before we leave the FDA, can the FDA help us or the Secretary help us? Because we've been studying the budget of the DOH. Where can we find the total amount in the DOH budget which is appropriated for the FDA? And how much is it? Hindi pa namin makita.
Oo. We have that, Mr. President.
Ayan, kunin niyo. And if we could, it could be also categorized by expense class, yung PSMO, if possible, Mr. President.
Yung PS, ganon.
Yun po. Yung appropriation sa
Eh,
automatic
inote niyo.
appropriations.
So, ano ba to? So, anong babasahin ko?
Ito PS ito, 499.24 po million. Yung
And then?
And then, yung po at automatic nila is 1.19 billion.
499 plus 119.
Apa.
Plus, that's plus. So, the new appropriation, Mr. President, is 499.74 million, and then there is an automatic appropriation which comes from the income collection from fees, fines, royalties, and other charges, and that is 1.19 billion for a total of 1.69 billion.
Is the budget of
Sorry,
the...
Mr. President, can I ask our SecGen to check the aircon? Biglang uminit po. Thank you. Thank you.
Section, please, or we'll ask the Sergeant at Arms to check the aircon.
Thank you. Anyway, please proceed, Mr. President.
Yes, is the FDA budget also subdivided into expense class, Mr. President, like PS, MO, ECO?
Yes, I've asked for it, Mr. President.
Expense class ba tawag doon?
Correct, oo. Asan dyan? So, Mr. President, saan tayo sa, ano basahin ko? The PS, Mr. President, is 194,797,000, and the MOOE is 101,713 million. 101,713,000, Mr. President.
Hindi po ba, ano yun? Akala ko 1.6 yung billion ng budget po nila.
Kasi automatic appropriation.
Hindi, automatic appropriation yun. So for the new appropriation, ano lang po sila 180, ay, tama ba?
499, I think, if I remember correctly.
100, ay, Bureau of, sorry, nag-move yung aking screen. Napunta na po ako sa Bureau of Quarantine. 499.
Yes.
499.74, Mr. President. So that was the
Did it add up?
Yeah, I'm checking, Mr. President. Parang hindi eh.
Hindi nga, Mr.
It
President.
didn't seem so.
Ito pinakamahirap na budget.
Walang CO. Walang CO yun. Yung binasa ko.
Tapos yung 1.1B na automatic appropriation para
Yung
sa...
binigay po kanina is PS ang Kudrake Meron, 499.
Ah,
And then yung CO po kasi is as a
hindi.
special.
Ba't nagbasa ako ng MOE? Ano ba na ba?
Wala na. Bakit?
Mr. President, I'm sorry. For FDA, the PS is 499,742,000. Walang MOE and walang CO.
Tapos nasa automatic.
And then, under the automatic appropriations nila kinukuha yung
Correct.
para sa kanilang MOOE. And then may CO kayo?
What is
Okay.
so CO will be taken from the automatic appropriation.
Yes, Mr.
And what would be the amount of the CO?
Ano yun? Asan?
675.
675 million, Mr. President,
Per capita.
for capita CO.
Malaki. Is FDA building a new structure?
Yes po. Actually po, yung ongoing po ng MOA with the DPWH, but it comes from the SAGM, which is the...
It becomes, dito, yung sa automatic nyo. Yes, Mr. President. Sa alabang pa rin yan? Same. Phase 2.
Yung for the 2024, yes po.
Oo, for 2024, itong CO po is for their phase 2 of their FDA,
of
Mr.
their office
President.
buildings. Okay, sige po. That explains it. So Mr. President, ito na, siguro last topic na lang po ito. I've read in the news that some countries are undertaking a review of their COVID-19 response. What is the sentiment or the stand of the Department of Health on this subject matter, Mr. President? Should the Republic of the Philippines undertake a review of our COVID-19 response?
Definitely, Mr. President, that's the answer of this representation, and the Secretary is also saying that they have already, and the details are...
We have already a pandemic preparedness and response plan that was crafted by the Interagency Task Force.
Yeah, I know, but we had, ang tanong is
How much did you spend? Naaksayang bakuna? Ilan ang namatay? Ilan ano? So, i-remind mo ko sa mga tanong.
Well, Mr. President, yes, definitely they have done it. And,
They've done it?
Yes, they have done it.
Is there already a final report?
Submitted to the Office of the President? It has been submitted to the Office of the Executive Secretary.
Okay. Only to that office, doon pa lang. And limited, yung kanyang publication ay limited lamang doon sa opisina yon. Nobody else has access that, no other office or agency has accessed the final report?
Mr. President, this representation offers to file a resolution and then invite DOH to present those findings in that report, Mr. President.
The
with
report is not top secret, so it can be shared with with the Senate itself, Mr. President.
Yes.
At the earliest possible time?
Yes.
Okay, so good. Because does the report contain the total amount that the Republic of the Philippines spent to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic? Is it there?
It was not a financial
No
review.
financial.
It's a response without,
Okay.
yeah, the financial.
The effect of our COVID-19 response to our total national debt, is it there? Wala din.
Wala siguro, Mr. President, kasi nga, it's a technical review, Mr. President.
The total number of vaccine vials or shots that we procured
We have, Mr.
as part of
President.
our
We have
the
that.
total number of vaccines that we accepted as donation. We have
Meron, Mr. President.
the total amount of the vaccines that were wasted. Is that also reflected in the report, Mr. President?
More or less, Mr. President, lahat po yun available.
May I know the vaccine wastage, Mr. President? Total amount, if not in the number of vials, Mr. President? Sa hearing na lang natin i-find out yung effects sa finances sa hearing. Gastos, inutang, sino nagpautang. Kasi billion yan eh. Trillion siguro.
Mr. President, my short response will include a short explanation. I'm already foreseeing the follow-up questions, so His Honor can sit down. Mr. President, the vaccine wastage, or the COVID vaccine wastage is 49,730,000 doses, no? And the reasons for this wastage are expiration beyond shelf life. Napakarami po nun kasi nga yung binanggit ko na 49 49.7 million doses. Of that, it's 38.54 ang expired or beyond shelf life. I would like to emphasize, Mr. President, that napakaiksi talaga ng shelf life ng COVID vaccines. 6 months po yun. And then, yung mga na-donate pa ho is 3 months. So, it's really, it's actually, meron pa nga daw 1 month lang ang shelf life. So, it's something that, in a way, I don't know if it's correct to say it, but in a way, it does not surprise the experts because with a shelf life that short, talagang ma-e-expirean po tayo ng ganon.
Of the 49.7 million doses wasted, mga 500 pesos per vial siguro should be a safe amount to put there, no, Mr. President? So, of the 49.7, doon lang tayo sa pieces, million, how many were donated, Mr. President? And then yung balance, I will assume we procured, no? So, yun po yung direksyon ng aking katanungan, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, 155.8 million doses were procured, and then 95.9 million doses were donated. So,
Ilan po yung donated?
parang 2:3 halos, no?
Ilan po?
3:2 pala. 95.9 million doses were donated.
Okay. So yun yung totality. But of the wasted, can we determine sa 49.7 of the wasted, how many were donated and how many were procured? Kasi yung sa donation, meron tayong excuse na 1 month, 3 months. I'm sure we did not procure such a short lifespan of vaccines, Mr. President. May minimum naman yata tayong lifespan ng ating procurement, Mr. President.
Pero donation pa rin. Hindi, pero donated pa. Pati si private, donated pa rin. Diba? Donated pa rin to. Private na nag-donate. So,
25 billion.
26. Oo. No. I was about to say 26%. Tama?
27.37.
26,000. Oo. Yeah. Which equivalent to 27%.
Hindi, tatanong ko muna.
Sorry. So 26 million was donated. And ano nga yung tapon? Hindi, wala yan dyan.
Unless meron pa rito. Tignan mo pa ito. Na meron dito.
Oo.
Na siguro.
Okay. Of the 49. Of the 49. Okay. Mr. President, earlier we reported that 49.7 million is the total wastage. Of that, 26.2 million were donations. More than half, Mr. President, were donations.
Okay, so that gives us 23.7 million doses were procured
That's correct, Mr.
by
President.
the Republic of the Philippines.
That's correct, Mr. President.
And then for those of us who hate wastage, to get the value of that, I think it's safe to use 500 pesos per dose to get the ballpark figure of the total amount of the vaccines wasted, Mr. President. Will the DOH confirm around 500 is a reasonable amount to use, Mr. President? Ballpark figure lang naman. 500 pesos.
So, magkano lalabas yun? So, 100 M?
So, parang mga
100 B or
11 to 12 billion pesos, Mr. President.
23 million na po siya. So, times 500. 230. 2B. 10B? 10B? 10B. 23. 230. 230B. 230M. 230. 2B. Times 5. 10. 11B. 11. Using that number of 500 pesos, which is an estimate, it would be about 11 billion,
It's
Mr.
11
President.
to 12 billion
Yeah,
pesos, Mr.
11 to 12 billion.
Okay, so the purpose naman ng review natin is to learn some lessons kung, kung sakaling, hopefully hindi na mangyari ulit ang pandemic, but there's a prediction yata or that the
We have to be prepared for the next.
and then the time period between the pandemics is getting shorter and shorter, Mr. President. So are we ordering COVID-19 or procuring COVID-19 vaccines in the 2024 budget of the DOH?
No, Mr. President. We actually have been offered COVAX donation, Mr. President, 500,000 doses.
And we will accept the donation.
Yes, we are accepting the donation, Mr. President.
And this would be the bivalent vaccines?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President.
So at least we have a categorical answer na we're no longer appropriating any fund for the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines in the 2024 budget. In the future, Mr. President, does the DOH believe that we can avoid these NDAs, NDA provisions in the future procurement contracts for vaccines, Mr. President?
Yeah, I know, but can it be avoided? He knows that. Yeah. If it's in terms of can we refuse, we can always refuse. But as it happened during the time of the negotiation, which the Secretary, of course, was not involved in, but this representation was familiar, not involved, but familiar because I would receive reports from Secretary of Finance, IATF, Secretary Galvez. It was demanded by the suppliers. So parang at that time na wala tayong ibang makunan or kung meron man, naalala ko noon, yung first batch ng Sinovac, di ba parang 1,000, ano lang yun, 1,000 lang. So tinanggap po yun at that time. I understand also that this was a condition imposed on many countries at umalma na rin yung ibang countries. So I don't know kung collectively pwede na nating iwasan yon na maganon tayo.
Sige. Let that be part of our review of our COVID-19 response as well as how the pharmaceutical companies behaved or made some impositions, Mr. President. Naging take it or leave it ba? Yung NDA, they will not supply us.
Both the Secretary and I confirm. That's what I've heard during that time, and that's also what the Secretary knows. Talagang, remember the production was very low still, so inuunahan natin, and they really would divert it somewhere else if those NDAs were not signed. Yeah, oo nga. My God.
Sige po,
Yeah.
siguro, but
Mr. President, if you will recall, they also required an indemnity, not just clause, but an indemnity fund, and we actually...
exemption from,
Yeah, we actually
Yes.
passed a law. So just to put on record, so when people also studied, the measures that were taken, not just in Congress but outside, ito po yung pressure na binigay po sa atin.
Yeah. Kaya in the review nga of the government's COVID-19 response, we also have to also review the behavior of the pharmaceutical companies, Mr. President, towards the Philippines. So, sama na natin so we can anticipate in the future. So, do we have the final or the updated figure for the number of deaths attributable to COVID-19? We have it also in the report, Mr. President.
Tama ba? 66,000 ba?
Meron. Andun, basta it's in the report. We will find it in the report. Okay. Does the report, did the DOH also study the so-called number of excess deaths? Mr. President, did we use that concept, Mr. President?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's not in the report. Yeah. It's not in the report, Mr. President. That is something that came from PSA.
Yes, we can use the concept as a metric in our once we hold hearings on the resolution of our sponsor. It can guide us into something, or it can indicate something. So depende po. We will listen to the resource persons on the value of that figure on excess deaths during the period of the pandemic, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, one last thing, meron na naman nag-communicate po sa atin on the...
Buti pa kayo, Mr. President, hindi nagsasara ng 12 o'clock yung opisina
Apo.
nyo.
Bago ako magpatuloy, since our resource persons are the expert on health, is it still healthy to conduct interpellation at 12:01 after 12 hours, Mr. President? Hindi na. After spending 12 hours yesterday interpellating, so it's no longer healthy, so this will be the last question, Mr. President. The government still owes 20,000 pesos for each, the government still owes 20,000 healthcare workers, 1.94 billion pesos in back pay. Is this a correct figure? Is this a correct statement of fact? And is my figure correct? And how will we address the problem, Mr. President?
Actually, Mr. President, your figure is not correct.
Okay. How much?
What is owed is 62.7, well, the funding requirement to meet all to be able to deliver on the commitment is 62.77 billion, and this is for 10.4 million claims. These are arrears from July 2021 to July 2023.
Okay, so that's the accepted amount. We recognize it that we this 62.77 billion pesos, is this only the COVID-19 allowance or special risk allowance related to the COVID-19 pandemic? 62.77 billion pesos po. Malayong-malayo pala yung report sa akin.
Yeah, Mr. President, it includes HEA, which is the Health Emergency Allowance, and the COVID-19 sickness and death compensation. Combined na po yun. Kaya ito there are 10 million claims.
Hindi, HEA is also COVID-19. Okay. So what is our strategy, Mr. President, to... our sponsor says that these are already arrears. So, ibig sabihin nun, diba, due and demandable na po ito? So, what is our strategy to comply with our obligations, and did we anticipate this or set an amount in the 2024 budget, Mr. President?
Mr. President, let me explain. In the 2024 program appropriation, we have 19.96 billion. And then there is also an amount in the unprogrammed appropriation, which is 2.35 billion. So, Mr. President, if you deduct the amount mentioned, which is the 62.77, and you deduct those two amounts, 19.96 and 2.35, that is 22.31. You are left with a funding deficiency of 40.40 billion. But, Mr. President, we have an unreleased 2020 unprogrammed appropriation of 48.96 billion, which is obviously bigger than 40. So we can cover this kung ito pong unprogrammed release. It's a very important question, Mr. President, because we have a lot of health workers waiting for this answer. Sa unprogrammed appropriation pa lang of 2023, I want to assure them that that is there. Our chairman, Senator Angara, included that there. And pagka na-release po yan ng DBM, may sobra pa pong 8.56, which siguro di naman niya i-release lahat kasi sobra nga po.
Okay.
That's the answer, Mr. President.
Okay, so it's found in the unprogrammed appropriations for the year 2023.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So,
And then may matitira, pag nailabas yun, may matitira pa na nilagay naman natin sa 2024. So, mako-cover natin lahat.
Ano po yung nalagay sa 2024? The 2.35
Yes,
in non-program?
22.31. 19.9.
Yes, programmed and
Program
non-programmed, yes.
19.9 and 2B na hindi programmed.
So, okay, so it depends. What is the lifetime or the effectivity period for unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President?
Kasi paano?
Separate siya kasi. But since we have a surplus of 8.56
Talagang part siya ng budget.
Okay. Mr. President, just to be sure the answer, the response to His Honor's question is accurate, the responses are accurate. The COVID-19 sickness and death compensation was not included in the computation. But this amount is 486 million only. And as I said, there is an excess of 8.5 billion dun sa unprogrammed. So it will definitely be covered. We want to assure our health workers, Mr. President.
Yes, if the unprogrammed
Is released.
in full. Dalawa
And
po
to
yun.
be
Is
clear,
released and also,
yes.
and then depends on the amount released. But my question is a basic budgeting question. What is the lifetime or effective period for unprogrammed appropriations?
Yes. So, Mr. President, if it is released by December 31 of this year, it can be used until the end of 2024. 1 year po. So, 1 more year.
If it is released,
If it is released, unprogrammed appropriation released until December 31, 2023 can be used until the end of 2024.
if it is, but the release must happen before the end of this year.
Yes,
And then,
Mr. President.
And then the recipient agency is the DOH.
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
Then from the
we hope for the best. Unfortunately, Mr. President, tinanong ko yung rate of release on program for this year. It's low 30%, unfortunately. Historically, for unprogrammed appropriations, 70% ang nare-release. Historically, that's the historical. But for this year, mababa daw. So I think we need to do some following up of the, siguro with the Office of the President and the DBM to prioritize the item, Mr. President. Kasi iba, strange behavior for 2023. It's not following the historical figure of 70% released among the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President. Just for information from our past interpellation, Mr. President. Okay, so with that, Mr. President, so we need also some vigilance here to follow it up, and some luck, and also some help for the government to collect siguro extra revenues, Mr. President, in excess of projections. So thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to greet all of you. Good morning, actually, Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, and to the DOH family. And thank you for your patience, and of course, to thank you to our sponsor for guiding our discussion, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader, for your very enlightening questions to give clarity to all our listeners and viewers and your late-night callers, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpellate, just a short interpellation would be our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask our Chair a few questions. I'm sure that this will also interest our Senate President, because I think all of us made interventions last year to add budget, especially for the specialty centers, which is also a priority of the President. For the record, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, maybe spread to the record how much is our budget allocation for the establishment and improvement of specialty center under this year's General Appropriations Act.
Mr. President, 10.23 billion.
Yes, if I can recall, Your Honor, Mr. President, last year, the original budget was about 4.5 billion. Then the Senate initiative through the Senate President added 2.2 billion and a lot more. So that's about 10 billion. But as of today, I just like to know how much has been utilized by the DOH from the utilization. How much has been disbursed so far?
So how much has been, wait, sorry, is this year? As of today. So as of today, Mr. President, of the 2.235 billion, the obligation rate is 59.17% and the disbursement is 18.54. Tataas pa ba to or what? Construction?
I'd just like to add, Mr. President, for 2023, no? Because the original budget was 4.5, then we added 2.2 billion. I'd just like to be clarified, Your Honor, if is it true that the utilization rate is only 0.9% as of the moment, Your Honor? Specialty center.
Yung pinakabago po doon is 59%, Mr. President.
59%, Your Honor? Out of the 6.7, yung pong dinagdagan natin. We just want to make sure that, kasi because we added a lot, no? Considering that this is one of the priority programs of the administration and the PET, another PET program of our Senate President.
Mr. President, I just want to reconcile His Honor's figures and our figures. What figure can you repeat your figures?
For 2023, Your Honor.
Are you talking about 2.24, Mr. President? 2.24 billion?
The total of 6.7 under the DOH HFEP, Your Honor. The original budget was 4.5.
So you're including, sorry, Mr. President, I need to reconcile these figures.
This is the 2.2, which is an appeal, and then
6.7 total, kasi dinagdag natin ng 2, di ba? Yeah, the original budget last year was 4.5, then through the Senate initiative, we added 2.2, so it's yung 6.7 billion. That was intended for the specialty centers.
Yung HFEP? Sige, a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspend.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll repeat the figures I mentioned. The obligation rate of 59.17% and the disbursement rate of 18.54 is for the figure of 2.235 billion, which is the amount that His Honor is referring to that was added by the Senate, Mr. President.
So with that amount, actually we still have another month. I'd just like to ask also the DOH what's their catch-up plan so that we can maximize, because for 2024 the budget for specialty centers will be increased to about 10 billion. So just want to make sure that it will be
correct,
maximize and utilize.
of course. So, Mr. President, I'm told that by December 2023, 84% will be obligated, and then by January 2024, 100% will be obligated. And therefore, they are confident that the increased funding that will be provided in the 2024 GAA would be utilized to the maximum, Mr. President.
Anyway, Your Honor, Mr. President, last year, the DOH identified hospitals about 10, and this 2024, we increased already. Am I correct that we increased already the identified specialty hospitals?
9, 28 plus 9, at total is 45. This is all happening for 2024 only. Okay. So for 2024, Mr. President, His Honor is correct. It is 45 specialty
45.
centers. Yes, and the total cost would be 10.2 billion, Mr. President.
I'm looking at the expenses that we have, no, the infra, also the equipment. And Your Honor, Mr. President, I was able to go around also. I had the chance to visit some of these hospitals, and like the Western Visayas Medical Center, PJ Garcia, some are already, the infrastructure are already almost complete. I just like to probably, if we can, I propose that if we can concentrate on the equipment, because I have seen most of this, some of these hospitals that are ready already, and I would like to send send to the Secretary and the DOH which hospitals are almost complete the infrastructure. Because I get the chance to go around the country riding my bike, and I also get to visit these hospitals. And some of them, yung equipment na lang pong nire-request nila, if it's possible, if we can prioritize, PJ Garcia, Western Visayas Medical Center, yung Southern Isabela Medical Center, and others, and Northern Mindanao Medical Centers. Ang ano lang po nila, Madam Chair, so that we can already maximize and use, they can be used already as soon as possible. If we can prioritize in equipping all of these identified hospitals, whose infrastructures are already ready.
Yes,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
President, I was discussing with them while listening to you, to His Honor, and definitely yung for equipping na lang, no, meaning to say the facility, the infra is already there, they just need equipment. There are 9 specialty centers, and then after that, yung for upgrading is 28, and then yung new construction is 9. So there is a prioritization, Mr. President. Thank you.
For 2024, Your Honor, Madam President, Mr. President, Madam Chair, I have a list also here that for infrastructure, it's about 8 billion, 8.2 billion. For infra, it's about 8.2 billion. For equipment, it's almost 2 billion, no? Or 1.9 billion, or a total of 10.2 billion.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President.
So we're hoping that if we can also prioritize now, this time, kasi po yung infra parang medyo, I think it takes a while. But for some of those that are already ready, they're just waiting for equipment, probably if we can request the DOH so that it can be used right away, you know. And we're hoping that the soonest possible time, with this budget, at least we can have a more complete specialty center that can be used already in about 2 or 3 years, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President.
There are also requests, I'll just forward, Your Honor, Mr. President, Your Honor, to DOH. For example, yung po, nabanggit ko kanina because I was able to visit some of them, like Western, I discussed with the Secretary. Some of the hospitals that we funded together, no? Yung, PJ Garcia, Western Visayas, those I mentioned, saya po kasi it's already, the infrastructure is already there. Yun po, I hope that we can already prioritize putting the equipment. And also some of the provincial hospitals that are also ready and that are really supporting the the program, no? And it's worth helping some of these facilities, Your Honor.
Noted, Mr. President, by the Secretary.
Last but not least, Your Honor, with regards to the UHC Act, it mandates DepEd and DOH to set standards designating schools as healthy settings and address public health problems through the school system. At present, data shows an average of 1:8,114 nurse to student population ratio nationwide, which short of the DepEd proposed ratio of 1:5,000. School health and nutrition is also currently part of shared services among schools within a division. In the interim, schools were directed to designate teachers who will act as clinic teachers. However, Mr. President, our teachers have a lot on their plate, and this program will be an additional task to them. So we just like to know if the DOH has an ongoing or a new program to address public health problems through the school systems.
I didn't catch his question.
1 billion. The reason I asked Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, because this is also part of the UH here.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, well, even in the earlier discussion with the Minority Floor Leader, we pointed out that that is the challenge to really be able to audit what our needs are when it comes to human health resources. And I think we took this up during the deliberation of the bill, and an immediate solution is the clinical care associate, which would be most likely nursing graduates who then can receive special training on the specific needs. So in this case, for the schools, the school-age children, and they would be able to provide the services necessary with the guidance of other experienced nurses and doctors who would be handling a bigger number, basically supervising these clinical care associates, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Madam Spor, Mr. President. I'd just like to bring this up so that at least it's nice to know that at least the DOH would already prioritize and make sure that as part of UHE that this will be given attention, Your Honor. So,
Yes,
Mr. President,
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Maybe the gentleman from San Juan can be the Majority Floor Leader for the meantime and recognize Senator Bongo.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to interpolate is Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao and the Vice Chair of the committee as well as Chairman of the Committee on Health. Yan, nagkakasakit na ako. Excuse me. I'm also getting colds, I think, from staying late at night, every night. So, I hope it's a short
Thank you, hardworking Mr. President. Ayokong magkasakit ka para makagising ka pa bukas. Huwag ka mag-alala, maraming doktor dito, maraming gagamot sa inyo. Nandito ang ating dancing doctor. Meron na rin tayong mga sleeping doctors. As chairperson of the Committee on Health and Demography, I want to underscore the importance of the 2024 budget of the Department of Health in our path towards recovery. As I have said many times before, now is the time to invest more in improving our healthcare system. We must make sure that our health budget is responsive to the needs of our healthcare system. On that note, Mr. President, will the good sponsor of the DOH yield the floor for a very few questions lang po? At yung iba ako nang sasagot sa tanong ko.
Yung the best part po doon, yung second part nung sinabi nyo, of course, we will be happy to try to answer the questions of His Honor, the Chairperson of the Committee on Health.
Thank you. May we know how much additional budget is DOH requesting, and how much were we able to add in our committee report? Which programs and budget appeals were prioritized, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the Senate increased by almost 50 billion the amount indicated in the NEP from 306.13 billion to 353 billion. The wish list, of course, of the agency and, well, DOH and its attached agencies and corporations is much bigger. But these are the amount, 50 billion was what was accommodated in the Senate committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. I support the increases in the health budget. In fact, I also wrote our finance chairman, Senator Angara, to push for additional budget for the DOH During the budget hearing, I mentioned the importance of the continuous upgrading of our health facilities. Mahalaga po na patuloy nating upgrade ang ating mga pampublikong ospital na karamihan naman ay mahirap po ang pumupunta at nakikinabang dito. Sa dami po ng pumupunta sa pampublikong ospital, hindi na po nagkakasya mga pasyente. Last Congress, we passed 69 laws for the improvement and establishment of various public hospitals all over the country. Importante po na mabigyan ng sapat na pondo ang mga batas na ipinasa natin para sa pag-upgrade o pagtatayo ng mga pampublikong hospital. We must ensure enough funding for the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, lalo na marami pang pasilidad ang kailangan po ng upgrade. Super health centers, I have been advocating for the construction of super health centers all over the country to make primary care services more accessible. Super health centers are designed to focus on primary care, consultation, and early detection. I note that the construction of 117 super health centers is included in the proposed budget for next year. At ang konsulta package po ng PhilHealth can be accessed in super health centers once they are completed. Paano ang magiging proseso at partnership ng LGU? Libre ba ang konsultasyon? I have noticed po sa increase, andito po ang ating presidente ng CEO ng ating PhilHealth. Meron pong increase, no? 101 billion na po ang budget ng PhilHealth. 21 billion shall be used for the benefit packages improvement and comprehensive outpatient benefit package. Ito po yung konsulta. Magko-complement ho ba itong mga super health center sa ating konsulta package?
Yes, Mr. President.
Itong additional budget ay gagamitin po sa konsulta package na
Yes,
pwedeng
Mr.
gawin
President.
dito.
Yes.
Mr. President, once super health centers are completed, they can serve as consulta accredited facilities. We hope the DOH and PhilHealth would collaborate closely on this for the successful implementation of these projects and programs. Regional Specialty Centers, earlier this year, we passed the Regional Specialty Centers Act. Promise po ito ng ating Mr. President, no? Ang ating reading, Mr. President. Mr. President, promise mo po ito. Wala na. Mr. President, di ba ito yung campaign promise mo na tinupad po natin?
Regional.
Oh.
Yes. Am I don't being interpolated? Yes, please. Yes. That is my principal, my baby and our advocacy in the last Congress.
Yes.
And naipasan na natin yun. So hopefully ma-implement na po.
Correct. We passed the Regional Specialty Centers Act. 10 billion is already included in the committee report for the implementation of this law. This is a multi-year program at sana po mabigyan ng sapat na pondo para hindi na kailangan pumunta po ng Maynila ang mga pasyenteng may malubhang sakit sa mga probinsya. Ilalagay na po ito sa mga existing DOH regional hospitals, itong 17 specialty centers. I also want to know how many human resources, another topic na po ito, no? For health and HR deployed in local government units, meron ho ba tayong enough funding for the HRH next year?
Yes, Mr. President. Anong tanong? Sabi niya may enough. Ang sagot ko po,
may enough
yes.
funding pa po. Kasi daming tuloy-tuloy po yung mga request ng LGUs dito.
We included 16.9 billion, Mr. President, for this.
Some LGUs still need support of the national government. Yung iba po ay hindi kayang mag-hire ng personnel, lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar. Madam Sponsor, ito naman pong renationalization. What is the position of the DOH regarding renationalization of some hospitals? Dahil as chairman po ng Committee on Health, ako po ang mag-sponsor nito dito after magagaling po sa lower house. I understand that considering health is devolved LGUs are expected to support their own hospitals. Paano po yung mga LGUs na kulang rin po ang pondo at hindi kayang tustusan ang ospital sa kanila? Yung ibang hospital po, hindi lang isang probinsya ang catchment population. Marami pong pumasa sa lower house at pagdating dito sa Senado, hindi na po pumasa dahil nga po doon sa implementation. Yun ang naging rason, no? Yung implementation ng Mandanas ruling.
Mr. President, the question is, what is the position of the Department of Health?
Yes. Priority ho ba ang renationalization?
Well, Mr. President, the goal of the department, according to the Secretary, is to have a tertiary hospital or a DOH-run level 3 hospital in every province. So what they are doing what they are prepared to do with respect to a renationalization policy is to assess what are those priority areas. So if wherever there is a low capacity of a hospital, meaning to say yung hospital either it's not managed well or whatever, low capacity, yung ability nila to meet the needs of the population is very low. So low capacity and low din ang income dun sa lugar na yon, yung probinsya na yon. And then nandun nga ho yung gap in terms of yung the services that are needed is very high. Then those would be the priority areas for renationalization. Ngayon, kung i-request lang ho ng, let's say, isang probinsya, whether it's a governor, congressman, whatever, in an area, na i-renationalize yung ospital na meron namang functioning hospital doon na maganda, then hindi ho priority yon. So
Salamat,
it would really depend on the needs, Mr. President. Need basis.
Salamat, Mr. President. Going to Malasakit Center, aside from accessibility of health facilities, equally important is the affordability of health services. That is why I principally authored and sponsored Republic Act 11463 or the Malasakit Centers Act, which mandates the establishment of Malasakit Centers in all DOH hospitals and the PGH. Per last report, 7 million na po ang mga pasyenteng natulungan ng Malasakit Centers. Do we have updated figures na po sa ngayon, no? As of today, ng mga natulungan po ng Malasakit Centers?
Kailan ho ba yung latest update na natanggap ng ating kasamahan?
Nabasa ko yun during the time of former OIC,
okay.
Berhere.
So may mas bago pa ba? So, around 10 million, Mr. President, as of October 2023.
So, marami na pong mga mahirap nating kababayan ang natulungan ng Malasakit Centers at umaasa sa tulong ng gobyerno kapag sila po'y na-hospital. Malasakit Centers ensure easier access of patients to government assistance. We must strengthen the operations of Malasakit Centers. Dapat walang matanggihan na pasyente considering the budget we are allocating for the medical assistance to indigent patients program. I notice po na malaki ang budget ng MAIP. Ang pakiusap ko lang po, gamitin ito para sa mga indigent patients. Kaya nga po, medical assistance to indigent patients. Walang dapat piliin, walang pili po. Para po ito sa mga poor and indigent patients. Yung mga walang matakbuhan, yung mga helpless at hopeless nating mga kababayan na walang inaasahan po ng tulong po mula sa gobyerno. Huwag po natin silang pahirapan. Pera naman po ito ng taong bayan. Ibalik po sa kanila. During the Commission on Appointments hearing of Secretary Herbosa, he committed na walang matatanggihan na pasyente na nangangailangan ng tulong. The Secretary also issued a department memorandum stating that all patients must be accorded with available services that they need in Malasakit Centers. Again, I would like to remind the good Secretary na dapat po ay walang pipiliin at hindi po selective ang pagbibigay po ng tulong. Hindi dapat magamit sa politika ang pagbibigay ng tulong dahil ang Malasakit Center po ay ginawa para sa mga poor and indigent patients. Lahat po na nakapila ay dapat tulungan. Moving on, Mr. President, hindi rin po natin dapat kalimutan ang sapat na pondo para sa mental health program, lalo na sa panahon ngayon na maraming krisis na kinakaharap ang ating mga kababayan. Marami pong nag-commit ng suicide during that time of the pandemic, no? Magkano po ang PhilHealth coverage for mental health cases? Do they have outpatient coverage? What is the plan of PhilHealth for the benefit packages for mental health cases and consultation? Napaka-importante po nitong mental health problem or issues natin.
Yeah, the answer is of course, merong outpatient. Diba? That's all considered outpatient? 4.7? No. Sama-sama na. So inpatient and outpatient. Oh. Yes, Mr. President, this question was also asked by His Honor, our Minority Floor Leader, and we confirm that there is a budget for mental health. It is 4.77 billion, and this includes both inpatient and outpatient services and commodities, Mr. President.
In 2023, 1.9 billion is included in the budget for the mental health program of the DOH. In the 2024 NEP, the proposed budget is 683 million. Ay dapat pong pagtuunan po natin itong mental health programs. We should continue to improve our mental health programs and ensure that all forms of psychosocial assistance will be made available to Filipinos who are suffering from all forms of mental health issues, especially at this time of crisis. Sana po ay madagdagan ang budget para sa mental health. At lastly po, no, last Congress, we passed Republic Act 11712, or the Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances for the healthcare workers, sponsored by the Finance Chair, Senator Angara. Ayon sa DBM, meron naman pong na-release na 23.6 billion na pondo po mula sa budget ng gobyerno ngayong taon, 19.6 po sa program appropriations at 4 billion from unprogrammed funds. At sana po meron pang inaasahan ang ating mga healthcare workers. Wag po sana nating silang pabayaan. May nabasa po ako na plano nilang mag-rally, no? Kasi ito po ay services rendered already. According to the data na nakuha ko po, nabanggit na rin po kanina, 62 billion po mahigit ang arrears, no? Since 2021 na dapat na bayaran po sa ating mga healthcare workers. Services rendered na po ito. Ibig sabihin, pinaghirapan na po ito at pinagpawisan. At nakikiusap po ako sa ating Department of Health and DBM. Obligasyon po ito ng gobyerno. Pinapaalalahanan ko lang po kayo. Kayo po ang implementing arm ng gobyerno, ang DOH at DBM, na ibigay po what is due to our healthcare workers. Maliit lang po ito na halaga kumpara po sa kanilang sakripisyo sa panahon ng pandemya. Hindi po natin mararating ito kung di po dahil sa kanila. Ang iba po ay nagbuwis ng buhay, ang iba po ay nagkasakit sa panahon ng pandemya. That is all, Mr. President. I have no further questions. Sinagot ko na rin po ang aking tanong. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa good sponsor who is a fellow health advocate for advocating for the health budget and for taking the time to answer my few questions. I continue to push for additional budget for health. Napaka-importante po. The more we should invest sa ating healthcare system. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to put on record, yung mga last 3 or 4 topics ng ating kasamahan, hindi na yun question, statement po. But because napakahalaga, baka may nakikinig ho sa inyong health worker. Nasagot po natin yan kanina, no, na in fairness to DOH, kompleto ang record nila, nagpupush sila kasama natin na marilisan ng pondo. Na-explain ko po kanina na lahat ng pondong yan, tayo, as far as the Senate is concerned, we have allocated funding from in the 2023 budget. Pag na-release po yung unprogrammed, sobra-sobra pa po yung pondo. Tapos meron pa tayong 2.2 2-point-something billion for 2024, covered po ang lahat ng arrears natin sa ating mga health workers.
Salamat. I will continue to remind and to appeal sa ating DBM na ma-release po itong mga unprogrammed funds, no, na may bigay kaagad. Narinig ko po na meron na pong mga nabayaran, no, sa mga LGUs, sa mga hospitals ng 2021 sa DOH, 2022 at 2023. Sana po'y mabalikan kaagad sila dahil sabi ko nga, pinaghirapan nila ito, pinagpawisan po ito ng ating mga healthcare workers. Patuloy po akong magre-remind at magpapaalala bilang chairman po ng Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to, for the record, so accurate po ang sagot natin, may the record reflect that the National Health Workforce Support System budget is 17.98 billion, not what I earlier reported na 16.94 billion, because the 17.98 billion includes deployment and scholarship. Please, let's make sure that our record reflects the correct amount, Mr. President. Thank you very much to our colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Health.
Thank you very much. Madam Sponsor,
Yes, Mr. President,
if
thank
I may,
you.
Majority Leader, I'll just ask, I also want to ask, just a clarification. I had a message from the Secretary, he was in Bukidnon 2 days ago, 3 days ago, for the caravan of Speaker Martin. Yeah, he had a big caravan there. And I remember he mentioned to me that he needs an additional budget of MOE for the building that we donated. I don't know if you remember, during the time of President Duterte, we actually inaugurated that building from our friends of the Philippines Foundation from Hong Kong, Kitsun Ko, and he donated the Northern Bukidnon Health Wellness Northern Mindanao Wellness Center. It's a very, very good facility. They spent about 500 million pesos, privately funded, not a centavo paid by government. And I think there is kulang na MOE. Maybe we just ask the good sponsor if you can ask the secretary. I wasn't able to ask earlier. I should have asked earlier. But what is the need for the 18 million for?
18 million for the MOE for that center, Mr. President. Additional 18 million is needed.
What is the capacity now, and what would the 18 million be able to achieve if we add the funds?
For additional capacity, Mr. President.
Right now, how many people, what is it being used for right now, Madam Chair? I have not followed that up
It's
yet.
a drug rehab, Mr. President.
So it's being utilized as a drug
Yeah,
rehab.
so there are currently 50 residents, and it can be doubled with the additional MOE.
Okay. Yes, because that's a huge facility. That's a very large facility. Maybe we can also ask the Secretary. Secretary, what we were trying to envision for that facility was not only for drug rehabilitation, but also for mental mental health issues. Because we have a problem with mental health issues in the province. Wala po tayong mental health care facility.
It's actually, what the plan is, Mr. President, to include community mental health as part of the services offered by that center.
If I can get the promise from the Secretary that if we do add that 18 million, can we please start already accepting mental health patients, Mr. Secretary? Because the private institution there is too expensive. It's called Happy Home.
Oh, Mr. President, the plan is outpatient, so they can treat but outpatient.
Okay.
Hindi ho kayo happy doon, Mr. President?
Well, sayang yung facility. You know, sayang talaga. If you visited that facility, it's huge. It's a huge compound, several buildings.
Mr. President, the Secretary
Dormitories
is
as well.
simply explaining that you need a separate facility. You cannot really combine the two different types of patients with those different health issues, Mr. President. So baka pag dinagdagan natin, they can put a fence or a wall.
Actually, the whole facility is walled, but maybe
No,
in
the
between.
two.
In between.
Something like that.
Yes.
So can you come up with something in 24 hours so we can make the appropriate amendments? I mean, what's that additional budget? We would have to know.
That would be a capital outlay siguro, Madam Sponsor,
Okay.
and an MOE.
Yeah. Mr. President, ano ba?
Anyway, we
Sa
can
ngayon-
work it
sa
out for
ngayon-
next year.
Yeah, sa ngayon, ang gusto nila, they'd like to somehow perfect the services offered for the drug rehab.
Okay.
But they are very willing and ready to offer the community-based outpatient mental health services. And then maybe by next year, they'll be prepared for, they can start studying about the need and their ability to service inpatients for mental health.
Although I must say that was utilized very, very well during the pandemic. It was, I believe, that's where they were housing most of the positive patients, I think, at the time, who were isolated. So they utilized it at that. So yeah, thank you, Madam Sponsor, for answering that. Mr. Secretary, thank you. We'll try to find that 18 million for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, before I make the motion, Mr. President, I was, being the majority leader, parang pambansang utusan tayo dito, Mr. President. The Senate President Pro Tem.
Mr. President,
Ask-
I've already brought that up. Yung drugs that are needed for COVID treatment.
Remdesivir.
We've taken it up, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President.
I also have
Thank you.
taken seriously yung binilin sa inyo ng ating Senate President Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr.
That's
President. At least wala nang maninita sa akin tomorrow. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and debates and consider the budget of the Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, National Nutrition Council, Philippine National AIDS Council, budgetary support to government corporations, Department of Health, Lung Center of the Philippines, National Kidney and Transplant Institute, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Philippine Heart Center, and Philippine Institute of Traditional and Alternative Healthcare be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
And I'd just like to put on record, I believe this is the first budget of Secretary Ted Herbosa. As Secretary, it's your first budget.
The only secretary appointed 3 times, Mr. President.
Oh, that's
Well,
right.
this is not
The
yet his
Department of
hand-woven budget because dinatnan na rin niya to, so konti pa lang yung na intervention niya. Next year daw niyo abangan.
Much
But
better.
that's the reason
good.
why I mentioned it, Mr. President,
Good news.
because you can feel that the trust of the President is there and the trust of the even the lawmakers, Mr. President. So we congratulate the Secretary.
And we're hoping that Senator Bongo can already arrange the date for his appointment. Nandito yung kanyang chairperson sa Commission on Appointments. Ano ba yung date? Libre ako next week. Hindi pa pwede.
You know what? I don't get pressured by anyone. Secretary
Oo nga po, we lost, we had no time at that time.
Move for the previous question, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Well, I just wanted to find out from Senator Bongo when the date is. When is it? Inayos nyo na? Oh, sige.
Tomorrow
So
daw,
therefore,
tomorrow.
there be no objection to the... Huh? You want tomorrow? May 3-day notice so next week na. There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budget of the Department of Health and all its attached agencies are hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Games and Amusements Board and Philippine Sports Commission and acknowledge the presence of its officials. From GAB, Chairperson Richard Clarin is with us, and from PSC, Chairperson Richard Bachman. We'd like to recognize also the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator
Senator Richard Gordon.
Kasi daming Richard, boss.
Richard Gordon.
Sorry, boss. Dumami na masyadong Richard. Umuulan tayo ng Richard, Mr. President.
Mismo
No other
na
than the
si
chairperson of the
Senator
Senate
Gordon,
Committee on Sports, Senator Bongo, our Steph Curry of the Senate, and to interpolate the said budget is our minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, I just want to be clarified. I know, of course, Chairman Bachman, who was my classmate and schoolmate in San Agustin, and Mr. Clarin is the one on the right. Nice to meet you, sir. Therefore, we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, to sponsor the measure and to interpolate the distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Mr. President, for the GAB, the Games and Amusement Board, for fiscal year 2024, the total new appropriations of the Games and Amusement Board in our committee report is 131,118,000. For the Philippine Sports Commission, Mr. President, for fiscal year 2024, the total new appropriations of the Philippine Sports Commission in our committee report is 874,310,000 pesos. The increase of 500 million from the GAB of the House of Representatives is mostly due to the additional budget granted for the preparation, training, and participation of our athletes in various international competitions to be held next year, such as the Paris Olympics, Winter Youth Olympics, and Paralympics. We also added budget for the rehabilitation and upgrading of field sports complex, kung saan po nag-champion at mythical team member ang ating Senate Finance Chair, Senator Angara, and equally ang ating superstar ng Senate Sentinels, Senator Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Mr. President, before I yield the floor for interpellations, I just want to make a brief statement. Mr. President, as I have mentioned during the interpellation of the DBM budget, I want to thank the committee Chair of Finance, led by our very capable Chairman, Senator Sonny Angara, for supporting the increases in the PSC budget. I just want to reiterate, Mr. President, the need to support the budget for sports even at the budget preparation level. Napapansin ko po na masyadong nakaasa sa National Sports Development Fund na karamihan po'y galing sa PAGCOR o sa SUGAL. Taon-taon, maliit po ang natatanggap na budget ng sports sa NEP or sa National Expenditure Program. Every year, tayo po ay nagdadagdag ng budget dito sa Senado. Sa committee report, we added more than 1 billion for this year, particularly for the hosting of the FIBA World Cup. In 2022, we added 550 million. And in 2021, we added 1.1 billion. It has been a practice that Congress is the one adding budget for sports dahil maliit lang po ang nabibigay sa NEP. In fact, for 2024, only 174 million was approved by the DBM. Kahit na po ang kanilang proposed budget is more than 3 billion, ang parating ina-approve is less than 200 million for 2 consecutive years. Ibig sabihin nito, only 0.004% of the 5.768 trillion national budget. And yet, Mr. President, we expect our athletes to perform in international competitions. Kapag nananalo sila, damay po ang buong bansa sa honor na dala ng ating mga atleta. Kapag natatalo naman sila, ay nababash pa sila. Nakita naman natin, Mr. President, na kung susuportahan natin ang ating mga atleta, malaking tulong ito sa kanila at makakapagbigay sila ng honor sa ating bansa. Sa pag-host natin ng FIBA, we were able to boost tourism amid our effort to recover from the pandemic. Pag well-organized po yung tournament, talagang napakaganda po ng resulta. I congratulate the local organizing committee for a successful hosting. Kahit hindi tayo pumasok mismo, nanalo naman tayo against China during our last game, no? At nadala natin ang momentum nito sa Asian Games where we won gold in men's basketball for the first time since 1962 or 61 years ago. We beat China twice, FIBA and Asian Games. The Philippines also had its best Asian Games ranking in nearly 3 decades after finishing 17th overall in the recent Asian Games. Ako mismo po pumunta sa Hangzhou, China para suportahan po at cheer ang ating mga manlalaro. Nakita naman natin, Mr. President, na napakalaki po ng potensyal ng ating mga atleta at kung patuloy natin silang susuportahan sa tulong at pagkakaisa ng PSC at Philippine Olympic Committee, malayo po ang mararating ng ating mga atleta. Ang ating Senate President po ay presidente rin po ng ARNIS at ating chairman ng Senate Committee on Finance ay presidente at chairman rin po ng Samahan ng Basketballistang ng Pilipinas, SBP. Nag-increase na rin po pala ang mga NSA from 50 to 82. Ibig sabihin, dumarami na po ang sinusuportahan ng ating Philippine Sports Commission. Pakiusap ko lang po, sana po mabigyan po ng halaga ang budget para sa sports dahil malaking honor po ang naidadala nila tuwing tayo po'y nananalo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no questions for Gab. I know I looked at your budget, 131 million, but you have other sources of funding, no? Gab? Tama po ba? Wala. Gab is purely funded through the GAA? You have other sources of funds?
Meron ba kayo? Sa license, saan sa tumut? License and service, saan pupunta? Ang license.
Hindi yan, nabago pa ba si Chairman?
Meron pong income, no? Ang GAB, no? Income from admission receipts, and radio and television and motion picture rights. 3%, no?
Okay. Sige pa. We can see that naman siguro sa mga reports, financial reports, yung amount niyan. Can I go to the Philippine Sports Commission, Mr. President? Nabanggit po nating sponsor, the Sports Commission requested for a budget of 3 billion. Ayun. So may we know what is the plan? What is the plan or the program which amounts reach 3 billion pesos?
Initially, Mr. President, ang hiningi nilang original request.
Yes, the original request, 3 billion.
Isa-isahin ko na lang po, no?
More or less, sir, bakit umabot tayo sa 3 billion na halaga?
Malaki yung kanilang gustong ilaan sa rehabilitation po ng Rizal Memorial Complex, rehabilitation po ng Field Sports Complex. In fact, naglaro yung ating top two superstars ng Senate. Tumutulo yung basketball court dun sa gilid. Not only that, yung mga atleta natin talaga doon ay kawawa po ang kinatatayuan nila. Yung barracks nila, kailangan po talaga ng repair. Sana naman po mabigyan ng isang komportable na pagtitirahan habang nagtitraining yung mga para athletes po natin, mga disabled, doon po they were housed there po sa field sports.
So we're talking about 2 complexes here, two only one complex.
Correct.
Is this the Rizal?
Rizal and the field sports.
Field sports is in Pasig.
Correct. Yes. Yes, Mr. President.
Dalawa
po.
3 daw sabi ni Chairman eh. Doon sa original proposal po nila. Baguio? Yeah, hindi kami familiar sa Baguio facilities natin. What do we have?
Wala sa request niya, di ba? Originally, nandun sa request nila but not included in the committee report yung pangatlo, Mr. President.
Oo nga po, kasi 3 billion nga po yung ano nila eh.
Pinagkakasya lang po.
Sige po, then maybe we can achieve the same thing through this multi-year mechanism. Baka. Because baka yung 3 billion was, medyo may mga one-time, big-time amounts po siguro doon. Maybe, I have not seen the 3 billion original proposal. So, just an advice, baka ma-achieve din natin ang same purpose if we go through the route of the multi-year obligation allotment po ba yan? Apa. Okay.
Actually, Mr. President, kinausap ko rin po si Secretary Bunuan na baka pwede nilang ilagay sa NEP, no? Kaya lang, gaya ng sinabi niya, implementing agency lang po sila or department. Umaasa rin po sila sa concerned agencies tulad ng PSC, kung sports, kung classrooms naman, mula po sa DepEd manggagaling yung pondo. Implementing lang daw po sila.
There is a PSC training center in Teachers Camp Baguio pala. 60 million is in the record. Okay. Siguro yun na lang po. And then our committee report, the Senate committee report, gave the commission 500 million. Okay po. So may we know saan saan doon sa kanilang proposed PAPs ang na-fund po natin sa 500
Sa committee
million?
report, Mr. President, rehabilitation of and upgrading of Field Sports Complex, 75 million. Rehabilitation of Rizal Memorial Complex, 75 million. Preparation, training, and participation in the 2024 Olympic Games sa Paris, 30 million. Preparation, training sa Winter Youth Olympics, 15 million. Preparation po sa Paralympics sa Paris, 15 million. Batang Pinoy, operations, Philippine National Games, 50 million. Philippine National Para Games, 10 million. Financial assistance to athletes, 100 million. Digitization of PSC, 10 million. Larot Saya sa Parque Operations, 10 million. Philippine National Anti-Doping Organization, 10 million. Regional Training Coordination Program Development, 20 million. BIMP IAGA Games, 30 million. Indigenous Peoples Games, 10 million. Mr. President.
Malaki pala po ang disconnect kasi from the answer, 75 million ang binigay natin for the rehabilitation of the Rizal Memorial Sports Complex. Sa proposal po ninyo, 1.6 billion ang inyong hiningi. So I think just siguro advice, Mr. President, for the PSC to sit down with DBM. I mean, ang layo po ng ating... pero committee report na yung 75, ibig sabihin nun, sa NEP, zero. Zero po yun? Wala talaga. Walang binigay for the rehab. So, ito, para makita natin,
sa Rizal po, sa House of Rep, no, pagdating sa atin, meron silang dinagdag na 200 million sa rehabilitation of Rizal Memorial.
Pero sa committee report po natin, dinagdagan pa natin.
Nag-add tayo ng 75
So, ibigay
million.
275.
Correct, Mr.
But
President.
the proposal is 1.6 billion. Nakita ko yung listahan. So,
Sa NEP.
ang layo pa rin ng gap. So maybe the agency needs to sit down with the DBM. Baka mag-ocular pa siguro kailangan to really convince them of our estimates. Napansin ko po, napakalayo po. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, yung 2024 pala is an Olympic year, at saka when there is an Olympics, hindi lang pala tayo nakatingin sa regular Olympics, but meron palang Paralympics. And I'm sure we're sending a bigger delegation siguro to the Paralympic Games than the regular Olympic Games. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President? The Philippine delegation will be larger?
Sige, okay. Ang estimated number of delegation po sa winter is about 100 and the same with the Paris Olympics, about 100 po. Ang kanilang estimated number of delegation.
Winter, we are participating in winter, what's this, Winter Games? That's not Paris anymore. Ibang lugar na po yan.
Yes,
is that also next year? 2024 is also Winter Olympic. Sabay po ba yun? Summer and winter, ibang schedule yun, ano?
January 19 to February 1 po, 2024 ang winter. Sa South Korea po ito, Gangwon. And then Paris naman po yung Olympics.
Sige po. Nakaka-participate na tayo sa Winter Games because of SM Mega Mall. Tama ba yun? Is that a correct statement? Sila because of the ice skating rink there, Mr. President. Okay, Mr. President, EJ Obiena will surely represent the Philippines in the 2024 Paris Olympics because he has been winning pole vault events in Europe, Mr. President. So, are we supporting athletes like EJ Obiena, especially geared towards their Olympic participation, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
Full support po ang ating...
through the National Sports Association. Ganun po.
Yes, Mr. President.
How many have qualified so far, Mr. President, for the Paris Summer Games? Four na? Meron na?
Four.
I thought it was only EJ Obiena. Can we have the names, Mr. President? Para we can wish them all the best and also offer prayers for their success.
Yumer, EJ Obiana, Carlos Yulo.
Okay. Marcial. Yulo, Obiena, and...
Alena Finigan, the gymnastics.
Okay. So we have boxing, pole vault, and one in men's gymnastics and women's gymnastics thing.
And there is a slim still window open pa po dun sa ating basketball team, no? Sa FIBA qualifier. Pwede pa meron pa tayong slim chance of qualifying.
Okay. How about Senator Manny Pacquiao?
Depende
Any
po
box
yun.
in the Paris Olympics? Possible? Hindi ko alam ang rules, sir. I'm assuming you know the rules. The rules better. Is that still a possibility?
Qualified ba? According to the Philippine Sports Commission commissioner, he can be given a exemption, no?
Okay, since there's a possibility, di mag-sparring na po kami ni Senator Manny Pacquiao.
You're the team manager, Mr. President.
We will spar over the chessboard, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, worried lang po yung iba nating kababayan because the reports indicate we've been losing Filipinos to other countries, Mr. President, or jurisdictions. For example, Jaja Santiago is a valuable player, is in the process of becoming a Japanese national. Yuka Saso made the decision to represent Japan. Wesley So, in my field, Mr. President, is now representing the United States Chess Federation. I think he's also now a citizen of the United States. Alex Pagulayan of billiards is now carrying the Canadian flag. Is this the concern of the PSC, and do we have what's our strategy or our programs to keep our talented athletes to keep them here and keep them representing the Philippines, Mr. President?
According to our Philippine Sports Commission, ang concern po nito, Mr. President, ay ang NSA, the one handling the athletes.
Kung may programs man sila, we are indirectly helping them through the assistance. We give the NSA's assistance, Mr. President.
Correct.
And the funds which reach the NSA's come from the GAA. Ganun po ba yan?
Meron rin pong manggagaling sa PAGCOR, Mr. President. NSDF, National Sports Development Fund.
Okay. So PAGCOR has been compliant with the law, with the literal terms of the law, or with its own interpretation of the law. Give us just
according to our Philippine Sports Commission. Historically, since 1990s, the actual remittance of PAGCOR to PSC is only about 2.3%. This is due to the different interpretation on the share of the PSC in the contribution of the PAGCOR. Ito po'y binabawasan mula sa franchise tax, tapos binabawasan pa ng 50% government share bago makuha ng PSC yung share nila. Yun po ang naging interpretation. Historically, I believe there is already a case in the Supreme Court
Yes,
regarding
yes.
this.
Tagal na po nito. I think it's pending motion for reconsideration na yata, as if I remember correctly. Tagal na ito pinag-uusapan. There is a report that you have pending refund claim with PAL, 237,622 pesos in connection with the canceled tickets for the 31st SEA Games. What's the status of this claim? Yan ang COA. Yan lang, ganyan ang kasimple ang COA.
Sa kasalukuyan po, nakikipag-coordinate pa po ang Philippines PSC, Philippine Sports Commission with the Philippine Airlines.
Gamitin na lang sa future flights ng ating athletes, Mr. President. So last question, Mr. President. At any rate, the PSC is appearing before us on a high note because we successfully held the FIBA. From the sponsor, how much did the government spend for FIBA? Yung assistance po natin na binigay, 1 billion?
Actually, we allotted last year, no, through the initiative of our finance chair, we added 1 billion in the hosting of
Yes.
the FIBA World Cup this year, actually. And then, nakita naman po natin, we were able to boost tourism.
Yan.
And we showcased how beautiful our country. So, the actual amount, as to date, 100% have been utilized by the FIBA organizers, and liquidation is currently ongoing.
Yes.
The 1 billion is
1 billion. Yeah,
1 billion is fully
yes.
utilized.
Ang argument last year was that there will be some economic returns and maybe more. So now that it is over, can we get a report from the chairman? What have been the returns? Medyo economic, reputational, whatever, goodwill returns, Mr. President. Tingnan natin if we can quantify it. Was the promise made last year fulfilled, Mr. President?
According to our PSC chairman, wala pa pong post-event report, no?
But will one be made, Mr. President? And who will make it, Mr. President? PSC? PSC?
Are you going to?
Yes, the number of visitors who arrive, mga ganon, attendance in the games, the estimated tourist revenues, etc.
The committee will ask the Philippine Sports Commission to submit a report to this committee.
Just to formalize it, pero ako ang feeling ko, ang gut feeling ko, it was a success.
Yes, correct, Mr. President.
Masaya yung mga European players, from other countries, and even there, meron pala yan sila mga fans na following them para pala mga sports club yan. So, I saw the YouTube postings. They were happy, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the Philippines held a successful hosting of the FIBA World Cup, which featured 32 nations, Mr. President. The Philippines finished with a ranking of 24, no? At nag-improve po tayo, which granted them a slot for the Olympic qualifying tournament for basketball. Ito po yung sinabi ko na meron pa tayong slim chance at Philippines. Pero may momentum tayo after winning the Asian Games. The Philippines also broke the record for the most attendance of a FIBA game, World Cup game, in an indoor arena. Yung 38,115 fans inside the Philippine Arena last August 25 during the opening of FIBA World. Record-breaking po yun sa FIBA World. At nakita naman natin, Mr. President, pag well-organized po yung tournament, ang ganda po. Talagang well-prepared po yung organizers at we showcase the world how beautiful our country.
So on that high note, Mr. President, I terminate my interpellation and congratulate the sports family in the Philippines led by the Philippine Sports Commission, the Games and Amusement Board. Congratulations for all of your achievements. I hope 2024 will also be a banner year for Philippine sports. Hindi naman kailangan gold medal lahat, but masaya. I mean, masaya tayo, and we're proud to participate. We're happy to participate, and we enjoy watching Filipinos participate, and we enjoy supporting them. So, thank you to the sports family and also to our sponsor, Mr. President, for his patience. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat, and good luck for 2024.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank
Mr.
you to the
President,
Minority Leader.
Senator Cayetano and Senator Angara will no longer ask questions, Mr. President. And may I just put on the record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to the men and women behind Philippine Sports Commission and the Games and Amusement Board. We have been supporting these two agencies since time immemorial. I'd like to put on record, Mr. President, that I grew up idolizing basketball players, the likes of our chairperson, Richard Bachman. I remember watching them when I was in my elementary days, Mr. President. Kayo po pala ay college na noon, Mr. President. Binanggit niyo kanina, kaklase niyo po si Chairman.
Classmate ko yan.
Yes, because my cousin, Mr. President, Bobby Jose, is also a member of the national team, RPU team, together with our chairman. And so I remember those days that I was watching them with Coach Jolipa, Benji Parash, and the others, Mr. President. So I just want to put that on record that we are in full support for the budget of Philippine Sports Commission and Games and Amusements Board. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Games and Amusements Board and the Philippine Sports Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, also I'd like to echo the statement of the Majority Floor Leader. Congratulations, particularly to the Philippine Sports Commission, working closely with the POC for a successful FIBA event, as well as our Cambodia SEA Games, which we did, I think, very well. One of the best showings that we've had outside of the Philippines, and also the Asian Games. One of the best showing we've had outside of the Asian Games. So, I mean, outside the in the last Asian Games, last few Asian Games, if not in a very long time, that was the best showing that we've ever had. So, we're hoping that we can get lucky again in the Olympics. And this, as mentioned earlier, how many? 4, no? Are already sure. There's Marshall, Yumir, Obiena, our gymnast, Kaloy, and a martial artist, no? Who is that, Senator Bong?
Alaina, the gymnast, Carlos Yulo, EJ Obiena, and Yumir.
So far, 4 lang. 4.
4 pa po sa ngayon.
So sa boxing, konti lang. Only one was able to qualify so far? That's, oh well.
Mr. President, nakita niyo po yung pagsuportado ng NSA tulad ng Arnis. Nakita ko yung Senate President natin, talagang pumunta ron, sinuportahan, full support.
Actually, me and my schoolmate were trying to work out na may Arnis din sa Thailand. We're really trying our best to be able to have Arnis in the Thailand SEA Games. Because if we're successful in having Arnis in the Thai SEA Games, it will already be a permanent SEA Games sport. Kasi dapat 2 consecutive. Nangyari, when we played it here in 2019, binola tayo ng Vietnam na they'll play it in Vietnam, but they did not. I don't know for whatever reason. And fortunately, Cambodia hosted Arnis last year. So now we're hoping that if Thailand will host it, permanent na po yung Arnis, which is a source of medal. It's a medal haul for us. In the last Cambodian SEA Games, kung pwede po ako magyabang ng konti, we were the most bemedaled team. Yeah, we got 6 golds, 2 silvers. Taekwondo kasi got 6 golds, 1 silver. Kami 6 golds, 2 silver, and the rest bronze. So, the highest percentage of medals for the Philippine team. So, Thailand sana muli. So we're praying and we're working together with the PSC. So again, congratulations as well to Gab. There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the budgets of the Philippine Sports Commission, the Games and Amusements Board are deemed submitted. Congratulations to the two agencies. We can go straight. We can just
We go
suspend
straight.
session. We just suspend session.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission, I move that we suspend consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President,
We have to elect the members
I'd
of the
rather
BICAM. Yes.
make a motion, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, to proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325, entitled Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. So move, Mr.
So let me
President.
act first on the first motion, which is to suspend the House Bill, the consideration of House Bill number 8980.
Yes, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved, suspended. We now are going to designate, with the permission of the body and no objection from the body, the following members are designated as Senate conferees of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill number 7325. This is the Magna Carta for Seafarers. They are Senator Raffy Tulfo as chairperson, Senators Joel Villanueva, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Chis Escudero, and Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority. So designated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, time check, 1:32 a.m. And with that, I move that we suspend our session today until today at 12 noon,
Until
Wednesday,
later this
November 15,
noon time.
2023. I so move, Mr. President.
And just put on record, of course, our thanks to the minority floor leader who is here present. Our Senator
Chairperson
Sunny
of
Angara,
Finance.
chairperson of the committee, is present. Senator Joel Villanueva is here as well. Yours truly and all the staff and secretariat. And Senator Pia Cayetano is here, and Senator Bongo, I forgot, is there as well with us. Time check, 1:33. There being no objection, the session is suspended until 12 noon Wednesday, November 15, 2023. Thank you very much, everybody.